Yep, that's green.
Ready? Morning. Today is May 9th, 2020. And this is, oh, I beat the recording, sorry. Okay, I'll start again. Good morning. Today is May 9th, 2024, and this is the Oregon Transportation Commission meeting. I wanted to welcome everybody. We are privileged to be in Region 5 today, and for some people that aren't aware of where Region 5 is, it's the really important part of the state on the other side of the Cascades. And we have been really privileged to be able to meet up with the employees from ODOT who work in this area, and also to look at a lot of the road projects that have been happening. So we thank them for hosting us here, and we are in Ontario, Oregon. So at this point, I believe that's all of my welcoming. And we'll move on to the first agenda item, which is public comment. I do have a list here. Okay, they're all here. So the first one, Sarah, and I'm not going to butcher your last name, Sarah, I'm sorry. We don't see her yet. Is she there? One moment. Okay. There's Sarah. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and don't worry about it. Everybody calls me Sarah. All those vowels in that last name. It's Ianna. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the executive director of the Street Trust. It's good to see you all this morning. Thanks for making your way around the state to hear everyone's concerns. It's really important, and we're grateful for the time you spend traveling. We had a busy weekend here at the Street Trust. We launched over the weekend, had the ribbon cutting for our Ride to Own program funded by the PGE Drive Change Fund, where we're providing across the Portland metro region 75 e-bikes at no cost to community members who would otherwise not have access. And we're supporting them across the year with education and support. And then we're tracking the data in partnership with the University of Colorado. And we'll report back to you on how that program goes. One of the things that happened there is we had over 400 applications for just 75 spots. And so there's pent-up demand for this e-micromobility. And one of the things we're noticing is the lack of safe infrastructure upon which to get these folks riding. So I wanted to highlight that. And use it as a segue into what I want to talk about today, which is the Urban Mobility Strategy Finance Plan, which you're going to be discussing. I want you to recall, if you will, the testimony we provided to you back in November, which highlighted the dire need for you to prioritize development of a statewide investment strategy for safe, great streets for all Oregonians, so that we could coordinate partnerships and leverage opportunities to transform our state's most dangerous roadways into accessible community main streets, which promote local economic prosperity and community mobility. We at the Street Trust have championed the Great Streets pilot since day dot, which is why after being engaged by ODOT leadership last fall, we sat before you and fully supported the proposal to direct $70 million in STIP funding to the Great Streets program. Our community was happy to be engaged by ODOT on that during the IIJA process and subsequent discussions. So you can imagine our surprise when we reviewed the UMS finance plan, which proposes backfilling the hole left by the indefinite pause on tolling by redirecting precious STIP allocations from critical needs such as fix-it and multimodal programs on roadways across the state. And I'll point you towards pages 6 and 7 of that, where you can read funding could be drawn from public and active transportation resources, including Great Streets, Safe Routes to School, Bike Ped, Innovative Mobility Pilot, and transit funding, as well as from ADA funding. And I do need to be quite clear here. The Street Trust does not support cutting public and active transportation investments programmed via the STIP to build highway projects that are supposed to be funded by tolling. And while we've been engaged around decisions via the IIJA and BIL spending, we're very happy to continue being engaged, but we really were not engaged in this scenario development and so can't support it. Also, we need to recall the work that went into the development of the Oregon Transportation Plan update and the subsequent strategic action plan, in which we're really thinking about how, as a state, we are going to transition off the gas tax, transition off a fossil fuel economy, and make multimodal options more accessible for people across our state. My time's up, so I'll let you go. I know you have a lot of testimony, but please don't be penny wise, pound foolish in this case. Please invest in equity and resiliency between and within communities, like our lives depend on it, because they do. Thanks for hearing us. We're looking forward to engaging with you across the state this summer in the 2025 Transportation Package Roadshow, and we welcome you to the Oregon Active Transportation Summit in Portland this June. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your comments, Sarah. We really appreciate them. Our next person signed up is Mr. Courtwright.
Thank you. And for the record, Joe Courtwright. I am the director of City Observatory, and I too would like to weigh in on the Urban Mobility Finance Plan. Just make a couple of points. First of all, I think it should be clear now that ODOT does not have a revenue problem. ODOT has a spending problem. A year ago, I testified to the Ways and Means Committee on the ODOT budget and called out the problem with three huge projects that are essentially consuming the ODOT budget. The IBR project, which had increased from 50% to $7.5 billion, the Abernathy Bridge at that point, which had had a 100% increase in cost to $500 million, and the Rose Quarter project, which at that point had tripled to $1.5 billion. Unfortunately, now I have to go back and correct that testimony because all those numbers are wrong. Because in just the last year, all of those cost estimates have gone up. The Rose Quarter is now going to cost $1.9 billion and likely will go higher. As you know from today's agenda, the cost of the Abernathy project has now increased a further 50% since bids were let to $750 million. That's triple the original price. And IBR has signaled that it will have new cost estimates in just a couple of months, which are likely to add $1 billion or $2 billion more to the cost of that project. As it turns out, the financial estimates that you were given on which to make decisions simply aren't valid. And they're not a useful basis. And that should give you pause as you look at this finance document because you haven't been able to rely on those numbers in the past. You can't rely on them going forward. What ODOT has is a fundamental management problem. It consistently underestimates the costs of projects. And this is not a new problem. It's not related to a small increase, relatively small increase in inflation in construction. Every major project that ODOT has had in the last 20 years has gone 2 or 3 times over budget, from Pioneer Mountain to Newburgh-Dundee to the Grand Avenue Viaduct and others. And frighteningly, there have been no changes in management practice, no acknowledgement that this is a problem, and no correction. So going forward, as you encounter these projects, we simply have more and more cost overruns. And going forward, we know the risks are larger. The Abernathy project that you're looking at today is a walk in the park compared to the complexity of the IBR project and the Rose Quarter project, which call for rebuilding active roads that will continue to be used, not just adding a couple of lanes to one structure. And this has all been amplified by your staff's willingness to blunder forward and recklessly commit to starting projects before valid cost estimates are in place and before all the financing is in place. With Abernathy, you essentially borrowed the money to get that project started. And now that you have that obligation, you don't have any choices. These projects are so expensive because they're oversized, and the solutions that you're proposing make the problem worse. They transfer the problem, the costs, to everyone in the state in a way that's fundamentally unfair. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. Next person on the list is Richard Pinkerton. Did we lose them?
Saying that he's here.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, my name is Richard Pinkerton. I'm the Vice President of the United Pilot Car Safety Alliance. I'm a pilot escort vehicle operator certified, TIM certified, FEMA certified, ICS certified. And I want to talk to you about the issues on your highways concerning oversized loads. The issues of the oversized load movements are not a company-specific problem. They are an industry problem. They're not an Oregon problem. They're not a commuter problem. They are an industry problem. It's not the trucks or the truck drivers. It rests on the shoulders of the pilots, the escort vehicles. They control the load, the speed, the turning, the traffic, everything. The pilots in Oregon are not required to be certified. There is a certification program that costs the state $0 to implement. It costs taxpayers $0 The state $0, ODOT $0, costs you guys nothing to implement this. Now, this is a pilot escort issue because essentially every oversized load is a 500-foot work zone, traveling between 5 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour for hundreds of miles through multiple jurisdictions. Without proper pilot escort training and certification through a pilot escort vehicle operator class and TIMS, Traffic Incident Management System, certification, your community is forced to navigate a 500-foot long by 20-foot wide bullet weighing 300,000 pounds traveling through your roadways. Those dimensions are an active work zone area. I'm here to urge you all to petition ODOT, your OTC, your state lawmakers to mandate pilot certification. Pilots traveling through Oregon need to be PIVO and TIM certified to ensure safer oversized load movement. Okay. My email address is sgt.pinkerton@gmail.com if anybody wants any more information. But let's not spend money on this. We don't need to. You guys don't need to. Nobody needs to. This can be taken care of by the pilot industry. I believe there might, does anybody have any questions?
I don't believe we do. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right. Have a good day.
You too.
And the last person that has signed up for testimony today is Mr. Paul. And if you'd like to come up.
Hoping this is on.
I believe, is it?
Might be a button at the bottom on the base, maybe?
That,
Which? There you go. There's a
Yeah.
green light now, so.
good morning.
Chairman Brown, Commissioners, I'm Richard Paul. I go by the professional name of Rick Paul. I am a member of SEAC, but I'm not representing SEAC today. They have their own representation here. I am representing Harney County, and there's 4 items of which people in the area asked me to comment on. I am at somewhat more liberty than most people are because I'm a private citizen. I'm not an elected official, so I don't have to be politically correct. I am not a member of city council. I am not anywhere that I have to be elected, so I can say what I want. The 4 areas are basically 2, safety being the major issue. I live above Highway 20. Some of you and your staff were guests at the restaurant just below my home yesterday. I could have waved at them. But I see a lot of things go on our highway. My grandson also required occupational therapy for 2.5 years in Bend. So every Friday I drove the road. I know it very well. I can tell you by mileposts, because that's the way I learn things, what goes on that road. I'm sure you guys were aware of the video that was taken last month of a SUV that was passing a 18-wheeler semi and met another semi. The SUV driver did not stop and pull back in. He continued on. And the 2 truckers prevented a wreck by pulling over the sides of the road. The guy got on. It was in Harney County, so the section is probably about milepost 100 to milepost 90 in that area. It's not a safe passing area, but it is a straight area. It's 14 miles of straight highway along there. It was very dangerous. Anybody that sees it, its heart can stop very easily. I was in a similar situation, except I was in the evening, milepost 69, coming east. I came up with that little rise and met 4 sets of headlights. They were all in large vehicles. We pulled clear over to the side, was able to miss both of the white posts and get on. Mother would have been upset because my underwear was no longer clean. But it is a very frightening road to drive. And it appears that there is sufficient right-of-ways, if we go along the fence lines, to put in passing lanes. And I would urge you to put in at least 3 passing lanes, one in each of the 3 counties, Deschutes Lake and Kearney, that make up that road. It is dangerous, it's narrow. The truckers all tell me they feel like the lanes themselves are minimum. The white area or the shoulder after the white area is very minimal. And then it's a steep incline so that you've got space to put the snow during the winter time. So I urge you to look at that very closely. The second item in the area of concern is federally House Resolution 3372, which is an experiment, quote unquote, to have longer trucks and heavier trucks. So that you would have 48 and 50 to move to 52 feet or 53 feet long,
53.
and the tops go from 27 to 32. Again, for us, it's a safety issue. The roads are not designed for it, and they should not be used for it. And Harney County itself is opposing it and is writing letters to the 2 senators and our representatives to oppose it. Thirdly is the combination of the 27-foot trailers being 3 in a row. UPS is one that is what I consider a violator of that one frequently. Probably 4 of those go through Hines and Burns on a monthly basis. Maybe not quite 1 a week, but very close. There are other trucking companies that try it as well. I've hung around the Oregon legislature for a number of years, since 1969, and I recall when that was passed, the regulation was that they were allowed only on the interstates, not on 2-lane highways, and I'm wondering why they are now. They're not overweight, they're not over height, so I see no particular reason why they would be coming through Burns and Hines. It is an issue, again, for safety. You cannot pass them well or anything else. The fourth one is a medical issue for us. Our hospital is a class 4 hospital out of 5. So it basically does very minimal surgeries and has mostly the operations to stabilize and transport. So my cancer patients, my dialysis patients, all are basically bend oriented. We can do some dialysis in Burns, but not complex. And up comes then Brothers Oasis. It's 40 miles from Bend. You've been through infusions and or dialysis. It's a spot to stop, to move around, and in some cases use the facilities. As I say, I was there many times in the last 2.5 years. One time at 3 o'clock, the garages were all full, was blowing around. All 4 of the facilities, because I asked, did not have toilet paper. They did not have hand sanitizers. And you've got somebody coming from a chemical infusion who is waiting for infections to occur, having to use those. The floors were slick, not knowing for sure what was on them for liquid, but I can make a wild guess. It is something that I feel really needs to be addressed. You tore down a perfectly good building and put in Forest Service pit stops. It's the longest continuous highway in the United States and an Oregon Medal of Honor highway. And we have two situations there, pit toilets. You have one small rest stop of it, it's called Mary's, and you have the only decent one, Sage Inn. I urge you to look for medical reasons, if no other reason, for the brothers of ACES to have a change in the building and in the cleanliness of it. Before it was good, now it's not. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
That was good testimony.
It was. Okay, so at this point, we're going to move on to our director's report and the consent agenda, which is item C. Good morning, Director.
Good morning. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Okay. Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission, for the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. I have a few items for you this morning, but I wanted to start with an appreciation. There are a few of us that unfortunately had to be remote because of other circumstances. I want to thank you for the ability to do that. And in addition to that, I want to thank Region 5 for hosting the commission and providing the tour and all of the information and the connection to our maintenance staff. They really are working hard in some pretty difficult times, and I want to appreciate all the work that's been going on all across the state, especially those that are hosting the commission as we travel around to learn what everybody is working on. A few other items that I have involve DMV, and then a Region 4 manager update, and then in a moment, I want to yield some time to Ms. Kelly Brooks so she can provide you an update on some current information regarding joint committee tour from the Legislative Joint Committee. So starting first with DMV, on Monday, April 22nd, around 8 a.m., DMV began hearing from staff that our photo capture station systems in the field offices wouldn't allow us to log on, resulting in an inability to process driver license and ID card transactions. It was quickly escalated and became a statewide high severity outage and priority that required us to bring in large ODOT-IS and DAS-IS team to really help address the issue. The team worked really hard to continue trying to assess and rectify the issue from Monday through Wednesday, day and night, checking the entire system to really assess the issue and find out what might be happening on the vendor side. Once the issue was identified, a partial fix was put in place, enabling us to resume issuing credentials to customers at about 2:15 on Wednesday. And then on Thursday morning, the team was verifying systems were up and working properly before business hours. The team continued to advance that work in the following days and through the weekend to ensure stability of the system. And as a follow-up, us, as well as our vendor, are continuing to look at an after action to really assess how it happened and then how to avoid it happening in the future. A lot of ODOT staff, DMV, ODOT ISB, which is our IT group, put in a big work effort to achieve the goal of getting Oregonians service just as quickly as possible. The next item is our Region 4 manager hire. So in April, we hired Tiffany Johnson as the new Region 4 manager. As the commission is well aware, Region 4 covers all of Central Oregon from the Washington to the California border. Ms. Johnson's recently served as the Regional Director of Operations at Amazon and owning responsibility of strategic leadership of end-to-end fulfillment center operations and impacting the work of over 19,000 employees across multiple states. Ms. Johnson brings to ODOT a strong leadership acumen, significant experience managing operations, and a demonstrated ability to work towards shared solutions. She officially joins us on May 28th, and we look forward to supporting her in every way possible as the talented Region 4 team will continue to build on the successful partnerships with her in the lead. As you all know, region manager positions are critical leadership positions within ODOT, and we are ecstatic to have Ms. Johnson join our team later on this month. At this point, I'd like to yield time before I go into the consent calendar to Kelly Brooks, and provide her an opportunity to give you a quick update regarding recent activities in preparation for joint committee tour around the state.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning, Chair Brown and members of the commission. I'm so sorry that I'm not there with you in person today, and I hope that you have that yesterday was successful and that you enjoy your time out in Eastern Oregon today. I just wanted to give you a quick update. I know that many of you know that the Joint Committee has been working through an outreach plan to prepare for 2025 transportation package work. And as a part of that, for many months, the governor and the presiding officers has been checking in and talking about the importance of addressing transportation in 2025, and to help make sure that both the governor's office and the presiding officers provide united support for this effort and consolidated direction. The Senate president and the speaker and the governor sent a letter to the Joint Committee on May 6th that says, go forth. We see the need for transportation funding package. We want you to focus on maintenance and safety and really engage directly with the community on their needs. And this will combine with a schedule, which you may or may not have yet, that comes from the Joint Committee itself, which outlines the tour stops around the state that'll happen between June and September. So it feels sort of the beginning of kind of the more concerted outreach around transportation funding in 2025. I'm excited to be here, and I feel good about the fact that we could provide sort of a joint statement of support across the leadership between the legislature and the governor's office to help support that work as they move out into the communities. So I don't think you have the letter yet. Shouldn't be any surprises to you about the contents of that letter. Another key message within it is the need to really fulfill our commitments and focus on some of the unfunded work that we have to complete from 2017, which I know is a big topic of today's conversation as well. So with that, that was all I wanted to just make sure you knew this was out there in the world. And if you have any questions after you review it, please feel free to reach out anytime.
Do we have any questions or comments for Ms. Brooke since we have her on the line? None? Thank you, Kelly.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the commission, the one thing that I would add is Ms. Brooks just mentioned the tour and the dates. They will be occurring between early June and the end of September, so about 13 stops in a short window of time, and we stand ready to help support that work as we go forward. So, Madam Chair, members of the commission, at this point, if you are comfortable, I'd like to request a motion for approval of the consent items in block, items 1 through 6.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Not seeing any hands raised. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Director. Okay. Any other comments for us before we move to the next agenda item? All right. We're just moving right along. I'm keeping us way in front of our time right now. So, okay, we're going to do committee updates this point, and we're on item D. So maybe we'll start on one side of the dice and move on down. How does that sound?
Sounds
so
good.
Commissioner Baker, I'm going to let you go first.
Okay. First on the TIC, or the Travel Information Council, we're in search of a new executive director who resigned effective early May. So it's occupying a fair amount of time, and we expect to have that new executive director appointed within 90 days. We've got a interim director that looks like we'll have somebody very qualified to be able to step in and handle things in the interim. So I'm not expecting to see disruption on the TIC, but changes at the top. The Region 1 Act, we have a new chairman, Paul Savas, County Commissioner in Clackamas County. He's replacing Commissioner Roy Rogers, who I'd just like to make a tip of the hat. He's been an excellent leader of the Region 1 Act and very skilled in bringing together that group. And I really appreciate his service directing that. So thank you. The NEACT, again, it's nice to be here in Region 5, 2 weeks in a row. I spent a couple of days out in the Northeast last week, plus the NEACT meeting. Once again, it just shows that if you want to find the truth, go local. And, you know, it's very nice to be able to participate with that NEACT. We actually spent some time looking at the Connect Oregon projects that are being proposed for Region 5. And once again, it just emphasizes, you know, there's no such thing as a trivial $1 million. And, you know, where we need pieces of money that can really do some outstanding work, it's good to have that connection with the NEACT. And I'm just going to pass the road user fee task force to Vice Chair Beyer, who's the chairman of the committee.
And the one thing I know, Mr. Paul gave us testimony this morning, one of the things that to make you aware that ODOT isn't responsible for rest areas anymore, and the TIC, or the Travel Information Council, is actually the group that oversees all of the rest stops. So this is our person that is the liaison. So now maybe you can connect with Mr. Paul at some point and with his concerns about the rest stops.
Yes, we actually had a chance to talk last evening, and
great.
And I'll follow up with him.
All right, great. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. The Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, CIAC, continues to meet regularly. We have a meeting next week, and we are still looking for an additional committee member, and hopefully we can round out our group soon. And we are reviewing issues of strategic importance and operational importance to the agency. And we have a great group and things are going well.
Great. Thank you for, again, I mean, I thank all of our commissioners, because our plates are full. It sounds like, actually, Commissioner Baker, we're loading you up pretty heavy. We're glad
He's a newbie. We have
that's
to do
right.
that.
You know, we just have to give you all the work. So I'll report out with the ACT chairs recently met, and we started work on the highway plan. So they started their first piece of that to really look at that and give input back to ODOT, which was really nice. In addition to that, we kind of talked again to them about their work plans that they've come up with and that they have submitted to the commission. And I think that one of the things that we're seeing at the local level from all the chairs that attended that meeting, and I know that Vice Chair was with me, was that everyone is concerned about what is happening in our community with the ability to be able to deliver projects, to be able to really preserve what we've got. And there's really clear understanding at what the need is. And I think that they're not shy about sharing with us what they feel as though is the direction that the commission needs to take. So more to come, but that just recently, we just started to break that work on the highway plan. And I don't know if you, Vice Chair, would like to add anything to that and then maybe talk about what you're doing.
All right, sure. Thank you. Well, I would just add that a lot of discussion among at that meeting and interest in what the legislature is going to do. And I don't know if I use the word excitement, but very strong interest in participating in that process, as many of them did in 2016. So I'm very interested to see how that works out. And I think the success of the legislative tour will be, frankly, largely dependent on the work that the acts do to help, get their message and information and educational material in front of the legislature. So that's good. just tag onto that, my two acts are very interested in that. It's a major issue of discussion for them as they go forward with that. Beyond that, we have had a meeting, I think it's since I started chairing it, the third meeting of the road users. We had a pretty much a 4-hour meeting where we met and went through a lot of the options. Staff did an excellent job of describing all of those, and we're going to meet again in the near future. There's an understanding that to be of any use, that report or recommendation that they'll make to the full commission and to the legislature needs to be done before early fall. So we'll see how that goes. A lot of exploration of some of the details, everything from fees charged on electric charging stations to alternative fuels and such things. So it's really an interesting discussion. It's not something that I haven't heard a few other times in my career, but it's good discussion. And I think there's a real sense that, I think there's a sense among the group, and it's a good group, that there needs to be a road user fee, that we need to move off of sole reliance on the fuels tax to get there. So that's that one. The other one I would talk about is we've had the second meeting of the bi-state tolling committee, and we're moving forward on that, recognizing the timing of needing to get something to the full commissions for action before the end of the year. So with that, I think that's it, if there are any questions.
No, and that kind of segued right into Commissioner Chapman.
Beautifully. I wanted to congratulate the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee on the Rosa Parks Diversity Award that they received from WTS last month. And reiterate how important the work that they've done is to the ongoing discussions that Vice Chair Byer and I are having with our partners in Washington on the tolling program for the Interstate Bridge Replacement Project. I also wanted to thank all of the members of the Historic Albina Advisory Board and Albina Vision Trust for helping us host our federal DOT partners last week to celebrate the Connecting Communities grant that we received for the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project. And the Connecting Communities Award, I just wanted to note, was the largest award in the country. So kudos to HAB and ABT and all of our staff that were involved in that. And we have more discussions about that coming up, but I did just want to thank our federal DOT partners again for all of their support and recognition for how important and timely that project is.
And I want to thank each one of the commissioners because I know that you are dedicated to the time that you're spending on this, and it is a lot of work. And they work side by side with all of the ODOT staff. And we thank the staff because they don't get thanks very often for the hard work they're doing either. So lots of things going on, and we'll try to keep you updated as we continue on with our committee work. So at this point, we're going to move on to item E on the agenda, and it's our agenda planning look ahead. I think Lindsay?
Morning, Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker with the commission. So I'm here just to do our sort of standing agenda item, which is to review and discuss and perhaps populate additional items on our agenda planning calendar. So as a quick reminder, this is really intended to be sort of a snapshot in time and forecasting ahead what's going to come before the commission. Noting with particular emphasis places that are going to come before the commission multiple times, perhaps as a discussion and then as a decision in the future, to again kind of map that out and make sure that you all are prepared and can make really informed decision and provide an informed direction. So a couple of things I'll note that has changed since the March commission meeting last month. Recall that when we were in Medford in March, that was right on, I think it was sort of within 48 hours on the heels of the governor's direction around tolling. And so this now reflects some changes in the commission's decisions around tolling as it relates to RMPP, as it related to 205, and as it relates to I-5 Bridge. So you'll see some of that decision, those decision points, I think, honestly, fewer over the coming months and years. So that's one. The next thing I might offer is last time we had a discussion, a brief one, albeit, I think Commissioner Smith, this was at your request of putting some intentional pieces around conversation on 2025 transportation funding package. So I've put a couple of items on here, I believe in June, and then again in, I think, September or October. To come and provide an update for how the Joint Committee on Transportation's roadshow is going, and really a description of how the agency is supporting that work, how those conversations are unfolding across the state, et cetera. And so that would be sort of at the beginning and then towards the end of that kind of roadshow over June, July, August, and into September. And then maybe the last piece I would note particularly is next month in June, we have a sort of placeholder agenda item for a workshop. I think as we discussed sometimes, we have typically done a either annual or maybe a twice a year workshop with the commission where to give you all the opportunity to kind of dig in deeper to any topic and really have conversation discussion among you all, and certainly with our staff. And so that is really again slated as a tentative in June, but I think the conversation, the question to you all is, one, would you like to keep that? And two, are there specific topics that might be ripe for discussion? I think you have some that come to mind for me that we can recommend, but I think whether there are specific ideas that you all would like to, again, just kind of dig deeper into. So again, those are just the highlights of what has changed since last week in March. I think the questions on the table are one, does this tool, is it still meeting your need and is it a helpful tool to kind of see and forecast work ahead? And if not, are there things that we should change? And then the second question is particularly for a June potential workshop, are there ideas that you all would like to see and topics that you would like to discuss? With that, I will pause and see if there's any questions or feedback on that.
So, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very helpful.
Good.
This is, it really allows us to think ahead and consider topics as we go through the year. And I really appreciate this work. As far as the workshop, the thing that's the top of my mind is the 2025 legislative session. So to me, that would be ripe for, understanding kind of where we are planning wise and, how we can support the efforts and really a little deeper dive into what's realistic. That would be my thought, one option.
Okay. Vice Chair? No, you just go ahead.
I think it's very helpful.
Great.
And thinking about it, thinking about the decisions that I know we're going to be talking later in the agenda on today, I'm kind of wondering about that June, or excuse me, I guess it's the July and August meeting there. One, I want to make sure that meeting we have enough space that we have to discuss the issues that it might come before us at that meeting there. I'm concerned about that. And I guess there's a question about whether we want to think about how the October and July meeting, how those things push together in terms of having enough time to actually have that discussion. And the other thing, and I guess the other thing, I'm gonna ask the chair on this. You had mentioned that you may not be available because of a conflict at the June meeting. Is it possible maybe to think about moving that date a little bit for the workshop? Because I think that's a really important workshop, and I'd be my preference to have all five of us at that.
So if the workshop is on the 12th, and there's a virtual, I can attend that workshop. What I can't attend is the actual meeting on the 13th because I'm flying that day. So if we did do the workshop, I could attend that if there's a virtual option for me. But I'm open. I can tell you that my June calendar is terrible.
So you're not very open to moving
I am
anything.
not open really to moving a whole lot, just because it would have to go like to the end of June. With the last week of June is the only other opening I have in my calendar at this point. So, but whatever the commission, would like, I will try to make work for everyone. I think that it's difficult because we're dealing with staff's schedules and all the other things that are happening, tour, the joint transportation tour is happening. There's some conferences that are happening the first week of June. That, like Sarah talked about, the active transportation, where I think there's a lot of people participating. I know that Commissioner Chapman was going to attend that on our behalf. And so, you know, it's just difficult. Time is just difficult. So I don't want to move around for my sake, other than if there is a virtual on the 12th, I can attend.
It's not your sake I was worried about, it's our collective sake.
Yes. Rudderless.
Oh, you would be fine.
Is the last week of June problematic?
So I guess I would offer a couple thoughts. I think it depends upon the content. So as an example, if you were to have a workshop in June, and we can even sort of say it's separate and distinct from the formal business meeting of the commission, right? You can have it be separate if that's what you wanted. If it was the latter part of June, I would want to make sure that that is after the Joint Committee on Transportation will have done, I believe, 4 roadshows at that time of their 12 total. And so I'd want to make sure that like the sequencing and the timing, frankly, of it is conducive to getting, when you give us direction on how we present the materials, that type of thing, that we're doing that before we're in the thick of it, as it were. And so that is why it's been proposed as sort of the early June part and not the later June or early July. So, but again, all of those are sort of logistical pieces. I think if what I'm hearing correctly is that one is a desire from the commission to have a workshop. 2, one of the workshop items would be that collective conversation about what the agency and the commission is doing as it relates to the Joint Committee's roadshow. And we can take that back and figure out dates, timing, that type of thing. But if that's the direction, we can certainly make that happen.
When is the first roadshow?
June 4th.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Reading.
You know, in light of additional expenses on Abernathy, and in light of losing our funding mechanism relative to tolling, it's really making our near-term and long-term capital investments change. And I think it would be very helpful for me to spend some time deliberating how we deal with both of these issues, because it means a lot of change. Could require delay in some things that we think are quite important. But I think it would be very helpful for us to be able to have a couple of hours of conversation about options.
And I agree with you. I think that for this commission, we have some really big decisions in front of us. And we don't meet or talk to each other other than in a workshop setting or in these meetings. And so we're all sitting there with our own ideas, trying to really figure this out. And I think that the workshop is an opportunity for us to share our ideas with each other, to do some brainstorming really, and try to look at what our options are. And then give direction for the staff to go back and try to figure out if those options are even viable. I mean, that's the other piece of it, is we can give you all kinds of solutions that, but I think collectively as a group, we need to be able to give you some direction so that you can figure out and give you enough time to figure those out and see if they are a workable solution to our funding problem. So with that said.
My comment, I guess, I want to be real clear. I think probably our highest priority right now, managing, is making sure that we don't get in the way of the legislative work that needs to be done, because that's going to be really key to a lot of the other decisions we're going to be talking about today. So we want to do that, but I would feel comfortable if staff would take a look at if there's a way to get the 5 of us together in the room in Salem to have that workshop.
Certainly.
And if not, we'll do it with you virtual. But we need to have the workshop.
But we also I don't think we should move our June meeting, because I believe, do we have to make some decisions on that that have to be made before the end of June?
Chair Brown, there are decisional points in the June agenda, the business one, and that's why I mentioned, I think it's possible, certainly, and again, we will look at calendars, logistics, that piece, but there is no requirement that a workshop be the same time as the business meeting of the commission. And so we could have a conversation about what a more workshoppy work session meeting might look like, and then have a business, the decisional pieces subsequent or separate.
Yes, Commissioner
And I'm
Smith.
fine with that. I think for me, the challenge would be, I probably can't do two actual, in-person meetings in June and close together. So one I would have to probably do virtually, which is fine.
So thank you for that, Chair. I hear that direction very clearly, and so we will put some options and maybe recommendation together for what that timing could look like.
Okay, hold on one moment. So,
Yeah, the current meetings on the 12th and the 13th are fine for me. I can be flexible if we need to add another workshop.
okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We'll be back soon, and thank you for the feedback. And I must say, I'm really glad this is a useful tool. It's quite amount of time and intention that we put into making this and refining it over time. So I'm glad that it's meeting the mark for all of you, and we are always welcome additional feedback on that.
Thank you so much. Okay, moving right ahead, a little bit ahead of time here. And now we are on item F. Good morning, gentlemen.
Right, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, I'm the Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. And introduce yourself.
Good morning, Macklin, Building Operations Division Administrator.
Given the weather-weighty decision topics on the table, we will try to be very brief and run through this quickly. Time for any feedback or questions. So if you'll go to the next slide. One of the, I love it. One of the monthly things we report to you is our budgetary performance. Given that we as an agency have taken cuts in our budgets, it's very important to make sure that we're staying within expenditure limitations set. We call our operating budget. It's a little bit lower than what the legislature actually approved, but we, given our limited resources, we'll talk about cash flow later. Important to stay within those limits. What you can see under this tool is we're 37.5% of the way through the biennium. And all of our divisions and various budgetary areas are spending at or below their linear trend line. Now, of course, not all spending is linear, but as we look at our projections, we believe we will be able to stay under the limitations that we have set for ourselves, particularly thanks to some of the budgetary adjustments that were made by the legislature. Even some of the areas like the finance budget, administrative services that are spending a little on the higher side, it's in part because we have some big bills that come due at the beginning of biennium and then are sort of slowly paid off over the course of the biennium in that sense, in our track. So that's good news. Not so great news is our revenue forecast continues to deteriorate. We do a biennial revenue forecast in April and in October. And so our latest April revenue forecast, as you can see, is down. 10-year period that's down about $340 million, about 2% in a single revenue forecast, which is a pretty rapid deterioration. That's mainly due to reduced projections of fuels tax revenue, which are down close to $200 million over that time period, but also DMV and Commerce Compliance Division revenue from heavy trucks are down as well. And we also did a backward comparison, comparing our last pre-pandemic revenue forecast in October of 2019 to the actual revenue that came in over the last 4 years. Unfortunately, that was down $250 million. So you see $250 million that we've already lost, another $340 million that is future projected revenue down from the previous projection. And it indicates that we are still having significant revenue challenges that are not abating at this point. I'm not going to spend any time really talking about DMV, as you have Ms. Joyce here to give you an update on the great work that they are doing. But I will just say that if you look in the packet, the report, you'll see that DMV metrics across a wide range of areas are doing quite well. The latest area that we have added, thanks to our new lobby management system, which is working very effectively, is we now have good data on the field office wait times. And Amy, I think, will talk a little bit more about this at a later date. But we are excited about some of these technological improvements that are helping us serve our customers better at DMV.
So wanted to highlight a couple items for the commission. Certainly we talked more about the supplemental one-time infusion of funding that the legislature approved. Happy to report that Governor Kotek signed both of those bills last month. Put us, I think, well in position to implement those additional funds and increase our services. So I want to take both of those separately here. So the first was a $19 million infusion for operations and maintenance. We affected our operations last fall, anticipating this funding increase. On the tour yesterday, you certainly heard some of those positive impacts of this additional funding, especially through winter last year. I will highlight pavement patching dollars. So certainly a lot of discussion yesterday around the condition of some of our facilities, roadways. That additional funding will allow our this summer to do some additional patching work that they wouldn't have otherwise had the funding to do. Fog line retracement, so low volume highways, that's 55% of our highways across the state. We had put on the decision to remove that striping of the white fog line as part of our budget reduction efforts. This infusion of additional funding is allowing us to add those white lines back, the fog lines back. As we are approaching nicer weather across the state, certainly crews are out there doing that work, and we'll be doing that over the summer. Finally, we talked a lot about buying 10 additional 10-yard snow plows, the workhorse of our fleet. Happy to report the first one has rolled off the assembly line with additional funding. That's the picture on the right at the yard being prepped to add the snow plow, to add the additional features that we need. So really in action, our efforts to utilize that additional funding and have a significant service increase for us. To Mr. Brower's comment at the beginning around our expenditure of funds, you saw maintenance and operations at 91% or so. That is a concern for us. How are we managing our costs through the rest of this biennium? And it's certainly something we're watching very closely in this infusion of 19 million is a significant help in managing that. The other additional funding we received is the 20 million for improving the felt safety in the Portland metro area, coming out of the governor's task force focused on that work. That bill was signed last month as well, and we have the contracts ready and in place to execute additional cleanup efforts really the next day. So I'm really appreciative of our team in the Region 1 group, as well as our contracts and procurement team to help make sure we're ready to do that. So camp cleanup performed through the city of Portland, IGA, so we were able to immediately affect and increase their efforts to clean up along ODOT facilities and right-of-way. Graffiti and litter were primary focuses of this additional funding, and additional contract services brought on board to start that work. Graffiti really got going rapidly in terms of painting over the sections of highway, as you can see in the picture there before and after. Litter is well underway in improving that cleanup effort, primarily on the major freeway route in the Portland metro area. And the other significant investment is how do we prevent access to some of these sites that not only have damage to our facilities, but also keep people out of places that are unsafe. So we have a handful of areas that we will be making improvements to prevent access. We've already started making some of those improvements, and we'll do that over the course of this summer and into the fall as the weather allows us. So really putting into motion those efforts. Finally, on graffiti, lots of discussion in past commission meetings about this. Really, our effort is staying on top of this with this additional funding. How are we showing through our contractors who are on top of it and doing the cleanup? And continuing to work with our law enforcement partners to share data and information so that they can prosecute those individuals. And I think that that relationship with the City of Portland Police Department is certainly improving, and our operational sharing of information, I think, is going to help into the future. So a lot of effort in this space for sure.
Real quick, yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
One, I really appreciate the work that your maintenance staff is doing. But I travel I-5 a lot, from the Eugene, Springfield area up north, and I'm just amazed at how much damage was done in the winter season this year. I mean, we have a lot of chunks out of it, and a lot of damage, clear weather damage there. And driving over 84 this last night, I appreciate the trouble in the mountains and all that. It's discouraging to see some of that, but I know it's something you're keeping up on. Even some of the pavement that we looked at last summer, a lot of winter damage on that. And I suspect that that's replicated in other roads in the state that I haven't seen. So that's a concern. I think people don't appreciate how much it takes to keep the roads usable and safe. The other one, I really appreciate you putting the white lines back. We talk a lot, I have talked a lot the last few months about safety. I think those white lines are incredibly a big safety requirement to do that. I mean, driving myself, you get to some of the turnoffs, even off the freeways, and if the white lines aren't there, it's hard to find them. Quite frankly, at nighttime when it's raining, those are really important safety measures.
Yeah, Commission Vice Chair, I appreciate those comments. Certainly our main district are challenged with, we're not able to give them the resources to keep the system in a state of good repair. Certainly that's a big push in the 2025 funding conversation as well. So I appreciate those comments. Interesting enough, yesterday, drove by a striping operation on the freeway. So yeah, certainly as the weather warms up.
Real quick question on the graffiti and the Commissioner. I see here where they've painted over in that one picture. Are we staying ahead of it, or are they just retagging?
Yeah, so Chair, I think that's a great question. I think right now, just my observation is we're seeing our contractor crews out there getting on top of it, but we're really only a few weeks into this kind of enhanced effort. So it's a little early to say how aggressive of an outcome are we seeing, but we're certainly seeing the impact of that additional infusion of funds. We are seeing it painted over, so I think that is still a concern. And I think as we're working this and working with community and the police, staying on top of it, that drive especially over the next few months, I think we're hopeful that continued pressure of painting over it will result in a better outcome. But there's definitely some sites that painted over and the next day they're back again. So,
Commissioner.
Yeah, on that subject of graffiti, one thing that I think would be worthy of mention, we've got some businesses in the Portland area that have really stepped up. They're making contributions alongside of the investment on the part of the state with Columbia and Nike, and I think our working with them now has really provided some good collaboration and good results. So I thank you for working with that combined team, because we're going to have some funding that will come from Portland area businesses to help with this. And to that point, for some period of time, we're going to have the graffiti writers that are going to see the work that we've done as providing a brand new clean palette for them to go do their work on. But talking to the police and talking to members of the graffiti writer community, we know that if we keep on it and keep on it and keep on it, that there's a direct correlation between the number of times that we paint over and their lack of desire to come back to our property. So we should prepare ourselves to be frustrated with regard to cleaning it up and then having to clean it up again and having to clean it up again. But it's the way to tackle this based on all the feedback we're getting. So I know it frustrates your team, Mac, because you go out and work hard and get things cleaned up, and then you turn right around and it's a mess again. But we just need to stay with it and keep encouraging everybody, because I think you're on the right path.
thank you, Chair. Commissioner Baker, I appreciate those remarks. I think we're feeling it change, right? I can feel it, but are we where we want it to be yet? Not yet. So I appreciate your remarks. Last thing on our operational update, I did want to highlight safety. Obviously, you guys are going to spend more time on this topic later today, but I wanted to highlight two things last month and then this month. So last month was our Work Zone Safety Awareness Campaign. That's a national campaign that we certainly participate in. I think it's an interesting challenge is to Commissioner Byer, your comments, just the age of our infrastructure and the lack of investment we're able to make in some areas. We had a bridge joint fail on I-5 near the Fremont Bridge. And so our crews, like you could literally see through the structure. So that's not a good moment. So we had to shut down I-5 to do that emergency repair. And it's a testament to our staff to jump out there and tackle that problem, but also not something we were expecting. So how are we managing not only those challenges, but also doing it safely with our team out there? And obviously that wasn't planned work. So doing that in a safe way, as well as how are we impacting the traveling public since it wasn't planned. So just wanted to acknowledge that. As well as our Work Zone Safety Awareness Campaign, had a great opportunity with Director Strickler to join a number of ODOT staff as well as Washington agencies in a shared campaign around work zone awareness and safety. So kudos to our team. Several maintenance employees were up there speaking on behalf of their experiences and their crew's experiences. And this month is our safety stand down. So in May, we do an internal safety stand down, or really a day to focus our conversation around safety. And as we go through, significant budget challenges, as well as we look at the future of a funding package, certainly we're not going to compromise our employee safety, and it's events like that really focusing on the topic. So just wanted to highlight those things as part of our operational update today. I believe that is the conclusion of our slides for today.
Any other questions while we have them in the hot seat? Okay, you can go back. Thanks. All right, we're at a break. Woohoo. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll just round it off and say we'll be back at 10:20. Okay, thank you. of being late, coming back from our break. So I apologize. We're stuffing donuts and coffee in our face in the other room, so. So we are now on a agenda item G, and it is really our pleasure to hear from our Region 5, make sure I say the right region, I think I did earlier, but the Southeast Act. So thank you first of all, for hosting us yesterday and giving us a really great tour to see some of the projects in your community. And at this point, we'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Chair Brown, Commission, Ken Patterson, Region Manager for ODOT Region 5. Again, want to thank the Commission for coming out and touring some projects of local interest, you know, in the Ontario area and kind of showing what some of the improvements and investments in Ontario have looked like. I'm going to turn this over to some long-term members of our Southeast Area Commission on Transportation and our area manager, Sean Maloney, for an update on our ACT activities here in this act.
Chair Brown and Commission, thank you very much for coming. Welcome to Eastern Oregon, of course. We appreciate you being here. Maybe next slide. I'll go ahead and introduce, we have with us today our SEAC members are Dan Cummings, City Manager for the City of Ontario, and then we have another one of our SEAC members, Mike McLaughlin, to the right over there, who's here from representing us, a SEAC member from Vail. So we greatly appreciate you guys being here. We could maybe just switch to the next slide. But just a little bit about our membership. I mean, of course, the SEAC consists of Grant, Harney, and Malheur counties, the Burns Paiute tribe, and then we have try to have representation for all of our cities and within our counties here at SEAC. A little bit about, you know, Harney County, you know, and Malheur County are our two largest counties in the state geographically speaking. You can see the populations are pretty low. So we have a large area and not necessarily a large population. Next slide, please. Our, you know, geographically, you know, southeast corner of the state, our bordering states are Idaho and Nevada for the SEAC. Our major routes are I-84, US 20, 26, US 95, and US 395. And then we have a large quantity of city and county roads also to maintain. Sparsely populated, you know, our distance to emergency services is pretty far. We have, on some of our roads, I think US 20 and 26, we have some high speed limits set. I think our legislature did that in 2016, bumped our speeds up, so we do have that. Some of our challenges that we have are, we have our snow zones, we have flooding, we have fire, as you know, we have slides. And usually we have emergency projects every year related to one of these items and a lot of closures related. So, next slide, please. And now I'll turn it over to Dan Cummings.
Thank you, Sean. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you yesterday for the nice tour. We had a great time, in my opinion. We got to see some of our roads, and I even recognized that the bus needs shocks, but we got to bounce around a little bit on our roads. So again, thank you. I've been part of the SEAC since 2015, and I'm proud to be part of it. It's a great group of people that really look and work hard trying to spend our tax dollars as wisely as possible. So I'll kind of just hit, I was part of the team that wrote up our 23-25 work plan, and so I just got a few bullet points there. You know, one of them, the preservation of the transportation system. You know, Ontario's kind of the hub, as we call, for Oregon, you know, coming from all the eastern states come through our area to get to the western side of the state. So in our opinion, it's very important to keep our highways up, our rails up, our, transportation system as a whole. And that includes, the gentleman before, rest stops. At one time, there was some talk of shutting down the majority of those. As we get older, we need them more. But even when we're young, when I had my kids and traveling with us, you have to stop. And a lot of people think it's just for safety reasons to go to the bathroom and all that. But if you think about it, as far as you have to drive in our area, you're 35, 40, 50 miles between stops. And rest areas are very important, because if you don't have a place to pull over and rest, get out and walk, you're not a safe driver any longer. Know that to be a fact, and nothing worse than have to just pull over on the side of the road and stand along the side of the road. So anyways, the transportation system is extremely important, as you all know. You have a tough job. Believe me, I'm in kind of a position like you with very little income coming in. How do you do everything you need to do? But it's very important to keep the system up, because again, we're the hub to get there. Plus, we need all the services coming from the west side of the state to keep our our citizens working. Same thing, transportation of goods is extremely important to southeast area. And again, we probably couldn't function as a economy here if we did have a road system to get our products in and out. So again, very, very important. Tourism, same thing. If our roads are so beat up and potholed and unsafe, we're not going to get people wanting to come to Oregon to spend dollars here. So again, that's an important deal. A lot of communities only exist because of tourism. Luckily, we have farming. Risk. We probably live in, I moved here in September of '74, so pushing 50 years ago. My favorite term I use all the time, say, well, you're in Oregon, wait 5 minutes and the weather will change. And that is true for Eastern Oregon. We have all kinds of different weathers. I've been snowed on in July and August, and I'm talking real snowstorms, not just a few speckles. So again, it makes our roads really extremely susceptible to anything. I mean, you saw yesterday pictures of the big slide up at what's the name of it? Jonesboro. Thank you. Again, what a disaster that, and not positive, but I'm going to guess that came from all the wildfires we had. We don't have the vegetation to hold it back. So again, in a split minute, our ODOT crews got out there and got that road open in a couple days. And that's amazing in itself, I'm telling you. And you can imagine the expense it took to do so. You've all heard the term all hands on deck. Well, that costs a lot of money to get all hands on deck and get things moving. So again, not to get too far off in line. Next slide, please. Ongoing projects work with the SEAC, reviewing projects for statewide programs like Connect Oregon, Core, and Arts. As you folks know, our job is to weigh all these things and advise you the best we can on those things. And I want to really say that the NEAC and SEAC work together extremely well. I mean, we all look at the projects and the amount of money we got, and it doesn't matter what area they're in. We all work together and say, where's the best place to put this money? Where's the most safest sales? So again, I praise both the SEAC and NEAC for that. Hopefully we've been providing good input to you folks on recommendations and stuff. And like I say, we all need money. So, that's why I say you have the toughest job, is figuring out where you're going to send that money and to who. So again, hopefully we provide you with that information through it. ODOT, inform ODOT local transportation needs. Again, part of the acts is that, but without ODOT's involvement in that, you know, they're vital to us. And again, I've been in business, in private business. I had an engineering surveying firm here in Ontario for pushing the 50 years. And so my work was the whole Northwest. So I've worked with almost every one of ODOT's regions, Washington, Idaho, and I'm going to tell you right now, Region 5, in my opinion, is the top of the line. We got the best staff, seriously, you know, it just, they're always there to help. Anytime we need help, they're there to step up if they can. So again, I praise them. I know you guys probably know them all, and you praised them yesterday yourself and today, and you recognize what a job they do. So, so again, it's all about receiving the information and stuff from ODOT, so the CACs and the ACs can figure out what's the best way to spend our taxpayers' money, because that's who it is. It's gas tax, and therefore, you know, we all pay towards that. So we're responsible to those people to spend it wisely. So pretty much that's what I have. I do have one thing, if we could ever get it, most are small cities. We used to have that fund exchange program that unfortunately went away, which pretty much stopped smaller communities, save that money up so that we'd have matching funds to be able to go after the funding to do bigger projects. And without that, we're pretty much done getting to do projects. So I'm just throwing that out there. I know you guys have tough jobs, but if that project ever could get funded again, it sure would be a nice fund. So thank you.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Mike McLaughlin, former mayor of Vail, Oregon. I sit on regional solutions, on RDI, Rural Development Initiative, VACRI, and I also sit on a board for Treasure Valley Community College, the budget board right here. We're just about ready to prepare our budget. Something that Dan mentioned briefly was the disasters we've had. Had a disaster on Interstate 84 where we had a big slide, talked, and do want to thank Sean and Ken. You know, they are liaisons for the Southeast area on transportation. They're great people to work with. The second slide we had was on Highway 20, very near Burns, and we had to work with the Burns Paiute tribe. You know, made a great relationship with that tribe going forward. Already had a great relationship, but really, it really shined when we had to remove that debris, and we did it in such a fast manner. And then just interestingly enough, we had one of those big towers that they, you know, for the windmill towers crash on Interstate 84 not too long ago, did some damage on the surface, and we were able to remove that in a very timely manner, having to get a crane sent from Boise, Idaho to, you know, lift that. So, you know, big kudos to our local ODOT guys. I just want to pose a couple of questions to you for you to think about. The first question is, what can the CIAC do to support sustainable funding in the future? And then the follow-up question is, how can we CIAC help you champion rural funding? So that was kind of our two questions to you. And thank you again for being here, guys.
Does anybody want to take on that? I figured you did, Vice Chair. So.
Well, you'll have a real opportunity in terms of stable funding going forward is you're going to have the legislature, the committee visiting Ontario and farther north in Pendleton. And I was involved in that in 2016. And I will tell you that those meetings and what the local communities did to educate the legislators on their tour and show support for the funding was at the core of getting anything done at that time. So I think that's really important. I'd love to see him go on the tour that we did yesterday. Maybe the same bus.
I kept thinking we need liquid springs in that bus. There is a product, but I think to tag on to that, it's important that the local community, when an opportunity comes up, like the commission comes, or again, now the Joint Transportation Committee is going to come, that there's turnout by the local constituents to those legislators. They need to hear what is needed. Although, the idea behind this is that we're going to look at preservation and operation dollars, not ongoing trying to find pet projects to fund, because that isn't the intent of it. Really making them aware of how important the funding that you receive presently is being used in your community, and then also showing that there's a need. So yesterday on the tour was a perfect example of two different projects. One was the roundabout where you have a new project coming in, but also you showed us pavement conditions that were not something that you want to see as anybody on the commission, to see that we have pavement falling apart. And that it hasn't been replaced in, was it 50 years?
51.
So 51?
Yeah.
Oh, I was close, 51 years. That's a long time to maintain something, and it's in pretty good condition. I think also looking at your maintenance facility just recently, or yesterday, and talking to the crews, that facility is 25 years old, and they have kept it in really good shape. I mean, they respect it. They have tried to keep it in a good workable piece of equipment or in a facility. But we also, as ODOT, have to think about the future. Like, how long will that facility really stand? And it's not just here, it's across the state. And we still have to be able to provide a level of operations and maintenance to the public. They expect it from us, and yet we have all these different things that have to do. So what you're doing with your work plan and letting us know what the projects are that are needed are very important to us. So we'll continue that relationship, and we feel that it's important. And I know that Commissioner Baker just gave me, I'd like to say something, because I know that he attends these meetings.
Well, I thought, to this question about funding and resiliency and funding, we in the legislature, I think oftentimes think about concrete, steel, and money. And we don't get right down to the people. So there were two places that we visited yesterday that were particularly impactful to me. One was out in Nissa, where we were looking at the stormwater project. And here we were parked in a neighborhood. Kids were coming home from school. There was all kinds of activity going around. And you can actually talk about a project and see the people walking by. And then you're starting to think about those people in Nissa. Dan, the tour that we took of your sidewalk project was really fascinating to me, because you had pointed out what happens when you put a beautiful sidewalk into a neighborhood, and how the neighborhood all of a sudden takes pride in the neighborhood, and everything gets polished up and nice. So, I mean, those are things that never show up, in a spreadsheet, but they really do show up when you have an opportunity to take somebody, in a bus by hand, on a bike, or whatever, when you're arranging for the tours, and make it real personal to the people. So that's what I would say. I thought those things for me were, really particularly impactful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was very impacted by that as well. I think telling the story, telling the local impact is really important. The other thing that resonated with me yesterday was at the maintenance shop, talking to the crew and finding out from them how few people try to keep the roads open during the winter, and how challenging it is to work 12-hour shifts 24/7 with a crew of 13 or 14, and the time that they spend away from their families to keep the roads open. So, and that's a very compelling story.
It was, and I think one of the things that the manager told us was how many birthdays, how many Christmases, how many holidays they miss so that they can keep the roads open for Oregonians. that are traveling. And we forget all that. We forget that they're sacrificing their personal lives because they believe in what they're doing. They wouldn't be doing it. But it still doesn't, it's a thankless job. So, Commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo all of your comments and especially thinking about the first responders, the staff that are out there, some of the challenges that I know the region's had with recruiting and retaining some of your employees. I know we're having those problems across the agency, but being geographically where you are and with some of the considerations being on the border with Idaho, it's definitely insightful for us to understand some of those challenges. We think about how do we scale up to meet these ongoing demands, especially with the increasingly damaging storms and climate impacts that we're struggling to manage. So appreciate all of that feedback from the staff.
And I think Vice Chair has.
Well, I just thinking about your comment about how can you help this thing, and I think one thing that always is perplexing to me is that most people don't think about transportation and what it means, and it ties together, and they sort of look, well, I get in the car, I'm going to drive. But if you think about it, and it really struck me driving over here Tuesday, I guess it was, the trucks and the travel there. I remember a discussion when I was in the legislature. I was in a store one time, and happened to be a woman recognized me and came up and, and she was commenting, and she said, then, Representative Byer, can't you do something about all these trucks on the interstate? And I went, it struck me as funny. I said, well, let me ask you, what would you like me to do? Everything you have in this store came on a truck. And just kind of perplexed. But I think that education, and if you think about it, Oregon's economy, people don't think about it if they're working in an office or someplace else, but almost everybody's employment is dependent on a truck, and that traffic is important. So that's one thing. And I think your help in educating people about the importance of the road system and is working to their lives is helpful. The other comment that I make to people is, I've become fond of saying that roads are like shoes, they wear out.
You have additional comments or questions for us?
Just one comment. I really appreciate the small city allotment. That's a really big deal to small cities. Even the size of the city that Dan has. We just really appreciate it. I know it's changed just recently, and we've upped it. And I can tell you that when we get one of those, if Ontario or NISA or Vail gets one, we collaborate together to make that project happen in each of the sister cities. So again, we really appreciate that money, and that's the heart of us redoing our city streets. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. And the one thing I have to say to you is you have the Southern Oregon mentality. And one of the things that we've worked on in our region is that we work with our smaller cities and try to get projects going that help each other out. And I think that, a hat tip to you, because you guys have figured it out. A lot of people haven't yet. And so it's always about their own area that they're carrying, their own city or the county, and they don't think about working as partners together. So thank you for doing that. All right, I saw one thing though, when you made the comment about the fund exchange, I saw Travis react behind you. Travis, thank you. So we just wanted to let you know. I saw Travis.
We heard you.
Thank you for bringing that up. You just fixed it.
I just had to ask, right?
That's right. You only had to ask, and your wish was made true. So there you go. All right. Well, thank you again for hosting us, and we've really appreciated the time with you. And you live in, I'll say, in God's country. I know that's the slogan. Anything on this side of the Cascades, it's either frontier or God's country. That's what they'll tell you, and I think you're pretty spot on. So.
Well, thank you very much for coming to our God country. We appreciate it. We do.
Okay. Still ahead. Wow, doing okay. So next we have item H, which is a discussion state of the system dashboard review. And Amanda, we get to see you virtually.
Yeah, good morning. For the record, Amanda Peets, Administrator of Policy Data and Analysis for the Oregon Department of Transportation. I want to echo Director Strickler's appreciation for allowing a remote presentation today, so thank you so much for that. So I'll be presenting on the State of the System dashboard. Some of you may have heard of something called a State of the System report. It was something that ODOT produced years ago. It was kind of a pamphlet produced every couple years. It had key information and statistics on things like how many bridges do we maintain? How many miles of road do we have? And then had some key information like vehicle miles traveled and some other statistics that was informative. Over the years, we've really listened to feedback from the public in terms of making that a more accessible document. So we're transitioning that to an online dashboard, as well as really taking in the feedback on how do we shed transparency and light into the organization? How are we performing? How are we being open and honest about what's going well, what's not going as well? And so we think that that's a really important piece to be sharing with the public, with the legislature as we're leading up to transportation funding conversations, and with anyone that really needs to help understand what is it that the Oregon Department of Transportation does and how well are we doing that thing. So a lot of it you'll see as I go through the presentation focuses on outcomes that will be familiar from the Oregon Transportation Plan, as well as the Strategic Action Plan. So that is really reflected in these buttons that are shown here on the screen, things like safety, equity, climate, mobility, customer service. So a lot of those key aspects that we think the public wants to know more information about. Before I get deep into this, a couple context things. One, what I'm sharing with you is how we hope the website will generally look. This is actually built in PowerPoint, so it looks kind of like a web document. It's not yet. There's nothing that we've published yet. We have some templates we're creating with the Department of Administrative Services to make it more user-friendly. So this is laid out in PowerPoint right now. I'll click through it like it's a website. One of the limitations of PowerPoint is that it looks like a lot of text and it looks scrunched together. That's just the limitation of the platform we're working with right now. What I'm hoping to share today and get your feedback on is this a helpful tool? Do we have the right level of information on it? Are there key aspects that you feel are missing, or maybe are too much information and detract from some of the key messages or information that we think the public would care about? So kind of that higher level. I'll walk through some of the aspects. So this is about half built in terms of the categories that we have here. So we have, we don't have, for example, equity page built out yet, but we do have safety. So you'll see the pages we've have built out. That will have real data and information. I'm not planning on diving into the data and information now, mainly just the structure and do the key messages and information work. So what you'll see is we kind of focus on what is the role for ODOT of the transportation system? Is there a question? Sorry.
We're just looking to our IT support and see if they can put that up. Yeah, her slide so we can see the whole thing here maybe. Yeah, we don't want to look at ourselves.
Yeah. Our images online are about that big.
Sorry. Yeah, we have a very small pane of window we're looking at, and none of us can see it. So hold on just a minute, Amanda, please.
Okay.
If they can,
no problem.
We'll probably mess them completely up.
Yeah.
Okay,
there we
we're
go.
great. Yay. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. So what we'll focus on, what we focus on the landing page is what is the transportation system? What is ODOT's focus within that? What is the work that we do? How does that relate to other jurisdictions? So for example, I think the general public isn't necessarily tracking that there's a difference between state highways county roads and city streets. So creating a little bit of clarification there, and then really highlighting the outcome and intent of this dashboard system. One of the things that we'll do is, if you see on the top right here, as I click, we have a linkage to the strategic action plan directly. So if anyone wants to see what is it that the commission and department has set as the near-term actions and how are we doing relative to those, you can navigate directly to those sites. And so in this way, we're really trying to create kind of that full transparency of the key commitments of the Department of Transportation at a high level and at a more detailed and direct level for the strategic action plan. So I'll come back to those here in a moment. Navigation bar out of my way. And then so the main pieces to navigate on are the buttons that are here in the lower right, and these are the categories that we have, just so you see a sense of those. The first one I'll click to is safety. And so as we jump to the safety presentation or the safety page, it lands on really the goal. The goal is to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries. So what is it that we're trying to work towards? Then it talks about what ODOT is responsible for, state highways, for example, and all the modes on and along the system. So biking, walking, public transportation, motor vehicles, freight movement. So all of the above. Then it provides some key, yep, I see Commissioner Smith has a question.
So I don't see where it's clear here that we are not responsible for local roads. I know that you said you wanted to highlight that, but I think I don't see that clearly stated anywhere, unless I missed it.
Sure, I think Commissioner Smith, our approach on that was on the original landing page by talking about what we have responsibility for on our system. ODOT manages highways and interstates and bikeways and walkways along those routes. And as you go to then the safety page, we said ODOT is responsible for the safety of all users of Oregon's highway system. Maybe that's not direct enough.
I think it's important to clarify that the cities and counties are responsible for the roads within their jurisdiction. Because I think it's not a complete description without being very clear about it.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yes.
I would just add to that, Amanda. I mean, it's not just the general public that's confused. I mean, there are roads that I drive down and I don't know if it's a city street, a county road, or a state highway. Because we have state highways that are running right through the middle of a town.
Main Street.
Yeah, Main Street, downtown. And so it's really confusing as to who's responsible for what.
Yeah.
I mean, when we talk about the system, in my mind, the system is any place we can drive a car. It just happens to be we're responsible for a portion of the system, or walk, or ride a bike. But if you, for instance, wanted to look at expenditures across the system, we know what we're spending, but we don't know what the counties are spending and what the cities are spending in terms of the total spend in our system in Oregon. It's quite complex, and you know, it's one of the issues that we're dealing with the road usage fee. Who owns these? Who owns these roads, and who owns the responsibility for the roads?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't know if you can answer it in this dashboard, but maybe if you had a place where you could click on a map and it would tell you.
Yeah, as you all were speaking, that's actually where my mind went as well, Commissioner Baker, is I wonder if on the landing page here, that's why I click back to the landing page, we could add a map that might be interactive that you can zoom in on that does show kind of where state roads are and state system is.
That's a great idea.
I don't know if you can do that.
Great.
I don't think that or not.
The detail would be so.
Well, I mean, at least the basics.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll work with my GIS team and see what might be possible to add into there. So as we look at information, I think two important things on the layout. So one, the introductory text before any headline is trying to say a little bit more about what ODOT operates, what the focus is within our programs. Then we have these headlines, these bolded texts. So the number of people killed or seriously injured on Oregon's roads is too high. So that's the punchline. That's the thing that we're tracking. We're really paying attention to and trying to focus on and do something about. And then we've gone to a bulleted approach. So Commissioner Smith and the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee had an opportunity to look at an earlier version of this. And one of the pieces of feedback that they shared is some of the points get lost in a paragraph format, in a more detailed format. What are the punchlines that you need to know? And try to provide it in plain language in a way that people can understand, reducing the jargon, reducing some of those technical terms. So we've attempted to try to do that and hold that principle as we've come up with this next iteration of the document. What you'll see here on the safety page, I'll actually be going over the details of this data because this is real and actual data in the safety presentation that's later on the agenda. So just so you know, that will be part of it. So we pulled it straight from here. It's consistent. It's the most fresh and important data. So we start with kind of overall information on the system, going into highlighting modal issues, even equity information, and then a little bit on what we're doing relative to some of those points. But I think there's a question.
Yeah, there's a question there.
Yeah, Amanda, just a question. Down on the pedestrian safety continues to be a pressing issue. And we've got a comment with regard to equity. ODOT research finds that Black and Indigenous populations are more likely to be killed walking than white people. Is this Oregon, or is this national, or are we doing better or worse than national? Because obviously this is an area that's an important focus to us. And I just thought it was general to the point where, I mean, this is one of those things that is really important to us. And how do we compare in Oregon to other places? How do we compare in Oregon this year to last year versus the year before?
Yeah, so Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, the information is Oregon specific. We've actually led the way in research on this particular topic. That said, since the time that this research was done a few years ago, that has been validated nationally. So I would say it's fairly consistent with what we're seeing nationally. I think the benefit that we have in doing this research specific to Oregon is that we've looked at individual communities within metropolitan areas at the census block level and seeing where some of the primary issues reside in terms of incomplete pedestrian infrastructure in lower income communities and Black and indigenous communities as well, in some of our tribal areas. So that is a trend that we've tracked in a way that we have now incorporated into some of our investment decisions to help address some of those disparities.
I believe Vice Chair.
Yeah, Amanda, I just had a question. The safety data, particularly the pedestrian, is that just incidents that occur on state highways, or does that include urban streets?
Right.
That are not state?
Chair Brown, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Breyer, thank you for bringing that up because I did not provide that appropriate context at the start of sharing this, and I should have. The statistics that are shown here are across the entire state of Oregon and all roads. As you look at, essentially what I'm doing is scrolling down the website. What you see here is on the first bullet, it says just under half of deaths and serious injuries, 47% occurred on ODOT roads. And so the mix that you were seeing previously is a mix of both. And maybe Vice Chair Breyer, one of your points might be, should we differentiate, since this is ODOT's performance website, should we differentiate a little bit more because there may be some different statistics that we'd see if we looked at ODOT versus local on the pedestrian issue.
Yeah, that kind of gets at sort of what Commissioner Smith was getting at on the funding question. We're saying, I think what you're saying at the top is that we're not responsible for what happens on the local roads. And yet, a lot of the safety discussions we had are really about that. And in fact, from the road fund perspective, half of the money that the state of Oregon collects goes to local governments. And I don't think we make that distinction. It's sort of like they get the money, but we really don't have control over what they do. To a large extent, to some extent we do with setting standards in that.
Okay. Great feedback. So one of the things I was just noting is that maybe on the website too, we draw the main graphics and attention to the ODOT statistics with some reference potentially in the bullets to statewide and how that's comparing. So appreciate those comments. We have other information too on safety. So essentially, again, scrolling down the website screen, you'd see information on work zone fatalities. We also have information on freight movement. And then lastly, and I guess maybe I'll pause on the freight movement for a moment to say it's the nexus of freight movement to the roles and responsibilities of the Department of Transportation. So we do our Commerce and Compliance Division does vehicle inspections, which has a direct linkage to safety. So we share some of that information and how that connects to safety for freight movement. And then, as I shared earlier, information on the strategic action plan. So it includes the priorities within the strategic action plan, efforts underway, so some of the key milestones, and then we'll track the performance data here to show accountability towards those things that the commission and agency have committed to. So I'll go through a couple other examples. Chair, kind of leaves to your discretion if you want to stop me at any moment and say, we've seen enough, let's just talk about it. I'm more than happy to pause, but I'll roll through a couple others. So next one I'll share is mobility. So mobility, if you click on it, has its own landing page. And then there's two parts to mobility as we've identified here. One is roadway congestion, so the flow of traffic on highways and interstates, and the other one is multimodal, the mobility and accessibility of walkways, bikeways, and public transportation. As we land on the main page, it pulls information from the Transportation Needs and Issues Survey. This is something we do every 2 years to get public perception and opinions. It's a statistically significant sample across the state, and on the landing page, we've selected information on people's viewpoints of congestion, as well as spending on kind of multimodal efforts. As you click then on roadway congestion, it goes into information on, again, kind of state roadways, what are some of the main impacts and issues. It gives information on vehicle miles traveled. That can be kind of a wonky issue for some people, but we've tried to plain language that by talking about the number of miles driven, and Oregon has not changed much over time, providing some of the key statistics and information to the side. We note that congestion occurs across all metropolitan areas, but is especially pronounced in the Portland area, and how that compares kind of nationally with some of the national bottlenecks. As you scroll down on the website, you get to more technical information. So if you just look at the right, that's very technical kind of data information. However, we felt that it was important to share some of these pieces. So you'll see the chart in the middle here shows travel time buffer. Oh my goodness, who knows what that actually means? So we try to describe that on the left side in the bullets by saying people need to plan more time or buffer to get where they need to go. And then we take the data and try to say, here's what that actually means. So a trip that typically takes 15 minutes can take 45 minutes in the evening on I-5 northbound. So that's 15-minute trip, you add 30 minutes, you plan for a 45-minute trip then, because it's variable. You don't know what that's going to be. So that's kind of how we're sharing that information. And then we have the cost of congestion, the cost of delay to households, to freight movement as well in this, because it is significant. And then ending up on what are we doing in the Portland area. So again, we acknowledge congestion is very bad there. What is the urban mobility strategy, and what are some of the key activities that we're engaged in? What's the status of those? and then strategic action plan efforts. For multimodal, and part of why I want to share this one too, some of the information we have is extremely data driven. We have charts, statistics. Others has lighter information. We do have information here on multimodal in terms of mode use and how we've seen changes over the years, which we highlight. We note key issues on the multimodal system, like the biking and walking network being incomplete. One of our key focus areas, as you all know, is the American with Disabilities Act, the curb ramps that we're addressing, and the requirements around that and how we're tracking progress. So sharing that information on this site, and then sharing information on some of the key investment programs, Safe Routes to School and the STIF transit funds.
You have a question, Amanda?
Yeah. Amanda, could you go back 3 slides? Going fast.
Sure. This one?
Yes. So here's another example where I'm not sure it's clear what we are saying when it says more than half of state roads lack bikeways or walkways. Are we saying state roads meaning ODOT jurisdiction roads or roads throughout the state?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, we do mean ODOT roads, and we can be more precise with our language so that that is more clear.
Yeah, I think it's just really important if we're trying to describe kind of the multifaceted transportation system, we need to be clear when we're talking about ODOT roads or the rest, local and regional roads that are not ODOT roads. Just, I think throughout the presentation, it's just a general clarification.
I think Vice
Great.
Chair has
Yep.
a comment.
Yeah, Amanda, picking up on that, I'm not quite sure the statistic, but if we're talking about, the percentage of ODOT highways that don't have walking paths or whatever, we want to be careful how we state that, because we certainly wouldn't want to put a walkway along the interstate.
Right.
And in the rural areas, I'm not sure we would want to have it along state highways either. So I'm not sure what the right statistic is on that or how we should state that, but I think we're primarily talking about within urbanized areas.
Yeah, so Chair Brown,
not
Vice
sure.
Chair Beyer, that is accurate. It is within urban areas for the most part. So the way that the performance measure is tracked and probably wasn't as well defined in here as it should be is it basically looks at where sidewalks and bikeways should be based on kind of our design standards and other pieces within urbanized areas for the most part. And then identifies the mileage gaps within those versus the total mileage. So that is
Okay.
a less technical way of saying that is
we were
Vice Chair Beyer,
clear.
you're correct.
Yeah.
I'm correct in.
That it's in urban areas.
That's within urban
But-
areas?
Right. I think that the other piece of it, and I don't know how you ever capture that or show it, and it goes back to there's additional need that the cities and counties know of in their own systems, and they're using dollars to do that. I mean, it's using some of ODOT dollars to do that, that are passed through. So I don't know how we capture that true number.
Well, being real clear on the objective that if it is within urbanized areas, I can't read that, but we should say that's the goal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will add that clarification. Thank you. And then Chair Brown, I think to your point, as we've certainly had conversations on transportation funding, that's one thing we've acknowledged is we're talking about the needs in the state system. Certainly there's needs on the local system. We're not supposing what those are in their entirety, but they are significant as well. And so if there's opportunities to better acknowledge this in here, we can certainly look at those.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is the right place to even put it or acknowledge it, but I think it's something that is going to be part of the conversation that's taking place across the state. And I don't know how we capture that for legislators to understand, you know, the big picture. I mean, it's great that we're highlighting our piece of it. What we're not highlighting is the entire need of the state of Oregon, even though it isn't our responsibility. I mean, it's just a difficult space to be in because it's part of the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's just important to be really clear and educate the public and the legislatures, kind of which pieces we're responsible, which pieces local responsible for, and how the money gets allocated. So, you know, there's a lot of flow through to the local governments, and then they manage that. And if there's some way to have that as a slide or something that could be educational to explain this complicated system that we have.
And maybe that's under your funding tab. I mean, one of the pieces that people don't understand is the diversity of funding for local roads. I mean, most cities have SDCs. We've heard that yesterday. A lot of them have other kinds of local gas taxes. Some have local bonding measures. It's fairly complex when you get to the local area. And I think when people talk about it, they're all thinking the gas tax does all of that, and it doesn't.
Right.
Something else I think the public probably doesn't understand, or they don't need to typically, is that those funds aren't fungible. So we can't move money around from different buckets. And I think there's always an expectation that it's very fluid when unfortunately there aren't a lot of funds that can be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a challenge as we put together the website in general, is trying to figure out how not to go too detailed where we're losing our audience, yet explain a complicated system. But I think all the points you're sharing, taking some good notes on, I think are all excellent. We'll try to figure out how we can fold those in. Next, I'll go to...
Some of that may just be, Amanda, in your narrative, where you're doing that kind of that parallel construction of saying the local system versus the state system. And I think you could do the funding, just a commentary on that the primary source of funding on the state system is the gas tax and fees, and local governments have other resources available, such as.
Yep, great. Okay, next I'll jump to customer service, and then I have one more after that. So customer service, we start again using information from the Needs and Issues Survey, which just gauges overall the public's perception on how they think ODOT is performing: excellent, good, fair, or poor. And that's a question we've asked for a number of years, so we can kind of track the trends. Unfortunately, generally, we've seen a decline within that statistic. And then the opportunity to really move to some of the functions that I think the public generally thinks of as customer service. Driver and motor vehicle services would be one of those most upfront. Commerce and compliance, though, certainly for our freight partners, has a very customer service focused element to it. And then maintenance and operations, and really around keeping our roads open. There's so many things that we do as an organization that truly we could probably put everything under customer service, because in one way or another, it affects the traveling public and industry. However, we are trying to draw a little bit more of a nexus to those traditional functions, as well as that just core keeping our roads open. So I'll just quickly kind of move through each of these. As we look at DMV, I think one of the really important headlines is DMV serves nearly every Oregonian age 16 and older. I see you have a question. Sorry, I'll pause.
Yeah, hey Amanda, sorry, you've got a lot to cover and not a lot of time. So on the customer service piece, where we're talking about satisfaction with ODOT services, and we've got excellent, good, fair, poor, and don't know. I was just comparing that to some other customer satisfaction data that we've got, later on today. And in 2023, we talked about customer satisfaction, our goal being, or actually over 80% on one document. On this one, it's 41. So we just need to make sure that we're consistent in terms of the way we're reporting our customer service metrics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, sorry, I'm just writing some notes. I also have staff writing notes, so I probably shouldn't worry too much about it. So Commissioner Baker, I think that's maybe another challenge I would acknowledge as we've compiled this. And I think I would also turn that into an opportunity. And one of the challenge being that there is many ways that we look at aspects of the Department of Transportation, from those folks that have direct and immediate experience with a service that we provide, say DMV, and therefore, we're measuring and asking some different types of questions based on the exact services that we provided, to really broad questions like this one is indicating, that is, of the general public, their overall sense, if they had a gut feeling of how they think that ODOT is doing. It's not as specific to really specific services that they experience necessarily. So that just reflects that there's a challenge in terms of different questions that we ask in different settings, but also an opportunity, as you're saying, to create some consistency as well. So we'll look at those opportunities as well.
Yeah. So I just think we probably need to remove the ambiguity in terms of these, because I'm reading one that says, measure our success, customer satisfaction, percentage of customers rating satisfaction with the agency's customer service is good or excellent. Considers timeliness, accuracy, helpfulness, expertise, and availability of information. And we show a goal of 90% and an actual of over 80. Where in this one, if we look at excellent and good, it's at a little over 41. So it's half on this compared to what we're seeing on the slide, 4 slides down. So just if we're going to put together a dashboard, let's just make sure that we've got some. I can't see by reading this that there's a difference in the way that we're measuring or what we're measuring. So, and I'm easily confused, I have to admit, but let's just make sure that our dashboard is when we've got that much of a difference. It's a good point. Where it's double. We just need to make sure that if we're putting this dashboard out there, it's data that is understandable and can be relied on. So it confused me.
So I think Commissioner Smith has a question or a comment too.
Yeah, just real quick. The Commerce and Complaints button, freight transportation, is what we're really talking about there the freight charges, what they pay? Because I don't know that an ordinary person would understand what that means.
Mm-hmm.
We're really talking about how much freight pays for road, their share, right?
So, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, what we're talking about for that particular button in terms of the information we've gathered thus far is really targeting more of the services such as permits, operators, over-dimension loads, those kinds of things.
So got it. So it's not about how much they're paying, it's about how they are accessing the system. Got it.
Correct. And so that's similar for DMV. If I were to go back to the DMV slides, it's the services they're providing in terms of licenses, registrations, calls that are coming in with requests and information, as well as how we're trying to work more to meet customers where they are, provide some online services and accessibility. So how are we seeing kind of the uptake of some of those types of things for knowledge tests, vehicle renewals, and other important actions. So I'll jump now to the maintenance. Sorry.
On that slide you just skipped over, Amanda. That one right there. That may answer my question, because that customer satisfaction, was that specifically related just to DMV? That's the one I was referring to at the 90% goal.
I believe that is the DMV one, but I will get back to you. I'm not 100% certain on that.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so as we look at maintenance and operations and kind of couching that as customer service, we're really talking about keeping the interstates and highways open and accessible so people in freight can get where they need to go. And so that's how we're relating it on the customer service side. There's a number of activities that we do in order to keep the facilities open, whether that's cleaning culverts, using salt and keeping kind of winter maintenance services going. So we added some information on statistics just so that folks can kind of track and see some of the activities that we do. I think similar to conversations we've had around transportation funding, trying to draw some clarity on what is it we mean when we say maintenance and operations, that it really is the workforce and staff that perform these services and what are those services really entailing. And then having some information on how resourcing affects kind of the decline of those services over time, and there's a direct correlation there. And then as you scroll down, more information, I think I heard Commissioner Chapman or one of you commenting earlier in regards to the ACT presentation that we're seeing more frequent and severe climate and extreme weather. And I think highlighting that here in terms of, we're seeing an increase in average cost doubling since 2020. So some key statistics on really what those impacts are from a resourcing standpoint, in addition just to the closures and other information. And then we have incident clearance as well on this slide. We plan to have more information later on kind of transportation assets that's still yet to be built.
Right. So I think there's a comment.
Well, maybe it's just a little bit of terminology, but a lot of these things that you're covering under customer service, and I know staff sees this as customer service, but I don't think the public sees like maintenance and that as customer service. They, these statistics are valid, but calling them customer service and throwing it in with, DMV or how people perceive the overall rates of highways and stuff is confusing. It's kind of an apples and oranges kind of a thing. And maybe it's a categorization. Maybe you just need one that says maintaining the system or something like that.
So you're suggesting maybe customer service should be really DMV and freight transportation focused versus a separate button for maintenance and operations?
Yeah, I haven't really thought it through, but it just seems like it's it's kind of confusing if you're thinking of it from a consumer side who are not into the transportation business directly. I don't know what that would be, Amanda, but it just strikes me that's a problem.
Yeah, so Vice Chair Byer, I'm smiling because this is many of the conversations that we've had internally as across the organization we built this is where is the right fit? We actually had a button on this landing page for stewardship. That was something we had in the transportation plan, but in a way, everything is stewardship. I think we've been trying to share kind of some of the impacts in terms of what the public cares about in keeping roads open to customer service, but also wonder the same thing that you're bringing up. Is that as easily intuitive to somebody that's coming and wanting some more information? So that might be something that we can put as a button here on the main landing page. So I'm seeing some head nods around the table. So if there's things like that too that you're seeing that you think aren't as intuitive, or we can indicate better in some of the subtext so that people know what they're navigating to and can easily find those things, we can make some of those modifications as well.
Yeah, I like having a button that says keeping the roads open, because I think that a lot of people would be gravitated to that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, and then the last one I'll share is project delivery. So this is, again, as you can kind of see, just depending on the subject matter, some lend themselves a lot to very heavy data kind of statistics. And so that's what you'll see on this landing page here. We have statistics on the portfolio of projects that we're managing in various stages, whether planning through construction, where those reside then on the map across the state. And then kind of transitioning to the right side, this is conversations that you've had with Mr. Lynn and Ms. Peltz over the last couple commission meetings in terms of talking about on time and on budget performance. And so these are looking at projects completed within the last year, kind of how they perform relative to how they were initially contracted. So kind of at the early stages, this is what was planned. Obviously, some of those contracts were amended over time. We're really just tracking to what was the original scope and how do we perform relative to that. So as you've engaged in discussions with Mr. Linden, there's a number of efforts underway to try to affect these, but want to be transparent with the public about kind of what we're talking about. We'll add some additional information in here, but trying to reflect actually on some of the questions this commission has asked when that presentation has been provided of how many projects are in the local system, how many are on the state system. We also plan to add information on project size. So I think some of the commission asked information on, well, does on time or on budget performance differ when you're talking about a small project versus a very large project? So we'll try to suss some of that information out as well. And then as you scroll down, we have information on project costs. Oh, apologies. Please go ahead.
Could you go back one? Using the term portfolio seems jargony to me. Are we just talking about project summary?
Yeah, we can look at the terminology. Okay, and then we have information on costs of projects that certainly affects on budget. Obviously, there's a number of things that affect on budget, but I think sharing that information and the variance that you see in cost is pretty important as we do that. We also have information here on targeting benefits to disadvantaged communities. So what proportion of our projects serve a medium to high disparity community according to kind of Oregon specific data. So that's some of the information we share here. As you looked at the beginning, there's a button for equity. And again, this is kind of where we debate where do we put information, but we thought, really equity and safety and climate in many ways are the three lenses that the commission's adopted in a way that we should also be embedding them within the topics and show how, for example, our investments are really targeting advancing equitable outcomes. Commissioner Smith.
Sorry. There are some acronyms on there that I think we need to spell out. DBE.
Okay.
DIP.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. One difference you'll see on this site is instead of having the strategic action plan you're scrolling down to, it talks about ongoing efforts. That's because there's not as specific of an action around project delivery, but we do want to highlight the work that we're doing and some of what Mr. Lynn and Ms. Peltz have been talking to you about. So with that, I will kind of wrap up on next steps and then open up for additional discussion or thoughts here. We're working to finalize content, fill out the other pages that we talked about. We're working to create a web template that's, I think, workable so that we have a more easily navigable site for the public. We'll do some testing, beta testing. I think the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee was one group that was interested in doing a little bit more testing and kind of running through an actual live website with plans to hope launch it into June into July, just depending on what the time frame is we can get the website built. So with that, any other thoughts, any information that you saw you didn't see that you would expect to see, anything about layout and those kind of things? Love to hear feedback.
So I think Commissioner Baker gave me the finger wave over there, so. Like you said.
Yeah, Amanda, on the two pages back, which had the material cost over time graph, I think you've got two important subjects here that ought to occupy two different pages. The targeting benefits to disadvantaged communities on the same page with our material costs over time. I'd like to see that the targeting benefits to disadvantaged communities stand on its own. Good point. On the page.
Okay.
And how often are we going to update this?
Yeah, so our commitment is to update the website quarterly. Now, when I say update the website quarterly, I do want to set some clear expectations on that. Some of the data is generated monthly, some of it's generated quarterly, some of it's generated biannually, some of it's generated annually, and some every 2 years. So what we intend to do is every quarter look through and refresh information where we can. We'll have some standardization in terms of where the source of information is and the date of when it was refreshed. And then, but just to be clear, that doesn't mean that all data will be updated quarterly. Just some does not, it's not on that cycle. Sorry, I'm struggling to say that.
Yeah, understood.
Additional? Vice Chair? Sorry.
I think this is really a really good effort, Amanda. I think you've done a lot of good work here, and we've had a lot of comments, and I hope that it's not taken in any negative sense, because I think that's really good. Second one, you did say you're going to test it out, but I would really encourage you to reach out to some people who are not transportation people and get a reaction from someone else about, because I think a lot of the language is jargony stuff that we're familiar with, but the common person wouldn't. And, I guess there's a question whether the common Oregonian would want to even look at this stuff, but we ought to think about that. The third point was, I think it's admirable that you're going to try and update this quarterly, but I really wonder if you need to have that frequency. This looks like a whole lot of staff work to do that. And it's important to have information, but I'm not sure the cost benefit of doing it that frequently.
Much appreciated, Vice Chair, because I do think that could be a challenge. I think we could look biannual or just see what the level of effort might be and share that back and see. And then I also certainly agree with testing with non-transportation people. I think that is important. Thank you.
Yeah, Amanda, I just wanted to say a great job. You took the feedback from the CIAC and really implemented a lot of the suggestions that we made. So I really appreciate that. Again, I think our goal here is we want this to be understandable by Oregonians at all levels. So to the extent that we can do one further scrub of jargon and acronyms and make sure that we are using basic language, I think that is really important.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I want to thank you, Amanda, for sharing. I think you said you were going to show us a couple tabs, but I think we pulled you in to the clicking on a lot of it for us. I think that this has been a really good discussion. I hope that we can take another look at it before you really think about putting it live and just looking at it and maybe just giving us each an opportunity, send us the link and we can click on it ourselves. The other piece I think is this is going to be a big piece of discussion this next year. I think we can, if we market this, and I know people don't like that word, but if we market this dashboard out there that people understand that they can go and find some of these answers, it's going to help with the transportation discussion. So,
well, the other piece is where the entry to this appears on the front web page and what you call it so people know how to get to it.
Right. Because I mean, I'm familiar with the ODOT webpage and I struggle sometimes to find where the information I need is, and you end up going all over it unless you maybe search it for certain words and it pops up. So I just think it's an opportunity. I know in 2017, when the package was rolled out, there were websites that people could go and we actually pushed them on the transit side to be able to understand what was in that package, why we were doing this, and what was the end result. and really giving the statistics and helping people understand what was going on in the state. I think this is a great opportunity for ODOT to be able to tell the story. I see Commissioner Smith has her finger
Sorry,
up.
I didn't see transit anywhere. Is there transit in here?
It was.
Okay,
Yeah,
under
we just
mobility, I
didn't
think.
jump on it.
okay.
It was one button she didn't click.
She didn't want you to go down the rabbit hole.
She didn't want to do that because she knew I'd be all over that, right? No.
Well, Chair Brown,
Climate.
members of the commission, really appreciate the feedback. I think it's super important. So to Vice Chair's comments, no negativity sensed here. I think certainly appreciate the comments to really make this a useful tool. We'll be happy to share that back out with you to test. And I would just share with this commission and other folks of the public listening to this conversation, the materials are on the commission website. If folks have ideas for things, we are more than happy to take that feedback and certainly run with that. And I'd just like to end by thanking the staff across the agency and managers across the agency for providing the information, for working together on this, and a special shout out to Jacob Easter for his work and leadership on this. So thank you all.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Going, gone. Director. And thank you again, Amanda.
Madam Chair, thank you for turning my direction just for the moment. I just wanted to add my appreciation as well. So while we clearly want to bring things in front of the commission that are complete and well done and 100%, this was by design something that is in motion and in flight so that we could get some of this information. So I really appreciate the comments around consistency in data, as well as the plain language approach. I mean, all of this is designed to really say, here's our progress, good, bad, or indifferent in all of these different areas. And we need to report that with some level of frequency that the public can rely upon. Because to your point, without being able to describe that, we find ourselves in a Q&A when a lot of this stuff really is something that we could post on the webpage and really provide that ongoing data that anybody can go access at any point that they want. So that's the goal of this. And so I just wanted to send my appreciation to the team and to Amanda and the rest of her team for developing the framework, but the entire agency who's been contributing to this effort to really get our report card going. So thank you.
Well, we were way ahead and now we're right on time. So, well, we're maybe 10 minutes. With that said, I believe lunch is ready. We were going to try to bring transit up early, but now we're pushing it back. Sorry. But we'll stay on time. Let's take our lunch break now and 1 hour. So we'll be back here at 12:40, which means we'll be 10 minutes ahead. And then we'll make up some time. All right, so thank you. All right. So good afternoon. We're back and we're going to stay on time. So, we have a full agenda this afternoon, but we're going to start out with the Urban Mobility Strategy Finance Plan. So gentlemen. Great.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the time today. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office.
This will be the first time of multiple sessions that we're going to be in front of you talking about the update to the Urban Mobility Strategy Finance Plan. So today we're going to be asking for a lot of feedback and direction from you, as well as asking for your blessing on putting some additional state funding into the Rose Quarter project. That's the one thing in particular we need a yes or no, essentially, to be able to move forward with the federal funding opportunity. We will walk through this and then have plenty of time for questions and conversation, as that is the main purpose in front of you today. So you're well aware that 2 months ago, Governor Brown directed ODOT to stand down on tolling. And so Governor Kotek, thank you. My apologies. Governor Kotek directed ODOT to stand down on tolling. And so we have been working through that wind down over the last 2 months, which is why we have this finance plan discussion in front of you, because it has significant implications for the financing of our major projects in the Portland metro region. We have developed a wind down plan for tolling, and our goals through that process have been to try to maintain readiness should tolling come back at some point in the future, while limiting expenditures so that we're not spending a lot of money, but finishing out some work in progress. And then really to halt the major externally facing efforts that we were doing to avoid public confusion while still finishing up some of the analytical work that was underway. So I'm going to walk you through really briefly all of these because they do have financial implications. On the regional mobility pricing project, we are closing down that work immediately. We're going to get some initial high-level traffic and revenue estimates to inform future conversations about tolling, and then stop the work. On the I-205 toll project, this project is really on indefinite pause. So we are going to be finishing up some key work products that were already started and many of them almost completed, including the level 2 traffic and revenue analysis, the express lanes analysis, and the transportation report that really lays out the impacts of tolling. On the interstate bridge, this is really what will be the main tolling effort going forward. That is being transferred to WashDOT's toll division to collect tolls on the interstate bridge. That project is still going forward full speed, and we're going to be collaborating with them. That's going to require us to do a significant amount of work integrating ODOT systems with WashDOT. So there is actually still going to be some not insignificant spending on our toll program in order to get that work done. That would have happened either way, whether ODOT was doing the work or whether WashDOT was doing the work. It's just essentially been flipped. On the statewide systems front, we are not at this point going to need to build a back office system or a customer service center or the roadside systems. So we're not going to be entering into a contract for a back office or releasing an RFP for roadside systems at this time. That will reduce our expenditures significantly. On the policy and rules front, we are stopping work on the rules and policies that are related to toll collection. However, there are a subset of the rules that we worked with our statewide toll rule advisory committee that came in front of you for review on a couple of occasions that do need to move forward specifically for the interstate bridge. Those are related to toll facility designation and the rate setting process. So we're going to come back to you next month and preview that subset of the rules that would need to move forward so that can go forward in the process, because that will be what you need to have in place in order to designate the interstate bridge a toll facility and then set the rates in conjunction with your partners at the Washington State Transportation Commission. I will note that there are a number of elements of the policy and rules, like of the low-income program discussions and tribal exemption discussions. That's really shifted to the interstate bridge replacement, where Commissioner Beyer and Commissioner Chapman are part of that bi-state toll subcommittee. So we'll have an update on that in the future as well. So all of that is to say that there will be a significant impact from the elimination of tolling. Both, we are going to be reducing expenditures by about $190 million. So that will essentially save us money in the short term. However, In addition to that, we are going to be losing an expected toll revenue from I-205 about $385 million. That's a net impact of about $195 million total that impacts the bottom line of the UMS finance plan. So today we're going to be laying out for you some of the background information and then asking you to really provide feedback on 4 questions. The first 2 are the most critical for this initial conversation, but we'll need to work through all of these over the next couple of months. So first off, should ODOT repay some of the HB 2017 funding that was transferred from the Rose Quarter to I-205, or just focus on closing the funding gap for the I-205 Abernathy Bridge project? And Mr. Finn, we'll talk about the federal infra grant opportunity that we have should you choose to repay some of those funds to the Abernathy Bridge. Second, should the funds that are needed to close this gap come from making cuts by deferring projects in the 24-27 step, or do you want to spread out those reductions over the next 12 to 25 years by covering the gap through bonding? Or do you want to do some combination thereof? Because that's you can hybrid that into essentially any combination. And then last, 2 questions really. If bonding is chosen, what bonding strategy should we use, including what funding source and maturity of bonds? Related to that, because it goes to the funding sources, what types of projects should be cut or deferred in order to provide the necessary funds? So those are the questions we're going to return to at the very end of this as well, but I wanted to lay those out. I will turn it over to Mr. Finn now, and he will talk through the Rose Quarter infra grant opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. And before I get into that, I do want to harken back to our March meeting. As you remember, we had our project partners, Albina Vision Trust, with us to talk about the establishment of a work plan. And the commission asked that work plan be completed in 60 days. And that is coming up rather closely. And to use a term I heard recently, we will slide under the tag and have, to use a baseball analogy, and have that work plan ready. We really appreciate our partnership with Albina Vision Trust and working collaboratively. So we'll be sharing that. But I wanted to report that out to the commission prior to getting into this opportunity. And at that March meeting, we were excited to make an announcement that we were awarded by the U.S. Department of Transportation a $450 million grant under the Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods program. In a subsequent meeting with the U.S. Department of Transportation to go over our grant agreement, they informed us that because we did not get the full award of $850 million, we would have highly recommended status for other grant opportunities that existed underneath the U.S. Department of Transportation, including the infra program. So we quickly looked into that and found out that there was a notice of funding opportunity out on the street that applications were due for May 6th. So we, infra, a little bit different than Reconnecting Communities, which did not have a local match, does require a match, a 40% match. 20 of that can come local, another 20 can come from other federal funds. We were delighted to find out from our federal partners as well that we could use a portion of that Reconnecting Communities grant to go towards that 20% match on the federal side. So the opportunity for the infra grant program would be a 20% match from local funds. So we did submit a grant application knowing that we had a pending meeting with the commission to discuss this opportunity, where we looked at getting up to $750 million of federal funds through this grant program, and have that federal match through our RCN grant award, as well as looking at what Mr. Brower alluded to, the potential investment of $250 million here on the local match. What would we get from all that? As far as the project is concerned, it would significantly close the gap that we currently have with the project and would allow us to complete the highway cover. We like to say it'd be the last dollar in and construct those 2 remaining thirds. Also, construct the safety and operational improvements that are associated with the auxiliary lanes that connect up Interstate 84 with 405, both in the north and south directions, as well as construct the separated bicycle and pedestrian bridge. The components that would not be funded, that would still need to be funded, are associated with the tie-ins at I-405 and I-84 on both sides. And that work is estimated at this point to be around $300 million. So with that, I'd like to stop, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and answer any questions or make any clarifications regarding this opportunity.
Commissioner Baker.
Just a question on the bicycle pit bridge. This is new since August, when you and I had pencils down conversation. So pencils were down and this was not included, I don't believe.
It was, and maybe Commissioner Baker would be helpful if I did a little bit of the history on the bike ped bridge, and I'm going to ask our technical folks here if they could bring up, because I did not have a map associated with this, and it's going to help orient the commission on the project, because it's significant to seeing what its impact was. So not to do too much of a history lesson, because I know two commissioners remember this, but going back to January of 2020, the commission directed the agency to conduct an independent cover assessment. And during that process, and a subsequent one that Governor Brown, a table that she convened with project partners, including labor, Albina Vision Trust, the City of Portland, and others, came this concept of hybrid 3. The hybrid 3 concept, which did not have the pedestrian, bike and pedestrian bridge. When we went to do our environmental assessment work, where we do extensive outreach with partners around this hybrid 3 concept, many of our project partners, including those that are significant property owners adjacent to the project, showed us that the relocation, and if we can focus in a little bit on that, that would be great. If just so you can see this, the relocation of the southbound, that's wonderful. The relocation of the southbound off-ramp, which you'll see there is number 6. That addition to that area, we agreed with these partners, created a significant bicycle and pedestrian risk to those that are traveling through that corridor and those that were attending events at the Moda Center. To address that issue, we worked with our partners at FHWA and came up with this design refinement of that new bicycle and pedestrian bridge, as well as the eastbound flyover ramp that will be taking about 70% of the anticipated traffic out of that area where you have a number of intersections and an incredibly large number of bicycle and pedestrian trips. So that was the design refinement. That was completed, that was about 6 to 8 months ago. And that we submitted to FHWA, that went into our environmental assessment that was signed off by the federal government. But that's just, Commissioner Baker, just to give you the whole, the whole history of how it came to being and came back into the project.
Okay. And I'm also struggling whether or not it's our project, our bridge, our responsibility. It feels like this is a lot of benefit to one of the local property owners in the city of Portland. So how did it end up in our project funding rather than being city of Portland?
I think we. To use a phrase that our FHWA administrator would say, it was a part of ODOT and this project being a good partner.
Again, my history began last July, and I had a sense that with our conversation, when was that, August, that we wouldn't see any more design elements come in. Obviously, this design element has come in since that time, 6 or 8 months from, walking backwards now, if I got the timing right.
Yeah, and I'm trying to do it in my head, and I'm apologize, Commissioner, that I'm not recollecting that in particular. I know that this, but let me report back, because I know exactly when the design refinement was made and submitted to FHWA. I just do not have it on the top of my head right now, and I apologize.
So the numbers that we were talking about then last summer, did they go up by this amount, or were they included in?
They were included.
They were included.
Yes. That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Chapman?
I had two clarifications. First is on the map. So we're talking about 450 million that we just received from the RCN grant, and then 750 that we could potentially receive from the Infra grant, and 250 from the 2017 funding that was borrowed from Rose Quarter for Abernathy while we were waiting on federal funding to move forward on Rose Quarter.
Correct.
So a total of $1,450 million, which would cover the expansion of the Rose Quarter I-5 section that we need for interstate commerce and the cover. So we're talking about $1.5 billion that would really only cost Oregonians $250 million without the federal funding.
I believe that math is correct, Commissioner.
That sounds good. Just make sure I got the numbers right. And if we don't do this, then we're not eligible for the infra grant. So we have to resend our application that was already just considered highly favored by our friends at DOT.
That's correct. We would have to pull that application.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Smith?
So the $350 million that remains, that's not funded through this formula, does the system operate without that, or is the remaining project a necessary component for this to function?
I believe it's the latter. Without creating the tie-ins and doing that work at each of the interchanges, it won't be as functional, other than the cover and the pedestrian bridge, but the line improvements won't be able to function as planned.
So follow up. So if we repay the 250 million and we're successful, we still have to come up with another 350 million in order to complete the project. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And then
The current numbers and the current.
what are the funding opportunities for that remaining 350?
Well, that is probably a discussion that I presume the legislature would want to have in the 25 session.
So if in the 25 session, let's say we approve this, we approve the $250 million repayment to be the match. We are successful in the infra grant, which would happen when, do we think?
It would be we think this summer.
This summer. We're successful in that. And then the legislature convenes in 25 and takes up our comprehensive funding requests, which includes all of our maintenance and operations and our declining revenue needs across the system, plus 350 for this, plus, is there another project from House Bill 2017 that we would have to fund? No. So it's all, and our ask is going to be for maintenance and operations, and I'm getting a little field. I'm just trying to get the big picture. What is our rough ask going to be for that?
For the entirety, I'll turn that over to Mr. Brower to take.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith, when we were in front of the Joint Committee on Transportation back in February, we presented a outline of the gap in a variety of areas that were focused on maintenance and operations, preservation, and safety, as well as the unfunded projects, which included the Rose Quarter and I-205.
Right.
And so that is another project that the legislature may choose to fund as an option. The total funding gap in those areas, I believe, was about $1.7 to $1.8 billion on an annual basis, not including the Rose Quarter and I-205, because we did not annualize those. But you could do that through debt service, obviously, funded by a gas tax or other sources. And of that, I believe $450 million on an annual basis was the operations and maintenance component of that. So as you can see, there is a very large amount of resources needed just for the basic preservation, O&M and safety investments needed on the, as well as the unfinished business of HB 2017.
So if we do this and we go to the legislature and they say, we're not going to give you the $350 million to finish the Rose Quarter, what are our options? Do we have to, at that point, can we decline $750 million, assuming we get it? and give that back?
Or can we build out what we have? I mean,
No, they
without
already
that,
said they can't.
you can't build out the project without the bike and ped bridge?
Well, no, without,
Well, let's,
I mean, just finish my question.
Sorry.
Yeah, oh, good.
So if we do this and legislature doesn't fund the remaining $350 million for the connections, then our two options would be funded out of the rest of our budget, or at that point, decline the, are we at that point have to move forward anyway?
Commissioner Smith, I would say that you have basically laid out the basic outlines. You know, in the very last page of the Mobility Strategy Finance Plan update here, we've given you a sense of like what other options are available. And it is things like federal discretionary grants. So we could look for another federal discretionary grant opportunity for the Rose Quarter, but I think we'd be skeptical that the lightning would strike 3 times on one project. Certainly additional funding in the STIP would be another option. Additional tax revenue, as you noted, that would be after the legislature had declined to do that. Tolling revenue would be one other option, but of course tolling is paused, and so that would be a great challenge. So you've sort of laid out what those options are. You could possibly turn down federal funding. I think that would be a very weighty decision you'd need to make at that point, whether to look for the funding from some other source or to put the project on pause. There might also be, and I don't want to speak for the project team, but there are opportunities to look for value engineering and scope modifications. If you really do have a set amount of money, you can see what you could build for that amount of money. So it was a very challenging conversation, both within ODOT and with the partners of the project.
So if we don't get the additional funding, we have to come up with another $350 million or like cut the bike pedestrian bridge or something. But when we submit for the grant and they give it to us, is it based on this design so we can't change the design? Or do we have to go back to the feds and ask them to change the design?
Commissioner Smith, we're going to spend, knock on, this is for wood, I'd be knocking on wood, that we're going to get the grant and have that opportunity to negotiate a grant agreement with the U.S. Department of Transportation. The bad news is that takes a year, approximately. The good news is that would take a year. And so if we would have some data from the legislative session about whether they're going to fund the Delta and thus could have an opportunity potentially to negotiate some of that with USDOT. Again, I don't not know how much room there would be for negotiation, but it is at least one option that would be on the table.
So I'm sorry, I just want to finish this out because I want to understand the big picture. Because if we are going to make a decision today or next month, I want to know how hard locked in we are on that, because I'm really concerned that we are going to repay $250 million that we don't have. We're going to then have an additional obligation, another $350 million, and we're counting on the legislature to fund all of that, start tolling, and if not, then it all comes out of maintenance and operations and all the rest of our budget for maybe the next 8, 10, 20, 30 years. So to me, this is a really critical decision. So if we are in negotiations over the grant agreement and we can't figure out how to fund it through legislative action, at that point, we do have an off-ramp. Might be a train wreck. But the off-ramp would be, we can't come up with the rest of the money, so we're not going to take them.
Commissioner Smith, I think that would be an off-ramp, but you'd have to be careful about whether to exercise that off-ramp given the credibility at the federal level. So yeah.
Right.
Vice Chair.
Do we have a rough estimate of what the bike path addition costs?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, Mr. Vice Chair, we do. We have an estimate right now based on, again, we're not at a high level of design on it yet, but right now it's currently at about 70 million.
70 million?
That's correct.
Well, that's significant and a lot. It is an addition. I mean, I agree with Commissioner on his observation on this, going back originally, just looking at the design, I understand it's a great idea for improving bicycle path has nothing to do with the original plan. And the original plan by itself probably improves bicycle and pedestrian connection over the freeway. So there is that. So that's one that could be in the future. So and frankly, I kind of always wondered about where the community, where the city is in terms of their commitment to the project. And we haven't really seen much of that yet. And maybe if we get the other money, that's a question to ask of the community. How much do you really want this? You know, are you willing to put some effort into it? Just an observation, thinking.
Please correct my memory, but I thought this was related to the safety issues with the Blazers.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Chapman, absolutely, that they were a consistent voice. As we were going through and Director Strickler helped convene a table with the former ODOT Director, Grace Cronican, and sat down with all these partners because of the really consistent message we were hitting about that off-ramp creating an unsafe environment. So the Blazers were very concerned about that, as were other partners. Director Strickler said, get creative, find a solution. That's why this bicycle, I think it's worth mentioning, Commissioner Baker, different from the first iteration, as this one does connect, because during the first iteration, we didn't have an expanded highway cover to make those community connections. This one, as you can see, heads up to Weidler, connects up there. It also goes over to the east side over Interstate 5, and then comes down and does a kind of a spiral bridge down to Wheeler. So it has various other connections and connects directly into the Garden Garage, into the Moda Centers. But long answer to your short question, Commissioner.
It's probably pretty popular.
Yeah.
Any other additional comments? Okay.
At what point if we take these actions, would we restart the Rose Quarter project?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, as far as construction is concerned?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we are looking at a lot of early opportunities now to get this jump started and to have, hopefully have something like shovels in the ground by next summer. That's.
Well, you'd have it known by then.
Haven't known, but when will the funds be obligated by the federal government? And then it goes into.
We have some opportunities, yeah, Madam Chair, pardon me. We do have some opportunities based on funding that we have currently to be able to get things started. This is a project that has a number of different phases and elements that need to be, again, phased in at certain parts of time. So we feel like we could get started by next summer.
Well, you know, realistically, I think following what Commissioner Smith is going, we're basing our funding at this point based on a project that doesn't have final design. So, you know, as Mr. Courtwright said today, our projects have a tendency to creep a little bit.
We're at 30%, right? Design.
A little bit past that, but yeah, that based on where the direction you gave, and now I'm forgetting the meeting ago, that gave us the additional funding to do all the 30, we right now only have funding to do 30% design on the main highway cover, but we have 100% design for the rest of the other early work packages, which are progressing along farther. And I apologize, Commissioner, I don't know exactly the percentage of design, but I'll find that out.
This is a really good project, I think, from a development perspective. I mean, as I've said before, I like this project from a development perspective. It's not purely a transportation project. And the nature of this, it's big enough that your unknowns, as we discovered on 217 and 205, you really don't know when you get into this what you're going to find and what's going to do there. So, I mean, I think we have to be cautious.
Help me remember the 250 million that we borrowed and we would repay. We don't have the funds for that, so that's going to come out of the STIP.
correct?
Yeah, Commissioner, so we actually, in the initial finance plan, redirected about $400 million from HB 2017 to kickstarting tolling and kickstarting the I-205 bridge. Now, not all that will be spent because we're not going to spend all the tolling money. But yes, and what we'll show in a little while in the PowerPoint essentially is that if you make additional resources available from HB 2017 available to the Rose Quarter, then you need to backfill that from some other source, namely the STIP, in this case, for I-205. Because I-205 then has that bigger hole.
Right.
So why don't we let you finish with your presentation and then we can get into more discussion on it.
Okay. Pull back up. All right, so we'll get into the more financy components of this now. We have laid out what the available resources are for the Urban Mobility Strategy Finance Plan, and we do this as a unified finance plan because some of these funds are fungible. Not all of them are, obviously. Some are, like the federal competitive grants, are directed to a specific project. But we want to give you a sense of what the total funding availability is. What has changed in the last year is tolls went from $385 million to zero. And then the federal competitive grant, the RCN grant for Rose Quarter, has gone up. So the total amount available is almost the same, a little north of $1.1 billion. But that masks the fact that now I-205 has a big hole. So we have put this chart together, and I apologize that it's got a lot of numbers on it, but it will walk you through what we have available and then what the need is across the different projects. Based on last year's finance plan versus the two options that we were bringing you, one that invests in Rose Quarter and one that does not. And I will let Brendan walk you through the first line for the funding for I-205 Abernathy Bridge.
Thank you, Mr. Brower, and more to come on this in a subsequent item that we have on your agenda for today. But that number, as it exists right now, gets us to the construction portion of the Abernathy Bridge project, and also funding other pieces of that. So much more detail to come in a later agenda item, but wanted to make sure you knew, and we can obviously answer any questions now regarding that project.
So the other numbers on here, the number for I-205 Phase 2 has not changed, as that is indefinitely paused. The number for I-545 Boone Bridge is just for preliminary planning and has not changed. We have updated the numbers for the various components of tolling. And then the way these really differ in options 1 and 2 is the amount going to Rose Quarter. In both of those, that includes the $158 million you set aside last June that basically gets us through various design milestones, as well as the RCN grant. They differ in whether they put that $250 million in order to attempt to leverage the federal grant. So you see, in the end, we highlighted the important cells here. Basically, either way, we have a shortfall. It starts at $300 million if you just need to close that Abernathy gap based on what we know today of the cost of Abernathy for the known items of $750 million. It could grow to $550 million if you put the additional resources into the Rose Quarter.
Mr. Baker.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, a question on the $750 million, and particularly as it relates to the soil stabilization, which I see in the notes is $90 million approximately. Based on the crunch that we're in here, would it make sense to postpone that and use that money in some other places? Because we're talking about, delaying projects around the state. And a question with regard to this soil stabilization, is there anything that we've done in terms of creating the new bridge that destabilizes the soil underneath that causes a greater risk? Or can we postpone that stabilization project if it was necessary, if we wanted to either not spend the money or reallocate the $90 million?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, very good question, good point. One we're learning a lot about right now as far as the deep soil mixing and why that was actually pulled out of the original contract, which was an initial savings that we made that we brought to the commission for your approval. And it did put that off into the future because we're learning so much about now the actual site conditions that exist. So these the deep soil mixing will be a separate contract, and at this point we are waiting to move forward on that piece. It is included in the budget, so we know exactly what we're up against as we continue to do the continued work that's going to be part of the new cost authorization that we're going to be talking about here in a few minutes.
Okay, so just as a follow-up, 750 million includes 90 million.
That's correct.
Soil stabilization.
Yeah.
And you mentioned we're learning more, so we don't have the final engineering on this, so the 90 million is a rough estimate?
We're confident about the site conditions right now, but because of what happened, and again, I'll go through that with you here shortly. We're doing an independent structural design review that's being conducted by David Evans and Associates. We really want to take a look at what comes out of that work to help inform us not only on when and how we move forward with the soil stabilization, but what we can learn from this process, which we alerted to you in November. And obviously the commission was quite concerned, and that's when we moved forward on that first contract.
So the soil stabilization is necessary for phase 2 or for phase 1?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, for phase 1A, so to actually get the seismic resiliency that we need, and I apologize that I'm not a geotechnical engineer, but I work with a lot of really good ones, that it's absolutely critical to getting that seismically resiliency. It's not complete without having that process done.
And that's part of completing the phase of the Abernathy that we are committed to.
Within the finance plan and that number that you're seeing up there, that's correct.
So that is included in the 750, right?
Hey, try not to keep going.
All right.
It's okay.
Now we get to
They're good questions.
the fun part, by which I mean the not fun part, where we talk about the scenarios for closing the gap we have on the I-205 Abernathy project and the UMS finance plan just in general. So we have laid out two options for you that are really the sort of the bookends, and then of course you can hybridize these in a sense. Really, the first is to cut the 24-27 STIP by the amount needed by deferring or reducing projects. The other is to finance the gap using bonding over the course of the next, say, 12 to 25 years, spreading that cost over multiple STIPs. I'll walk you through a little bit about the sort of projects that would be available to defer or to cut. So we would need projects where the funding source is eligible to be used on the Abernathy Bridge. So when we looked at this, we focused on the HB 2017 bridge and seismic funds, as well as projects funded from federal flexible funds that could be redirected, including fix-it projects and public and active transportation projects. So we have a list in your packet that is very long to show you what the potential universe of projects are. I apologize that essentially it will look like we're just dumping the entire list on you, but there's some policy decisions that really need to be made by the commission and direction, both on which option we're going with in terms of funding Rose Quarter, in order to define how long that list needs to be, and then for you to say, we want to focus cuts on this type of project and eliminate some from consideration potentially. And that's really a policy decision. So we can come back with a refined list based on any direction you give, particularly after we know a little bit more, what number are we shooting at? And that, of course, is dependent on whether you use financing or just a pure cut the STIP process. I will say that, it's clear that just from looking at the list, closing the gap solely through deferring projects will be very painful. If you look at the bridge projects, you would essentially we had about $600 million in bridge projects that are shown here in this list. And so could be potentially getting rid of essentially almost all of those bridge projects in this coming STIP. And there are, a large number of other projects that could be focused on as well. But of course, there's going to be serious concerns from those communities, from those interested parties who are interested in those particular projects. In terms of the financing options, really you have two options based on the different potential funding sources. One is to use our traditional highway user tax revenue bonds. They're longer maturities with, as a result, lower annual debt service. You'd pay those off using our HB 2017 bridge and seismic funds, which are really the only state dollars that we have that are eligible for use on Abernathy. The other option, it'd be along the lines of what we're doing on the ADA curb ramp program, which is to use Garvey bonds that are repaid by federal formula funds. These have shorter maturities, generally in the 12 to 18 years, so we use 15 years here, and as a result, they have higher annual debt service, but a shorter time that you're actually paying that debt service. So there's that benefit. I wanted to give you a sense of the pros and cons of both of these. So for scenario one, cutting the STIP, this does limit the impact of future STIPs. You get her done, and you don't have to worry about impacts to the STIP over the long term. The con, which is just the flip side of the same coin, is it requires a very significant impact to the 24-27 STIP. And I will note that just from our project delivery workforce is planning those to be devoted to those projects that might otherwise be cut. So if you were to cut at that level, $300 to $550 million, we would be having a challenge of what our project delivery staff would actually be doing over the next several years instead of delivering those projects. The second option, financing this, also has some pros in the sense of it does spread the impact over a longer period of time. So the debt service or the project impacts in any given year are going to be lower. On the con side, however, it does require legislative approval for additional debt. So we would have to go to the 25 legislative session and say, we need to get debt approved. Now, I will tell you the legislature has traditionally approved all of ODOT's requests for debt. Some of that is because it's actually just been to effectuate the direction they've given us in funding packages. This also would add to ODOT's long-term debt. There are potential financial implications of that with our credit ratings, although we do have very strong credit ratings today and get good interest rates as a result, but that could change. I will say, I'm not generally a big fan of adding more debt without additional funding. But I will say I am reasonably comfortable with the financing option. So don't feel like that shouldn't be because of some of those long-term financial challenges. It really is a matter for you of how you want to go forward with this.
So I'll go with Vice Chair first.
Well, Travis, I realize it's an option, but I would challenge your under scenario one limits the impact of future STIPs. I suspect if we were doing this, what we would do is not cut those projects, but just delay them.
Yeah.
Which would, in essence, limit it would change our 26, 30 a STIP.
27.
Whatever that 5-year period is.
Yeah.
That's probably was it. So it would impact future STIPs. It essentially almost limits future STIPs to very few projects, if any.
Vice Chair Barry, that is actually an excellent point, and that I think you're right. To a significant extent, you would likely defer projects into the next STIP, and as a result, you'd be impacting the 27-30 STIP, which then would impact, each further STIP out would be impacted. So you're actually absolutely right there.
Just looking at your list, I haven't ran the numbers or anything, but it looks like you almost eliminate everything in order to get to the number of $200 million.
The total numbers in the list are substantially larger than what you would actually need to get just to $300 million. But it would be a substantial portion of the total. So I actually, unfortunately, did not add that up here, but it is more than would be needed there. So you would have some discretion. If you were to go with just the bridge and seismic projects and try to hit that $550 million number, it essentially would eliminate the rest of the bridge and seismic investments across the state for this STIP cycle.
What is the relative magnitude of adding to our long-term debt? Because we have some existing long-term debt. Can you give us a snapshot of, we're at 20%?
Yeah. Yeah, I can. So in page 8 of the UMS finance plan, we included that. So our current estimated debt service paid from the State Highway Fund ranges from $218 million in 2026 to $243 million in 2035. So you would be adding, 10 to 20% on top of our existing debt. Right now, we have about 1 in 4 of our dollars goes out to debt. And so it is considered actually a fairly prudent level of debt, and this would not change that significantly. On the Garvey side, we will have about $62 million at the high point of our ADA program at our current estimates. And so you would actually potentially be doubling our Garvey bond. But right now, that Garvey debt is less than 10% of total FHWA funds coming into the state. But you would start seeing potentially a much larger share of our FHWA formula funds being tied up in Garvey bond debt service as opposed to available for projects in future STIPs.
I don't think anybody wants to comment at this point.
All right, then let me just walk you through the timeline for decisions before we turn it over to you for any further discussion. So today we're presenting, we are going to be requesting the I-205 Abernathy STIP amendment later in the day. And then we will be back to you to request approval of the finance plan based on any direction you give us today. We'll bring back a refined version that may still have a couple options, and you may have to pick one next time around, may have multiple options. And then in August, the general plan would be to present the finance plan or the STIP amendments that are needed for effectuating the finance plan as part of the annual STIP amendment. However, I will note that given all the things that are in flux with the infra grant and this being a very big decision, we have some time to get this right so that we could push that out a little bit further if that is where if the commission feels that you need more time to make a decision of this magnitude. So final slide, and really just setting you up for conversation. Really, we're focused today on those first two questions. Should you put some money into the Rose Quarter to try to leverage funding through the infra grant? And then what is your lien or what additional information do you need to make a decision about a lien, about whether to close the gap through making cuts to the 24-27, deferring projects, or with the financing solution that would use bonding to spread those costs out. We can get to those other questions essentially after you have worked through and answered these questions. I think those two will become clearer.
So at this point, we need to have some discussion here. No, we don't want to. And maybe we need to break it apart a little bit. So maybe we should take the first question. Should ODOT repay some of the HB 2017 funding transferred in the Rose Quarter to I-205?
I don't think you can take them that way.
Okay. Give me a suggestion on how we should address this then.
Thinking through Commissioner Smith's earlier discussion, I think she's right. The reality, I start from the premises that I think this commission has expressed solid support for Rose Quarter project, and we want to get that done. The reality is, without the federal grant, if we don't get that, we're not going to be able to do that project unless the legislature comes up with significant more funding, which I don't see how they do that. But I think we could, I'd like to say we make a commitment that if they give us the grant, we'll find the money. And I'm not sure how that. I think there are different ways to do that. I think it can be making adjustments to the STIP. It can be a hybrid of doing some bonding beyond that. But that's something we can do. Financially, I guess our fiduciary responsibilities, we have to complete what we've started. We have to fund the Abernathy project in some way. So we have to find a way to do that. Where I would like to be is I don't think I have the information today to make a comfortable decision. I think I'd like to see more. One, I'd like to know whether the feds fund the project or not before I make a decision to transfer money any way or another. And if we can do that by just making a commitment, saying, you come up with the $1.2 billion or $1.3 billion, I think it's $1.2 billion, we'll find the other money, working with the legislature and debt to find a way to do that. But let's wait until we hear if they do that.
So you're kind of uncoupling that piece of it. And let's talk about the Rose Quarter first.
It doesn't, I'm saying it doesn't have to be the Rose Quarter money. I mean, we're talking color money. We have to come up with a basket of funds to complete the projects. And how we do that, we're not in a position to decide today.
So I think one of the things is we have a grant application in with the federal government. They've given us a nod that they're very interested and they've encouraged us to do that. Question comes down to the commission if we will have consensus around the commission here to give the nod to the staff to continue down that path to assure the federal government that we will find the funding if we're given this grant. And then if we do receive the grant, then we can go back and visit exactly how we're going to fund that. So I guess that's the first question is there consensus from the commission to do that without going into a formal vote of saying how we're going to do it?
I'm comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable.
I'm not comfortable with that. Okay.
I'm comfortable with that, and I think you should know about the federal grant in August, which gives us ample time to then decide whether or not we need to go into 2025 asking for more funding for these two projects and also IDR. Reopen the discussion around tolling, which I think has been tabled because we realize there are funding gaps regardless of whether or not we have tolling, so there's a much bigger discussion to be had there. There are other funding sources, not even necessarily federal grant sources that we can look into, but I think the opportunity to leverage these federal funds is compelling enough that we should move forward with the grant and commit to the matching funds one way or another.
Yes, Commissioner. I think that the Rose Quarter is a really important project. I have all along. I'm very concerned about our committing additional funds when we know we don't have a source for that. I'm really concerned that it's not really a gap of $554 million if we do repay the Rose Quarter, because that doesn't take into account the additional $350 million to complete the Rose Quarter. So really what we're saying is we would be committing to $250 million plus another $350 million for another $600 million to complete Rose Quarter. We don't know where that money's going to come from. And we already are under contract to commit to complete Abernathy. We don't have a choice there. And if we can't have an off-ramp at some point that doesn't jeopardize our working relationship with FHWA, then continuing to agree to spend money we know we don't have is very concerning. And there isn't a good answer. Now, we aren't deciding today, but I'm struggling with that concept. And yes, I'd love to get the grant, but that doesn't solve our problem. We still have a $600 million deficit in Rose Quarter that is probably going to get bigger because we're not as far along in design as we'd like to be. And I think the only way to fund this is through tolling, which our hands are tied. And it's a really hard choice. And I'm not comfortable there yet. Vice Chair.
I hear that, and I share those concerns, but I do think that given the indications we have from the feds that they're willing to put the grant money on the table, that we would be imprudent in not asking for that.
We've
Because
already asked for it, but they
Well-
can't move forward without,
We can't, I think at the end of the day, if we get that, if we've got that far in, there will be interest, I think, in the broader metropolitan community and in the legislature to try and find a way to do that, which may include tolling, it may include other people doing bonding on their own, asking the citizens to bond for it. I mean, there are other options out there. I don't know whether it'll even work, but there are options that we have to figure that one, out.
And I
But-
just, what we're doing is we are putting all of our money into the Portland metro region at the expense of the rest of the state.
Well, that's my concern.
Sure.
That's why I don't like the cut thing, because we have to remember we're a statewide commission.
that's right. And I haven't said anything, but a couple things. As to the grant application was submitted to the feds. In any of those time, anytime you're applying for a federal grant, the board or the commission, whoever's responsible, has to make a commitment that they will come up with the match money. And since our meeting wasn't until today and it had to be submitted, I told the staff, go ahead, submit with the understanding that we would kind of give a nod one way or another, which direction we would go as far as being able to find that match. I'm going to support that only because I know how important it is, and it isn't very often that you get a congressional push behind, not only congressional, but also from the administrative level for a project like this. Finding the way that we match this is going to be difficult. I think that this helps with the conversation about tolling. I think that when we're faced with a lot of this decision, and I sit here representing the state of Oregon, and I look at the cuts in every single region, and it's not good. I mean, even if we're delaying projects, it's delaying projects that are needed in each one of those communities. And I think that's part of the talking point that we need to have with Oregonians. Like, we cannot continue doing this the way that we're doing it and funding it the way we are, unless all of us are committed. So it takes thinking outside the box and really coming up with that idea of, we've let an area in the Portland metro area make a decision on tolling. They voiced their opinion of it and it was paused. Doesn't mean it's off the table completely, but it means that now they need to be shown what's the implication of that. Because they also, if you look at that list, Region 1 has a huge amount of projects that will be paused in their region, East also. It's not just, they're getting one piece of this, but they also are gonna lose a lot out of this if we do it through the STIP process. So I'm supportive in telling the staff to go ahead and commit that we will work on this. I also agree with you. From a business sense, it doesn't make sense that you commit to something when you don't know where you're going to find the funding. But also, this is the way our government works. It's crazy. And now it puts us in a place where we have to work 10 times harder to make those sacrifices for it. And I don't know what to do because honestly, we promised a community something. So did the legislature. 2017, they made the commitment. They put us in the spot. They also put tolling as a way to help fund it, and then now it's paused. So we're sitting here as a commission trying to make really hard decisions, and it's really laying it on us, and it's not right either. It's going to have to be a conversation that has to happen statewide. So that's my 2 cents. I'll get off it.
But let me be very clear. What the legislature decided in 2017 was funding a different project than the project we have now. And I'm not commenting, I think this is a good project, but that's not the one that was originally envisioned. It's much bigger. Secondly, the legislature stated they would fund it with tolling.
I am very sensitive to the comments that were made about, I understand the perception that we're funneling all this money into mega projects in the Portland region. And I think this picture is actually really telling because most of the traffic that we're concerned about at the Rose Quarter bottleneck and the IVR bottleneck is interstate commerce coming from this area, coming from the coast, coming from the Central Valley, from Pendleton. And I just wanted to make a note because I think we've discussed it internally, but the public may not be aware. The infra grant has nothing to do with restorative justice, connecting communities, the highway cap.
No.
It's specifically for multimodal freight and highway projects. So
Yes.
this is the priority for the truckers,
Correct.
for all of our freight industries that are relying on this, the only red light between Canada and Mexico as a critical bottleneck to get Oregonian products out of the state. So I realize that it seems like we're spending all of our budget on Portland, but really this is a priority for economic development for the whole state, all Oregonians.
Well, and I believe too, Commissioner, in 2017, when we did the roadshow, well, 2016, this came up constantly. Rose Quarter, bottleneck, get us out of the bottleneck. It was something that was said across the state. And it is a project that all Oregonians, you know, will benefit from. Maybe not exactly, but the part that is, well, it probably, because everything comes on freight. But the other piece of it is that they also have infrastructure, and we've seen it as we've toured the state, that is critical too, to them. So when their bridges fall down, when they have critical highway needs, we have to address those too. And as we squeeze that stip and keep taking from it, we're just going backwards. So I wish I had an answer.
Commissioner Chapman's right, though. This is the project.
Chris-
This
oh,
is the project that got the trucking industry to support the 2017 legislation.
So our director would like to comment. We can't see him, so we aren't ignoring you. Yes, we are ignoring you. Sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you. And in some ways, it's probably good you didn't see my hand up because the conversation's been really valuable. I think a couple of things that I just want to add, and some of them are repeat, but some of them I hope can bring a little bit of perspective of what we're wrestling with. So first, you're clearly working through the tension of the prioritization of not just these two projects, but how they then mesh with the expectations and the commitments that have been made in the past. Whether that's a legislative commitment made in 2017, a follow-on legislative commitment that was made in 2019-2020 timeframe, or excuse me, it was 2021, or the commitments that we made to a community. I think Vice Chair Byer, you captured at least the Rose Quarter portion to say the project that was funded is a different project than the one we have in front of us today. And I think that's because, quite frankly, the first project wasn't designed with the community, and it wasn't designed with the understanding of what it could be and how it could solve some pretty significant issues, not just within the transportation sector, but within how community connects and how we can then serve a greater good. Now, again, I don't want to just leave my comments there because the tension that I think I'm hearing right now in the conversation really does revolve around where do we place those priorities, where are we going to get the money, and then how does then that money go into achieving the goals. So I think a couple of things that might oversimplify this really complex problem. You saw two different scenarios, and I would describe those as sideboards, really. There's a scenario that is bonding to get to the completion of a portion of the urban mobility strategy, and then there's a scenario that is cutting from what we have currently planned in order to free up some cash in order to make that available. There is certainly a hybrid option between those. So you could direct us, and part of the reason we don't have this for a decision today was because we wanted to see this conversation. But you could certainly direct us to go back and find the hybrid between the two. That is an option available, and we could do our best thinking around some of that. I do think that there are a couple of things that are outstanding that weigh pretty heavily on me, and I just feel better about voicing them. We already have a significant federal commitment built upon promises and commitments that we've made in Rose Quarter. Those promises are to the community, they're to the federal government, and frankly, they're to the legislative body. And I think what we've seen so far is in capturing those promises and capturing the need in front of the Joint Committee, for example, we've now seen a response from the presiding officers and the governor that says The 2025 package should consider the operational needs in order to keep the agency healthy, but also the unfinished business of House Bill 2017. That's referencing Rose Quarter directly. So I think that needs to be part of the dialogue while also recognizing that we're asking for additional federal funds. In addition to that, we have Abernathy that's under construction. That project clearly does need to move to completion. I think Commissioner Smith captured that, saying we're in construction, we need to move forward. Our options are limited there as far as pausing work or any of those factors. I would agree with that sentiment, and I think that we have to find the right finance plan that gets us to completion of that project. Yes, the change in tolling does impact what we had anticipated for revenues, but the lack of confidence in moving forward with tolling at the same pace those construction projects were ready is what has put us, I think, in this financial position. So then that brings the third point that I wanted to make, which is if the commission, and again, I don't want to draw conclusions that aren't there, so please correct me, but if the commission right now in your deliberation and in the balancing of those tensions that we're describing is suggesting that both of these projects are a priority and we need to move forward in the right financial way that we can, recognizing that there's some tensions that exist there. And if both of those are a priority and want to maximize the federal funds, and then the remainder has to be part of a conversation with the 25 legislature, I think we can prepare a finance plan that does that. Now, I will readily admit, it banks on the fact that the 25 conversation is fruitful. We will have to be back to regroup if we don't, but I don't think pausing work on either of those projects, just putting my own bias on the table, is the responsible thing for us to do, given the level of commitment that we stand behind and the direction that we've had so far. So all of those thoughts are looming in my head, and I just wanted to make sure that you heard those as we were contemplating what to do going into a 25 discussion.
Comments from Commission to the Director? Thank you for popping up.
Yeah, I tried to comment. We're in a pickle. We're in a pickle because we're spending more than we expected to spend for a variety of reasons, a lot more. And our methodology for paying for it went away with tolling. So we don't have the revenue side, and we've got the higher expense side. So, and we probably got a real credibility problem around the state, as Commissioner Smith has pointed out. This looks like a Portland problem that's going to affect everybody. I don't think that anybody, when we're done with this process, is going to say this is fair. It's going to be unfair to everybody. Because we're in a financial situation where we have to make some changes. I mean, we can't, in my mind, continue down the path that we're on without making some changes, concessions, some smart but hard decisions here. So I don't think there's a solution where we can some way finance paper over our problem. We get some uncomfortable decisions that are going to need to be made. Some things are going to happen that we're not going to like, but it's the reality. It's the reality of our situation. We're in a hole, and we have to be really responsible about the way we dig ourselves out of this hole.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I agree, and I'm very torn about it. I don't have a good answer. My concern is going into the legislative session, and I hear and I know that the legislature and the governor want to help us address these challenges. Pausing tolling, I think, really gutted our ability to make some choices. I just worry that in the legislative session, what historically seems to happen is that projects gets funded. So we would be going in with three major asks. Fund the remaining $600 million of rose quarter. Plug the Abernathy gap. IBR. And maintenance and operations. And my big concern is that we'll get 3 out of 4. And that maintenance and operations will get, again, kicked down the road. And that is my number one priority for this agency, because we can't continue the way that we're going. So those are my big concerns, and I could be wrong. The legislature could step up. We could, it could all be fine. But that's my big concern. And I want to answer one question about the bonding issue. I am not really excited about borrowing to pay for things now, because we keep doing that, kicking it down the road. Having said that, I'd probably be willing to do some bonding to make sure that we can keep our project staff busy. But the minimum amount, that would be my preference.
Mr. Chapman, did you?
I agree with all of you. This is an impossible situation that we're in. I think a lot of the frustration about the tolling came from a lack of transparency of the process and a lack of understanding of the trade-offs. And understanding that we either need to raise the gas tax across the board, which nobody in Eastern Oregon wants to pay for electric vehicles in Portland. I get it. Nobody wants to fast track the road user charge, and we've already seen the numbers. It's not going to be revenue positive in time to deal with this problem. And nobody wants to pay tolls. I will pay tolls at the Rose Quarter. I will pay tolls at Abernathy. I will pay tolls on I-5 Bridge. I will probably pay more tolls than anyone in this room. I don't want tolls. But I also don't want the bridge to fall into the river. So, I mean, there's no easy solution. Right. And I think if we are all aware that there is a very terrifying budget gap here, and we have $750 million that might help close it, I can't, in good conscience, turn down that potential opportunity and then go into 2025 and say, you figure out how we're going to come up with the gap or fill this gap. And we might not get it. So then that's a totally different underfunded bridge to cross. But I think we have a pretty good chance at it.
We might have to turn it back. I think the thing that terrifies me the most is we're only 30% into the design, and we don't know that our estimation on building is going to be within our budget. That always worries me, because that's where we have fallen apart time after time on projects. And that piece makes me very uncomfortable. Vice Chair?
Well, I'm not opposed to bonding for capital projects. I mean, when you're talking about things that are in the last 50 years, paying through them through debt makes sense to me. But I am concerned about the degree, and recognize the reality is when you start increasing that annual debt service, you're limiting other money that are there. So I'm concerned about that portion of it. It's the reality is if we get the money, there's some really hard decisions that I will say the legislature has to make, and frankly, I think the community of Portland needs to make as well. And if we have to start, my inclination is, and I guess my general direction would be, if we have to move projects back at some point to do some of this, in order to complete the two projects in the metro area, that we should disproportionately make the reductions in the metro area who've gotten the benefit out of it. So I recognize that they, the people who live in the metro area also pay most of the gas tax. So, I mean, there is some fairness in that there. But we heard yesterday, about what a $350,000 project does in a small community and different things. And we got to keep in mind that we are a statewide system, and in statewide systems, that means local projects, but that also means that we have to take care of moving freight. And again, I would say again, this project, the Rose Quarter, not necessarily the lid, But the Rose Quarter project was viewed by the trucking industry as their top priority. And even as we propose it today, they feel a little bit like we've let them down.
Yeah. Okay. Any last comments on this? I think we beat this thing to death.
Are we giving direction or are we waiting?
I believe we are waiting.
So, Madam Chair, the one thing we would like clarity on is the commission's will on match for the Rose Quarter. Because we can certainly wait on any of those other questions. I mean, we could wait to finalize a finance plan until after we find out whether we get the grant. That will make me nervous, but we'll get over that. But the question of the matching funds, I think, would want to make sure that there is some statement from the commission that is sufficient to be able to tell USDOT we are in or we are out.
Do you need a vote?
We do not need a vote, but certainly some consensus and a statement from the chair that people can nod to or say nay to, but that in the future then that we would know that if we get the grant and come back, there would be support for making the official allocation in the STIP. That would be what we'd be looking for today.
So at this point, do you still stand where you do?
I do.
Okay.
But I'm just one person and I'm very comfortable
I just
going forward.
wanted to make sure. Okay. So with that said, the commission feels that we will move forward. We will find the match money. You can let federal government, or I guess it's FHWA. I'm not sure who's the holder of that, or if it's is that correct?
USDOT.
USDOT. Thank you. Okay, so I'll make it more official. So we are in support of moving forward with the USDOT grant, and that we will find the match that we were given the grant. So more to come. I'm sorry, we're a little nervous, Travis, but that we aim to do that. That is our duty, and so we'd like to see you sweat a little.
Travis, it's only fair that you feel nervous. We do.
Absolutely, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair. We will be able to define some paths forward and come back to you and let you know what we think the appropriate process may be. It may be a little bit different than we laid out on the slide. Given the big impending question of the grant, we'll have to weigh the options and whether it makes sense to have any further discussions until we know the outcome of that. That may be more appropriate.
So real quick question for you. Did you get enough from the commission on our feedback to come up with some scenarios or even a hybrid scenario to what you proposed?
Madam Chair, I do believe that we heard enough at least to say that it might look like a hybrid, and we could come back with some options for that. But it also will depend on the size of the reduction. So we'll look at what that would look like for the next conversation.
One last thing. Can you factor in the additional 350 with Rose Quarter into that financial picture?
Commissioner Smith, we can. I mean, we could look at what it would take for the legislature to provide those extra funds. And I would note, the quote unquote official funding estimate is probably more like a $300 million gap, but all the comments today, we're still at 30% design. If we get the grant, then we actually have to go do a new updated expenditure or a cost estimate based on what the new schedule will look like. And so we'll have a better sense then later this year of what that cost would be. And absolutely, we could then give you a sense of what the financing option would be. Now, I'll tell you basically from a financing perspective, $300 million in additional bonding capacity from the legislature would look like about $22 million a year, which is almost exactly equivalent to a penny of gas tax with the complimentary weight mile tax attached to it. So that gives you a sense of what the legislature would need to provide in order to close a $300 million gap, assuming that is the final number.
Not bad.
It's doable.
It's doable. I'm smiling at the center in the back of the room. It's doable. Okay.
Thank you. But are they willing?
Yes.
You can almost need a break after
I was gonna say,
that.
can we take a 5-minute break, please, so we can pull ourselves together? Thank you. We are. Thank you. All right. We're a little bit behind now. So, but we had really good discussion. I think it was discussion that needed to be had between all of us as commissioners. And so thank you for indulging us, staff. We're now on item J1, project delivery update. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Macklin, Division Administrator for Delivery and Operations, and I'm joined by
Tova Peltz, Deputy Division Administrator for Delivery and Operations.
So we're setting the stage for your next 4 items, this being the first of 4. We were before you in March when we were in Medford with an update on all the efforts that we're taking to work on our project delivery program. Certainly we discussed some of the challenges that we're facing and the work that we're doing. We take this responsibility seriously, and we know we've got some room to improve. So wanted to provide you a quick update on a few things and also set the stage for some legacy project challenges that we mentioned before. Next slide, please. Clicker's not working, sorry. So Ms. Peltz and I will speak to a few things, a fairly brief update for you all as your first item here on our project delivery program update. I will then, I'll stay up here and I'll be joined by Mr. Finn, and we'll continue the conversation that you all just were started around I-285, specific to the construction contract that is underway now. I'll then be joined by Mr. Winsheimer and Mr. Freitag from Region 1 to discuss the Highway 217 project, also in construction. And then finally, Mr. Brower will join me and we will discuss slipping some project schedules in the 24-27 step to align with our cash flow needs of the agency. So we've got a full slate of items in that project delivery space bringing to you today. I'll turn it over to Ms. Peltz to hit a few things and we'll move through this.
Good afternoon. I wanted to point back to some of the slides we shared in March and recap what has happened, like what's happened since March and the work that we've been progressing. So this slide came straight from our March presentation to all of you, and we laid out what we are doing over that. Actually, we've skipped ahead 2 slides. I'm like, there we go. Sorry about that. Anyhow, we wanted to lay out all the improvement actions that we shared with you in March and progress that we're making on them. As we've said, like these are all ongoing, but we jumped on them. We were working on them before we sat down with you in March, and we've been diligent since then. We're really focused on working with our project delivery team statewide to have more visibility on and depth of conversation about portfolio risks and opportunities in decision making. And a big piece of that has been creating more of an open dialogue and a regular dialogue for all of our delivery leaders to ring the bell, if you will, when they see concerns or have see risks, concerns coming up, or need to elevate specifically to get help to work through solutions. So a big part of that has been more regular meetings, to go over status of projects specifically, risks that are coming up on projects and upcoming decisions that we're going to need to address. That shows up in these monthly portfolio meetings with the regions and the programs. We've been having many conversations and laying out new expectations and clarity for the regions and the program managers about delivering projects within budget and scope, and having more open dialogue with us and with others in the agency about those projects throughout the life of those projects. We're here today, as Mr. Lynn said, to talk about the 24-27 cash flow rebalance for cash flow. Those are all items that have been that we're checking through. There are a number of items that we're still working on internally and that we'll continue to work on internally. We are working right now on our 2730 STIP and how we can set our 2730 STIP up for success. Obviously, the conversations we're having about how changes to the 24-27 STIP and our Rose Quarter and Abernathy projects are going to impact the 24-27 STIP and the 27-30 STIP. There's a lot of uncertainty right now, but that doesn't change the fact that we need to change our cost forecasting processes. And so that is underway, and we'll actually be sharing that information with the CIAC later this month, which should be a great conversation. Externally, the Federal Highway review of our bridge program is underway, and we're anticipating that like Federal Highway is aiming to complete that review and provide recommendations sometime in July, and then we'll be talking through how we're going to deliver on those recommendations. We're also like developing we're developing like our methods for getting more support for our mega project delivery. That's also underway. The CIAC delivery, like feedback, you know, there's a checkbox there, but that's an ongoing thing as well. So, but we've already initiated that. We met with CIAC in March. Mike, was that March, April, March? And then, as I said, we'll be in front of the CIAC again in a week. So these are all things that we've been working through. There's more coming, as Mr. Lynn said. We will, like, this is the second of what we're anticipating will be 3 or 4 conversations with all of you about project delivery improvements over the next several months. We are planning to come back to talk, like, as decisions are made about Abernathy and Rose Quarter. We will look at how those will impact the current STIP and the future STIP, and we will be having those conversations with you as well. So I'm going to pass it back to Mac now.
Real quick question on the slide back, slide where you talked about establish risk conscious approach to cost estimating program. Are we seeing a lot of the STIP projects that were proposed, like for up to, what was it, 24 to 27, out of balance with our cost estimations?
Go for it.
Yeah, so I think Chair Brown, members of the commission, the way to answer that is one of the challenges that we've certainly had is when we build a STIP, how are we forecasting the cost or the planned project costs many years in advance? And that's certainly, we spent a lot of time in March talking about that shift of how are we measuring our performance in that space, not, hey, we're at construction, how well did we estimate it a month prior? No, how are we estimating or forecasting that planned cost when we program the funds into the STIP? And I'll go back to the dashboard with Ms. Peets. On there, it showed, I think we were on budget 21% or something. That is a different way that we are measuring that from when do we say we're committed to this project and how are we measuring our success in that forecasted cost. And Ms. Peltz spoke to, we're going to be taking a different approach as we build this 2730 STIP. That's the CIC conversation next week. Because I think, frankly, we've been doing this for a long time. We're not seeing the outcome that, one, we want, nor what the public expects from us. So I think, Commissioner Baker, you've made comments in the past that an estimate is a promise. So we're really taking that to heart as we think about how are we building that STIP. I will say the bidding environment right now is still challenging, but I think one of the things we're seeing is in certain parts of the state, and depending on the work, we're getting a lot better at estimating that cost, but we're still surprised from time to time with limited competition in certain areas, electrical work, right? Really the nature of the work still throws us a curveball, but that's much closer to, we're bidding the project and we've got real-time information. So hopefully that answers your question, Chair.
Vice Chair, I think yes.
Just an observation, I don't need a response. You're aligning the 24-27 STIP with anticipated cash flow. You need to take that in consideration of the last discussion we just had, and as you're developing options and working with Travis on that.
Yeah, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, we'll certainly talk a little bit about that in a few minutes as well, Travis. Yeah.
I'm going to just add on the 24-27 STIP projects. I think one of the things that we have done with our regions and our project delivery teams is set the expectation that projects need to be managed more tightly, and risk management needs to be more tight in the 24-27 STIP so projects can be delivered within their budgets, within their program budget. So that is a big part of these portfolio conversations that we're having with the regions, so that there are no surprises and we can see what the projected costs are long in advance and talk about what our approach is to live within our means, adjust project scope, what the options are. So I would say that we are having like daily conversations with our teams about the 24-27 projects. And I think they're great conversations. I think that we're daylighting a lot of sort of portfolio-wide, like challenges that we need to work through and conversations we need to have about portfolio risk management and decision-making and level of decision-making, which is great. A lot of opportunity to tighten things up.
Just comment,
Go ahead.
Wasn't lost on me that there's a certain degree of risk. It's just part of it. I was thinking of the comment we were having yesterday as we were looking at the roundabout where they're saying, oh, we didn't realize that drainage is in this site and what we had to do to address that. Hadn't thought about that beforehand. And I think that's just the nature of the business you're in.
Yeah, certainly, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer. I think one of the commissioners yesterday said to me, there's inherent risk in the work that we do. And I think, as one of our cost estimators said to me one time, it's not an exact science. And I think as much as we can improve, and we're putting a lot of effort into improving in this space, but also recognizing we're not going to get it perfect. I think to your point, there are known and unknown risks. And as those become true, how are we, to Ms. Pelt's comment, ringing the bell to say this just happened? And I think I look forward to either using the dashboard or potentially our operational report of how are we bringing some of those good news stories to you, but also, hey, these are some of the challenges we're facing in the portfolio, so we're not catching you by surprise. I will say, just in continuation to that, just real quick, we're working quite a bit on the portfolio overall. Commissioner Smith, I appreciated your comment during the dashboard discussion. That term's kind of a wonky term, but when we think about it, right, how are we thinking about all of the projects that we're either delivering or planning to deliver, recognizing they all carry that inherent risk? And then what are our accountability metrics and measures that we are using within the agency and with our consultant partners that are helping to deliver these projects? Bridge program is very much front and center. We mentioned the FHWA review multiple times. I will say we are seeing cost risks within that portfolio of projects. Specifically, our local bridge program has come up. That was a huge infusion of the IIJA funds, were additional funds for local bridge projects. And some of them are what we call off-system. They might only serve a couple houses on a local route, and so they're off the federal aid system. We're having some challenges with not only those costs increasing on a very small project, if you will, but also the match requirement from the local community. So we're taking the steps to reassess all of those projects, but obviously we need to do that with specific care to our partners in those communities around their financial ability to support those projects. And to Vice Chair Byer, your comment, there's inherent risks in these projects. So Center Street Bridge, this is a House Bill 2017 project. It's a seismic retrofit of an existing bridge. And we're going to take a moment to reevaluate that project. It's still in the design phase. We're not close to construction yet, but we're certainly seeing cost risk on that project. And we're also considering, are we using the best contracting method given the risks of retrofitting an existing project or existing bridge? So we're going to take that moment, bring in some resources to really, I think, reevaluate that plan for that work. So a significant amount of effort underway. And then finally, bottom right of this slide, we know there are a lot of stacking impacts right now, and you all just certainly had a big portion of that conversation. So as we look to our mobility finance strategy, how you all land on that, certainly articulate the impacts of that decision, our bridge program assessment, and then what are we bringing back to you in August, likely, with how are we affecting this STIP with our annual amendment. So lots of stuff kind of on the horizon in this project delivery space. With that, if it's okay with the chair, I'd probably move to the first of several decision items. Okay, so Ms. Pels, thank you. Mr. Finn, join me. We're going to take the first one, and staff could queue up the slideshow. Thank you.
I don't think Brendan wants to join you. There was a pause there like, no, we're not done yet.
Thank you for having me up again. Again, for the record, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Mobility Office. Apologies, I was looking at my computer screen as the team is watching. back in other parts of Oregon to give me some updated information regarding the bicycle ped bridge with Rose Quarter. So I could have some real-time information for you, Commissioner Baker, but for a moment, I'm going to catch my breath.
You want me to give you a hand? So we're
Yes,
gonna,
thank you.
For the sake of saying the Rose Quarter, and it just kind of.
Wow.
You're fine, Brent. We're gonna transition over to the construction phase of I-205, the Abernathy Bridge. So you all were certainly talking about a lot of needs within that urban mobility finance strategy. We're really focused on the current construction contract that is underway to affect the bridge structure. And I think Mr. Finn can certainly speak to why we're seeing a need for additional funding to support that ongoing work and can address some of the questions that you all are raising.
Mr. Lind, thank you for allowing me to catch my breath. And Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, just harkening back to our previous agenda item and the bike path bridge. It was during the fall of 2022 when that concept first came back into the project. It was presented to the commission in the June of 2023 UMS finance plan, where we introduced the concept of the new bike ped bridge. We called it integrating the separated bicycle and pedestrian bridge connecting the east and west sides of the I-5 at Northeast Clackamas Street. And then we presented the picture that we just saw there. So, and that was my pens down moment. So I just wanted to clarify that piece in real time. But getting back to this matter at hand, and thank you for the introduction, Mr. Lind. And this project we alluded to some bit during the finance plan discussions we had just about an hour ago. Again, a little bit of orientation. This project, as Vice Chair Beyer knows, has been contemplated for many years, probably over a decade. We referred to it as the I-205 Improvements Project. This was a larger corridor project. This we refer to as Phase 1A of the improvements that would happen at the Abernathy Bridge that you can see there. So moving on to what the benefits of this project is, and I know this commission knows, but I'll review some of these briefly. As far as creating a seismically resilient bridge across the Willamette River in the Portland metropolitan region, Mr. Vice Chair, because I remember at one point I think we said the only one going over the Willamette River, and you rightly correct us that there's a couple of those, but not in the Portland metropolitan region. So this is obviously a big freight corridor and a lifeline route. This would again be that first interstate bridge over the Willamette River that would be seismically upgraded, a huge piece of that project. Also, the improvements that are being made on the interchanges at over in West Lynn, at OR 43, and then over on the other side in Oregon City on 99E, and the very popular roundabout. Commissioner Baker, I know you've gone around it a couple of times. It's been quite effective, and we've seen some good response to that infrastructure investment that has already been completed as part of the project. And also not to, and I'll just I like being in control of the PowerPoint now. Go back that there is some key multimodal bike ped components to this project that connect up, make regional connections underneath the bridge on both the Oregon City and the Westland side. Don't want that to be lost on an improvement to this project. So a little bit of the going back a little bit, and I again mentioned this earlier. How we first negotiated the contract with Kiewit, pulling out the piece on the deep soil mixing, knowing there was some uncertainty there around schedule, and really being able to nail down the budget on that would be reintroduced as a separate contract later on, and that negotiated down the price with Kiewit. So we were in front of you in April of 22 on that. Back in November, you'll remember Deputy Director Mosier was in front of you talking about some of the unforeseen conditions, site conditions that were being seen there. Deputy Director Mosier also flagged for the commission that we were also running into an issue of the as-built plans not meeting up with the site conditions that were existing. At the time, we heard loud and clear from the commission, and Mr. Lind, myself, and our teams have gone back and really looked at how are we going to take accountability for this, but also how do we take action moving forward. I mentioned earlier, specific to this project, we did hire David Evans and Associates to go back and do a full review of the structural design to understand what happened when. That's going to inform us moving forward with other investments, including the deep soil mixing. And then Mr. Lynn mentioned to you the bigger review that's being done by FHWA on the bridge program writ large.
Could you describe for us what deep soil mixing is? What exactly is the problem we're trying to solve?
Well, I'll take a stab at it, and maybe Mr. Lind will come in as well. But it's a process for stabilizing the soil underneath the columns to make the bridge seismically resilient.
If you will, Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, I simplify it to, I think about when the earthquake hits and we have liquefaction. So we're not on bedrock. Those piers are not on bedrock. And so we have to do something to solidify underneath the water, if you will, in that river to make sure that it can withstand that magnitude of an earthquake. So that's how I think about the deep soil mixing. It's obviously far more complex than that.
Okay, and just a follow-up. So did we miss this in our original engineering scope? Or were we aware of it? And just not, how long ago did we discover it and did we know it from the beginning?
Yeah, I always knew it was a component, part of the contract negotiations that were going on with our prime contractor. There was a decision made to pull that out because of the uncertainty of it. I did see Director Strickler come on camera there, so I want to pause for a moment to see if he has anything to add.
I'm glad you see him because.
Madam Chair, can you hear me okay?
He's an engineer.
My apologies. Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, a little bit of history, but it's important because I think the question is right on point, and that is the Abernathy project was once part of the overall 205 to Stafford Road project. And so the Abernathy portion was the first phase, and as part of that, in order to make it seismically ready, the soil mixing was part of the equation for Abernathy. When the bids came in, there was quite a bit of risk that could be isolated to the soil mixing and separate from the rest of the bridge. And because the rest of the 205 project was contemplated as being phased in over time, as funding would allow with the toll revenues, it made logical sense at that time to say, let's remove that risk from the construction contract now so that we can get it going and save some of the costs that we would lose in escalation and inflation and get the rest of the bridge going, because we knew we were going to then tackle the rest of the corridor. When we got to the point to where funding was no longer going to be available to fund the lanes portion of the 205 project, it then made that soil mixing vital for the first phase again. In other words, phasing it further into the future would just leave us with a seismically vulnerable bridge because we didn't have a funding mechanism that would then pay for the lanes. That would be the second portion. So a little convoluted, but the reason that was pulled out was as much financial and readiness and risk as it was the phasing elements of the project. And now that the second major phase of the lanes expansion is not being done and it's been postponed indefinitely, we have to bring this forward in order to have a seismically ready bridge.
Okay, so another elementary question here, I apologize for that. Is the bridge more seismically vulnerable today than it was before we started the project? In other words, have the improvements that we've made the bridge more vulnerable, or are we just as vulnerable today as we were before we started the project?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, the answer is it's in better shape today, and Commissioner Smith asked me this question as well, and I'm going to get into it a little bit more in the presentation. Okay. But to get it where it needs to be to really withstand that Cascadia event, that's where we're doing this additional work.
Okay. And what kind of an earthquake can it survive at this point? Do we have an estimate of what kind of an event would knock that bridge out of commission?
I know we do have a number for that, and I don't have it on me, but I'll make sure that I get that to you. Okay. Commissioner. Yep.
So I believe Vice Chair has a question or a
just-
comment.
Matt, I thought you said, I thought I heard you say that one of the reasons to do this is because we didn't get to base rock. I thought the whole purpose of all of those really was to get to bedrock. Why else did we go 160 feet down?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner, but I may have misspoke there. Actually, I was thinking, I don't know that that's true. Because, forgive me, I am not a bridge engineer.
So we did get to base right.
If it's okay, Director Strickler.
Director, you want to jump back in?
And I apologize.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. It's the fun part of the job. So, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Byer, a couple of things to consider. One is this is a widening of an existing bridge, so it's not an entirely new bridge. So as you look at the foundations that have been drilled in for the new portion or the widened portion of the bridge, those are going down, and those shafts go down into the bedrock area. What we're really talking about is stabilizing the entire bridge, which includes those portions that were built before, and that's where the soil mixing comes in to help stabilize the foundation.
The stuff in the river. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Director. Thank you.
He was over here looking at me and I was like, I thought it was to bedrock. All right. Okay. Keep going.
Yeah, I will. So what are the factors that are really involving this cost increase that we're requesting authorization, your consideration for that? As I alluded to, the as-built drawings did not meet what the actual site conditions are. So we are going back to put in more steel. You'll see the rebarb there on one of the cross beams. We're also doing that with the columns. This required some new design work, which required some delays, and also will require some bridge jacking and other construction elements that are in there. I do want to say before I get into this that every one of these elements to the cost increase that you'll be considering here shortly have gone through 2 separate independent cost estimates through our cost estimating system that's been through SEAC review. So to just validate all of those numbers to make sure that they're accurate. Here's.
We got a question.
Sorry, I got lots of questions on this. So going back to November, when we went through the exercise and we authorized, we had a number and I asked a question, is there going to be more? And the answer to the question was yes, there was going to be more. I didn't get any sense that it was going to be 85 million. Not even close. So I'm a little rattled with this number because I don't know where it's going to stop. So maybe you can say something to make me feel more comfortable or less comfortable. I really felt in November like maybe we had our arms around it, and we weren't anywhere near having our arms around it, it seems.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, we share the exact same sentiment that you do regarding that. And at the time, we did not know. Obviously, we were working with our cost estimators, our contractors, with our folks that work at the construction admin that were reviewing all these processes. So we didn't have a good sense of what the number would be at that time. We have since done that. We want to make sure when we bring you a number that this is the number that gets us to construct this project and to basically deal with the issue that was presented to us with the designs not mixing up. We're working with Department of Justice in particular on what that means, and more probably to come on that. But this is what gets us through to building the seismically resilient bridge, knowing that there are other costs that could be incurred and the soil mixing still needs to happen, but not costs that are associated with construction. That didn't look like it gave you the confidence.
I'm just not confident. It's I wish I were confident. I wish I were. I'm not. So.
So the other elements, obviously you can see here, this is one of the columns, and that's obviously some of the new steel fabrication that's going on top of it. As one of our engineers says, it's like building a roof on top of a roof. So the new roof is there because of the field verification not being 100% on the contract designed plans. So we've also run into these, a couple of other underground storage tanks. I think we shared with you the blast caps that we found as well as part of the project over near West Lynn, and some changes that needed to be made to some sound walls. So those are the main components. Obviously, we've built in this review of the process of this project by David Evans and Associates. We have FHWA reviewing the bridge program as a whole. And these cost estimate, this cost has been through 2 separate cycles of the independent cost estimate. So, yep.
Is Dave Evans and Associates going to review the 85 million?
Now that's the responsibility of our independent cost estimating team, which is made up of various different that are private sector that are not part of our team. Yeah.
And they've done their work?
They have.
At this point?
That's correct. And validated this number.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, that brings us to the action. Looking for the commissioner's approval for this construction authorization increase of $85,200,000 for the construction of the I-205, excuse me, improvements for phase 1. And you heard Mr. Brower and I up here about identifying how to finance and pay for that project for the MS plan.
So moved.
Second.
We got a second?
Only second. I'm only chuckling over the second bullet.
Oh, you're not seconding.
I seconded her
Okay.
motion.
I do have a question, and it's related to the second phase. So this is just going to get us, as far as we know, through this phase.
That's correct.
And the original project was a second phase. And how much was it estimated for the second phase to cost? Ballpark.
Off the top of my head, I believe it was 450 million to do the third lane.
Okay.
For the second phase.
And so this was part of the this was part of the House Bill 2017 funded projects. So that leaves another, I'm sorry, you said 450 million, that if we were to make good on our commitment under House Bill 2017, that would add to the list of money that we need to come up with.
Another penny.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, the subtlety there is through House Bill 3055 and House Bill 2017, they identified this project to be predominantly funded through tolling.
Got it.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table. Any other discussion?
Discussion.
I was just going to recognize how essential I think it is that gets an objective third-party opinion about this, recognizing some of the concerns and skepticisms about the budget overages, and that I do have confidence in David Evans and their expertise. But as a business owner that has worked as a supplier to the general contractor, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think of how I could get more comfortable with this. I really don't like this process. And I wish I could envision a way, and maybe it's my newness, that if we delayed for 30 days and we asked another question, could we get more reassurances? Or, could we feel comfortable that this is the way we need to go? But
Go ahead.
I understand your discomfort and your frustration, and I've been in the infrastructure biz for a while, and unfortunately, some projects have unanticipated issues that nobody catches. Some go sideways for a variety of reasons on the job. And it's, and we've had other projects where things have gone much better. I think this is just one of those projects that we've had some missteps. I have confidence in our team that they are doing the best they can to mitigate those problems. And at this point, I don't feel that we have a choice but to finalize the contract. We're under a commitment to pay. And if we delay, I think that creates more potential liability.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
I appreciate what you're saying, Jeff, but I think this is a really unique one. I guess I'm sitting here thinking we did a bridge project down over the Umpqua that came in right on target, in fact, a little under. We're doing one in Corvallis now over the Willamette River that I think is going on target, going well. So most of them actually, contrary to what we heard from public comment this morning, actually go pretty well. But we do have some that don't, some unknown things that pop up. And I'm thinking about the Highway 20, I think it is, it goes to the coast, where we had one of the best contractors. It was a CMGC, I believe, which is supposed to protect you against risk because the contractor takes it all, and had one of the best contractors, the top award bidder out of California, who totally didn't understand the Oregon coast. And ODOT had to go back and redo that one completely. Very controversial at the time, but ended up with a good project. This one, I'm not an engineer, I don't understand it, but I think we're committed to it. We're into it. And I hope we've seen the last of the increases on it. But the whole thing that we're doing there, to me, just seems to be incredibly complicated, where you're adding and going over the top of old beams and going down deeper to try and restabilize it, and then sliding the decks over. I'd like to see that done, but I'm a little scared about that whole process. Although I understand the contractor said, no big deal, we've done this before. So.
Let's see. Okay, so we have one commissioner that's recused from this vote. The rest of us, we have a motion on the table. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you, Commissioner. And I think that, it's got a vote of confidence from somebody that is really questioning this. And I think that it just shows that we are paying attention to what's going on and we are concerned. But we also understand we have to finish this project, so. Don't come back.
You can come back.
Not for more money on this project. Okay?
Yes.
But yes, you can come back. Thank you, like you.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. Chair Ranifit, please you, as my next colleagues join me for the next item, Mr. Winchhammer and Mr. Freitag. I do want to just say, I think to that last line of conversation you all were having, that's the discussion we're having internally, or how do we learn from these projects? And so Commissioner Vice Chair Byer, to your point, on some of our past projects, we've learned from those as well. And I think seismically retrofitting a bridge is certainly one that we are learning from the I-205 experience, as well as what method are we using to manage and mitigate risk. We can never get rid of the risk, right? And we can't transfer it all to the contractor. It's a partnership. But I think moving forward, this will give us the lessons learned to then apply a different approach moving forward. And frankly, I think as we get into 2025 funding conversations, if there are project requests for what would it cost to do X, Y, or Z, how are we better forecasting those planned costs to a future year of construction? Because I think we can certainly look back and see where we were too eager, too optimistic around how that cost would play out over a 10-year period, and what risks did we know at that time versus risks we didn't know. So just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah, I would just add to it that the timing of being able to get at these what were unknowns And here we are just 6 months away from getting an estimate. And that estimate, we missed by a huge magnitude. And because of the pickle that we talked about, this is 85 million bucks that is going to go into this bridge. It's not going to go into other projects around the state. So, I mean, this is why I'm really, one of the reasons I'm really anxious about this, because these big projects, we miss like this, the impact is everything. And we can't miss. I'd be really interested to know at some point in time how we missed it 6 months ago. When you go through this process of going through this, doing your post-mortem on that, I'd be quite curious.
I appreciate that comment, Commissioner Baker. We'll certainly take that to the team. And I think, Chair, if it will work for you, we'll move to the next item. Okay.
It really works for me.
Yeah, good.
So please do.
One thing as we transition to the Highway 217 project, I'll turn to Mr. Winsheimer here in just a second. I think we've had a risk on this project for a few months now in terms of anticipating some additional costs. So I'll turn to him. And we're certainly learning our lessons from this project as well, given that it's a multi-year construction project in a metro area. But I'll turn to Mr. Winsheimer to kick us off.
Thank you, Mac. Good afternoon. Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Ryan Winsheimer. I'm the ODOT Region 1 manager. And today I'd like to introduce Matt Freitag, who is recently hired as our Region 1 project delivery manager, but who's been with ODOT for more than 26 years and is bringing that wealth of experience to the position, and has also been serving as the area manager on this Highway 217 project prior to entering into his new role. Next slide. The 217 project was funded for design and construction by the legislature back in HB 2017. And as you can see here, the project's replacing an overcrossing, building new sound walls, completing the north-south bike and pedestrian network within the corridor, adding a new frontage road, and building auxiliary lanes to improve safety and operations. When the project's complete, we expect that it's going to be saving commuters and freight haulers over 73,000 hours of travel time every year, and expected to reduce crashes in the corridor by 30%. Next slide. There's been substantial progress on this project since now Deputy Division Administrator Tova Peltz and I gave you an OTC update on our progress back in November of 2022. For example, all the sound walls are complete, and the new frontage road between Allen, back a slide, Allen and Denny, we're missing a slide, was completed and open to traffic in November of last year. So several interchanges are still under construction, which reminds me, it's going to be under construction this weekend. Please be aware, one southbound lane is going to be closed on 217 over the course of this weekend. So there will be some additional congestion in the corridors. They make room for those new auxiliary lanes. And the contractor is planning to wrap up construction and do final paving next summer. So there's been a lot of good work on this project. Project's lots to celebrate, but it's not all good news. We also have some lessons learned on this project, and we're using these lessons as learning opportunities to improve our project development and project delivery processes. Much of what you heard Ms. Peltz and Mr. Lynn talk about earlier in the presentation in terms of the steps we're taking and the risks that we're trying to manage. Some of you may remember back in 2021 when the project first went to bid, then Highway Division Administrator Karen Rowe came to the OTC requesting an additional $20 million of redistribution funds be allocated to this project to deal with the higher than anticipated bids and what we felt like was inflation and escalation, primarily the results there that happened between 2017 and 2021. My point in reminding us about that previous request is to note that we learned from it, and we have been improving our scoping and programming processes as a result for our STIPs that are coming into the future. These process improvements are being implemented statewide, and are being informed by that learning moment. This afternoon, Matt and I will be walking you through a number of project issues we've encountered over the past 3 years and explain why we are requesting an additional $15.4 million to complete this project. And again, I want to be clear, the project issues we'll be sharing with you are not an excuse for the increase in costs we're facing. Rather, they're simple realities that we have encountered through the project delivery process and are real-time examples of the kinds of things that Mr. Lynn and Ms. Peltz mentioned in their earlier presentation, and we know we need to learn from and learn how to account for in our estimating, budgeting, and risk management tools as we move forward. Next slide. And that's the slide we already saw, so that's the one that we were.
That was the one you were looking for?
Yeah. It's always hidden from. There we go. These are the main categories that we've experienced some cost overruns, and I'll hand the mic over to Matt at this point to walk you through each of these areas in a little bit more detail and explain a bit more about what we've experienced.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Good afternoon, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and members of the commissions. For the record, my name is Matt Freitag. I'm the Region 1 Project Delivery Manager. Honored to be here today to talk to you about this project and some of these details as we get past the midpoint of the construction phase. All right, so the first area I'd like to cover is project staging. My experience is not unusual for contractors to deliver project elements in a different order than we anticipate, but it is unusual for it to look this different or as different as it does on this project from what we originally anticipated. Contractors chosen to stage this project in a way that requires substantially more on-site construction inspectors than we anticipated. Our budget for inspection was based on a 5-year construction schedule with fewer work areas under construction at a time, requiring only 4 inspectors. When the contractor came on board, their actual staging plan expects to get more areas under construction at one time, requiring 9 inspectors. So due to retirements and hiring challenges, exacerbated this issue and required us to utilize consultant inspectors, and those come at about a 25% cost premium per hour over ODOT's in-house inspectors. So you might find it surprising the contractor shifting away from their delivery approach, or from ours to their delivery approach, requiring those extra 5 inspectors added $4.5 million to the construction engineering on this project. So we didn't anticipate this change, and we need to develop a way to account for changes like this moving forward, especially on multi-year projects like this. Next slide, please. Moving on to bridge retrofits. As a general rule, retrofitting an existing bridge is typically much less costly than constructing a new bridge. Even with the additional costs we've encountered on this project, retrofits are still the correct solution. However, modifications of existing structures does come with some inherent design risks. In many cases, there's really no way to know exactly how to fix the bridge until the work is underway. For example, retrofit work designs are prepared using as-built structural drawings, since the engineers can't look inside the bridge to confirm the location of key bridge elements. Issues arise when the contractor begins construction and finds different existing conditions than were shown on the as-built records. One example is the rebar in the Allen Boulevard structure was not located where the as-built plans indicated. As a result, additional engineering costs to adjust the plans to tie into the existing structure were required. This project overall has 13 bridge retrofits and multiple instances of conditions not matching as-built requiring redesign.
I have a question. Quick question. What approximately era was this bridge originally built?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, I'd be taking a bit of a guess. 80s vintage?
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking for an order of magnitude.
Yeah.
And my question is really more in terms of lessons learned. Are we doing a better job of making sure that we have good as-builts on all these new projects so that 50 years from now, we won't have this problem?
Go ahead. Any of us. I would say certainly with the ability to have digital design records that we haven't scanned from Mylars or something much older, we certainly have the potential to have everything in place here.
Yeah, I just know that it's really hard sometimes at the close of a contract to get your contractor to give you good as-built.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have your team on top of that, they don't have it.
Yeah, it'd been great, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, to go back to our team in 1980 and ask, why didn't we get
So I'm just
as-built?
thinking about the team in 2050.
Yes, so that's definitely a conversation. It's also about what are we doing in terms of field verification of our design team, whether it's our consultant team or our team, before we finalize the plans. And I think certainly that's challenging. We're not going to drill holes all over a bridge, right? But where can we do some spot checking? So certainly that's a big component of the FHWA bridge review is how are we assessing when we do bridge retrofits and where are we sitting kind of industry standard on that?
Yeah, and when you bid a bridge, if they just took the contract plans and built it exactly like you had drawn, nice and easy. But when they get in and realize, uh-oh, it's different, now we've got to adjust to that, then we got to adjust those plans, then we got to integrate those plans into the other plans. And then, just in case someone wants to come through and modify it in 5 years and not update the as-built from the previous project, you're just going to run into these. We're doing our best.
Next slide, please. All right, safety of the traveling public, especially in work zones, requires careful planning to protect travelers and our on-site work crews. As is common with projects in urban areas, during the planning for this project, the team worked extensively with cities, counties, TriMet, and other partners to ensure safe travel through the corridor for all modes of travel, including transit, pedestrians, bikes, personal vehicles, paying close attention to transit routing during the anticipated closures and pedestrian access to bus stops. We did all that work based on our anticipated project schedule and staging plan. As mentioned before, the contractor took a very different approach to staging, and we needed to adapt. Each revision to the staging plan required multiple reviews by our engineering team to ensure constructability, evaluate unanticipated traffic impacts, and improve safe traffic control plans, sometimes requiring several reviews per request. A few of these on a budget is normal, and we account for those in our construction engineering budget, but we did not account for the sheer number of changes this project has required. Next slide, please. Next up on hazardous materials. So we anticipated encountering hazmat in the project area, but we did not accurately account for 3 specific items. First, levels of naturally occurring selenium in the excavated soils were found to be too high to be used as embankment or to be taken to local landfills, which was the original lower cost disposal plan. The revised material disposal plan required additional coordination between ODOT, DEQ, and the contractor to locate an appropriate disposal site with added haul and disposal costs. Second, the lead content in much of the excavated soil required it to be trucked to the I-5, I-205 disposal site instead of being used on site, again with an added cost. And lastly, the discovery of old construction debris, wood, metal, guardrail, and asbestos buried near the Allen Boulevard interchange resulted in additional specialty disposal costs. During design, ODOT did a hazmat corridor study and found no indication of this debris. The only way to find it was when we began excavating it for a water quality facility. And since this facility couldn't be moved or relocated in this constrained corridor, the only appropriate solution was to remove the material and properly dispose of it. Next slide, please. The new regulatory requirements and the associated change orders with our contractor to implement the changes were more significant than we anticipated. First, new DEQ 1200CA permitting requirements went into effect in April of 2022 after construction was underway. This regulatory change increased the contractor's cost to manage erosion within the project site and increased the level of effort for ODOT's inspectors to monitor and provide the appropriate report. These efforts ensure erosion pollutants are managed on site and don't impact adjacent waterways. In addition, changes to diesel emissions reporting requirements in an OAR that was revised in November of 2021 also required additional effort by both ODOT and the contractor to manage. This is a completely new requirement for contractors to monitor and report on and for ODOT to manage. This requirement tracks and reports on the age and type of all diesel equipment that is being used on site. Next slide, please. In general, multi-year contracts have unique challenges, including long-term availability of subcontractors, inflation's impact on contract changes, and increased material costs. It's not unusual to see change orders on projects for a variety of reasons. However, on longer-term contracts, when we negotiate even a minor change, contractor charges can be significant, taking into account current material and labor costs for bid items that are substantially higher than the bid prices in our contract. Some material prices, fuel, asphalt, and steel, are indexed to their cost of bid opening in the contract specification. Again, not unusual. However, in the case of this multi-year contract, both asphalt and diesel fuel prices have increased significantly since the bid opened in August of 2021, requiring additional payments to the contractor as called for in the contract, but at a higher rate than was estimated back in 2017. One last cost we didn't account for in the multi-year contract environment that we should have was the very real cost of staff turnover, like additional training and the numerous intangible cost impacts such as the loss of experienced inspectors in the middle of projects and the time and effort required to rebuild relationships and trust with the contractors team. That I'll turn back over to Mr. Wincheimer.
Thank you, Matt. In the OTC letter for this agenda item, we identified the details of our request to both add funding and increase our construction authorization to complete the project. And we're here to ask for your approval this afternoon.
Question. Yes, Vice Chair.
Curiosity, it seems like a lot of the costs, related to the contractor after the contract was awarded, implementing the contract differently than you thought. Is that something, lesson learned that you can address in the contract?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer. Yes, we create contract specs and we show one way to stage it, and then through means and methods, the contractor will decide how they want to do that. So we're certainly looking more closely at how this one is being staged, and can we learn, what's maybe a little bit more common, how contractors are going to complete work like this, so we can implement that and be a little bit closer to what industry is attempting.
I think, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, I think the other thing we've certainly talked about is interim completion milestones. So how do we be more direct in how we want the work to be accomplished? And then a little bit to Mr. Freitag's comments around staff and that relationship with the contractor and the experience of our team. I think we could have pushed back potentially on some of their kind of broad approach to opening up the entire 5-mile section instead of doing it more targeted. That's a bit of the working relationship and a bit of the experience on that team. Not that we don't have an experienced team, but on the ground managing it, that in partnership. We had the opportunity to sit down with the contractor recently, all three of us and a few others, to talk about how are we moving forward successfully to finish this project. But I think, Commissioner, to your really specific question, yes, as we're considering these multi-year projects, what is our spec language, our contract language, and does it align to some of the challenges that we're facing in a low bid environment? So maybe different, Bend North Corridor, similar project in terms of size and scope, I would say, design build. So a very different approach to the contracting mechanism. Different contractors as well, different environment, but I think those contracting methods are also part of our ongoing conversation around how are we picking the right method for the risk and the type of project and the environment we're in. So yeah, definitely a learning experience for sure.
Did their approach delay the work that was being done? Did it improve the timeline, or did it?
I think in general, their approach was designed to actually move the project faster.
Right.
However, because they've also encountered things along the way and other issues, it hasn't moved maybe as fast as they would like. And so I think their intention was to speed the project faster, but I'm not sure that it's going to end up with that result.
Well, it doesn't sound with all the things that you've unburied and had to mediate that you could do that. Commissioner.
So when is it supposed to be done?
When's it going to be done, Matt?
Specified completion date is October of 2025.
And are we anticipating that there may be some additional cost increases?
No.
We'll do that.
No, I'm not anticipating any. There won't be any, no, but we have had direct conversations with our team, and we hope that this is what's going to get us through the edge. This is a little bit different in that we're, what, 65% of the way, almost 70% of the way through the contract, with mostly paving as our primary thing left, and construction of an overcrossing.
We do have to build the bridge. We're not retrofitting that one though, so.
Yeah, I'm just curious in terms of you mentioned materials increases. So if we got another year and a half or year of materials increases.
Could see asphalt go up or even.
And I think Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, that is built into our calculation
Okay.
of the 15 million. I think that's what you're really after. And I think that the team has done a decent job of forecasting out those risks as we know that. I think we also heard the contractor's intent to try to get it done before that date that Mr. Freitag mentioned, but we'll see.
By the looks on your face, I don't think you want to come back up here again.
Chair Brown, I did hear Tova Belts mention that we're going to be talking about things that we've done well and coming back to you and sharing projects where we've seen maybe some project savings or some lessons learned in a positive light. And Matt and I would love to come back and present on those.
Well, I think too, so I recently drove this corridor under construction. And once it is completed, it will make such a big improvement. I mean, so in some ways it is a good project and it will win. Unfortunately, I think that anytime you're in any kind of construction, the things that you uncovered that are buried, that you don't know about, it's just amazing how they got away with it. And then again, as you're trying to retrofit a bridge, you know, how many times have you gone in to do something in your house and discovered, oh, that wasn't in the build. How'd that electrical or that barrier wall get there? So we understand those pieces, so don't beat yourself up too much, but we still will let you beat yourself up a little.
Is this a design build?
No.
Traditional bid package, low bid. What was unique is half of it was designed by ODOT staff, half was designed by consultant staff, because it was contemplated originally as two separate contracts. It's actually in House Bill 2017, it's two separate line items. So a unique project to bring together at the same time that the pandemic was starting. So also delivering that bid package through a remote work environment with a collective team of people all trying to do it not from the office. So definitely some meeting challenge.
Move approval of the requested increase.
It's a good project.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to move approval. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second? Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
your increase. Don't come back.
For good things. Good.
Chair Brown, if you will.
I might start believing you. Well, that's good. They'll just put some pressure on those contractors. Say, you go back and talk to Chair Brown.
I think Chair Brown, as we transition to the last item of this suite of actions, I do think that sentiment about not coming back is being heard loud and clear. Taking that to heart, it's certainly our responsibility to make some improvements. I will say we're also not wanting to hide when we do find those challenges. And I hear your sentiment loud and clear. That's a little bit to Ms. Peltz's comment. When do we ring the bell and when are we letting you know that a challenge has, a risk has presented itself? So as I transition, if you will, Mr. Brower's joined me. We have our last item in front of you today around making some adjustments to our current STIP, not simply, to change project schedules. So this is not about canceling projects. It's not about slipping projects to a future STIP. It's around adjusting the schedules of our projects in our current STIP to align with cash flow. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Brower to kick us off and I'll wrap us up.
Right. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. I'm going to start out and give a little bit of the financial background on this STIP adjustment. And as part of that, we have a little bit of along with our theme for the day, a moment of public transparency and accountability, laying out some of the errors we have made and explaining how we're going to address them. So that is going to be a big portion of what I bring you today. But I'm going to start with just reminding you about the background of where we are as an agency from a cash flow perspective and how that has contributed to the need to adjust the STIP. You are all well aware of the fact that we have an O&M budget gap. In the 1921 and 21-23 budgets, because of wildfires, we were out of whack, and now we brought that gap down significantly this biennium. But it is a current gap that is going to grow as our costs grow and our revenue generally stays about the same. As a result of that, the balances in the State Highway Fund are deliberately being gradually drawn down because we need to use those funds to cover that gap that is our structural revenue imbalance. We have been monitoring our State Highway Fund cash balance very closely as a result of this. And we need to make sure that we stay above that blue line. We need to stay in the black, not go into the red. We had a scary moment back in the fall of 2022 when the timing of some of our project expenditures, particularly some of our big urban mobility strategy projects and HB 2017 projects, we had had the project expenditures hit the budget and had not yet sold the bonds on those projects because of just the timing of that. And so we got very close to a zero balance in the State Highway Fund. So we've been monitoring this very closely and trying to be very proactive about what we are doing here. What we have noticed is, because of this reality, we're going to be in a place where we will dip at some point in the future below zero if we do nothing. Now, I will say that the future projections here have some assumptions that meant we probably aren't actually in danger of dipping below zero in early 2025, as you see there, but it's close enough that we need to take some action. So this is the context for what we are bringing you today, just an intense focus for us on our cash balance in the State Highway Fund. We just no longer have the luxury of not managing our cash very tightly in the State Highway Fund. So there's a number of reasons why that we are, as we look forward, having a very tight cash in the Highway Fund. So the first, obviously, is just the fact that our O&M gap means we are just gradually, slowly, but deliberately drawing down the balances of the State Highway Fund in order to be able to continue to provide services to Oregonians. But there are two other reasons, really, that all come together today in requiring us to make some adjustments to the STIP. So the first is due to an error in our budget process that has been going on really since after HB 2017 in some very technical areas, we have overestimated our federal funds reimbursements. I won't go into great detail. We have given you a little bit of a briefing on this, but essentially we use a tool called advanced construction where we program funds to a project, move it forward with we pay out state funds and then can receive reimbursement from the federal government after the fact. And that is coded in our system as an advanced construction project. However, the way our cash flow model has translated that, it really overestimated the federal funds we would receive, particularly this biennium. It assumes that anything coded as AC is going to get paid by the feds soon, as opposed to paid at some point in the future, or in some cases, we put projects as advanced construction in order to potentially receive federal funds. So one example would be the Abernathy Bridge. We have not received any major federal grants, but we use the advanced construct tool on that in order to be able to apply a federal grant if we were to get that in the future, or to use federal funds if, as part of the conversation we've been having, we need to put federal funds on that project. So it's a tool we use very appropriately, and yet the way we translate it meant we overestimated federal funds coming in. What that meant was that then it looked as though we had the funds we needed for projects, and we did not protect enough of those state funds for those projects, and they were made available for operations and maintenance. So in that sense, that basically led us to draw down the State Highway Fund balance faster than we otherwise would. The third factor here really is, and these are interrelated, I would note, This 24-27 STIP was highly front-loaded with federal funds in the initial years for a variety of reasons, which would lead us to higher expenditures in 23-25 because we would be using that advanced construction tool, paying out state dollars with the expectation we would get federal funds in at some later date. So I want to make really clear, we did not over allocate federal funds. We have an expectation of federal funds. It's consistent with what you gave us in the STIP, the allocations. We just programmed those in the initial years. These two are interrelated because the fact that we use that advanced construction tool to front load federal funds meant that it then overestimated even more the federal funds coming in. So that is the financial background. We do take that budgeting error seriously. And I want to be very clear about that. So we have been taking corrective actions since we discovered this really at the end of last year and then have been diagnosing the issues. So we have been rebuilding our funding allocation model to more clearly delineate revenue between the O&M and capital side and track HB 2017 funds separately. We're going to be monitoring our federal funding receipts against expectations so that we can't overestimate in that same way. And we're going to be making sure that we're estimating those federal funds, not just on what the cash flow model shows, but on actual historic realities that we have seen, which should help us prevent over budgeting. And we're going to be working to improve that process of translating the obligations of funds in the STIP, including those advanced construction programming dollars, to actual expenditure of funds in the budget, as that was where there was a mistranslation of funds. I will note that Director Strickler has asked our audit group to look at the steps that we are taking to make sure that they are adequate and appropriate. And then we'll be working with them to monitor the implementation over time to make sure that what we have done actually is taking care of the problem. And I would like to note too, we want to make sure that we don't make this error again, but we also want to make sure that we tighten up our budget processes in a way that we don't make any other different errors. So that's why you see many different steps we're taking, a belt and suspenders approach to this that really is going to try to make sure we close any of those gaps that we have. Given how tight our budget is, we need to make sure that all of our tools are tightened up so we can monitor our budget in real time and with much tighter accuracy. As for the larger state highway fund balance, there's going to be a lot of steps we're going to have to take in order to keep our head above water. And so one of those areas is absorbing higher personal service costs increases. We always build in personal service cost increases into the budget. This biennium with inflation, as we've seen over the last several years, they were a lot higher than typical. Other agencies that receive general fund dollars get an additional allocation from the legislature to cover those additional costs. ODOT as another fund agency does not. So we're going to be absorbing that, which basically means deeper budget reductions across the agency. I'll also note that we have, because of our extensive use of that advanced construction tool, we have built up some balance of reimbursements from the federal government. And so we're going to be aggressively managing that to bring that federal money in more quickly than we otherwise might. Similarly, we're going to be seeking FEMA reimbursement for our wildfire costs. We are still waiting on that, about $100 million. So all of this is basically, essentially, we're calling in the loans that we have as quickly as we can to make sure that that money is flowing into the state highway fund to reimburse costs that we have already spent. We will be also drawing additional short-term debt for the urban mobility strategy and potentially for the interstate bridge replacement. The IBR has bonds that are going to be sold next year by the Department of Administrative Services. Until then, project spending may be covered through short-term debt through our commercial paper program. And then the last but not least, and the real reason we're here today, is that we're going to be rebalancing the 24-27 STIP to align our project spending with available cash flow. And taking that action to adjust the timing of projects. So I think I'm turning it over to you, or do you want me to cover this one?
I can do it real quick. Okay. Thank you, Travis. So as we turn to how are we adjusting the STIP, so Travis spoke to, we front loaded it. And I think, honestly, internally, we're optimistic around, we want to build more projects sooner. We want to get the design going, we want to deliver them to construction. And in the years past, we had redistribution that came in high. We had more options available to us where that front loading benefited us in many cases. That's not the case now, given our cash position. So how are we aligning that and shifting those project schedules and spreading those projects out across the 4 years and not having it front loaded. I do think this is a learning moment in terms of how we build the STIP from certain fund types. So Travis and his team are monitoring a lot of different specific funding types that come from FHWA that have certain requirements on them. And so instead of considering it a big bucket of funding that we're using, we have to be really diligent about each specific fund type and how are we building a portfolio across all 4 years that will not put us in a worse position, but also still hopefully position us well for redistribution and bring more funds into the state. So a very different approach to this and one that we're putting significant effort into. So the amendment today that we're bringing you, and it's in your packet today, the project schedules that would be adjusted, is to align with the available funding, distribute them more evenly across the STIP. Part of this is projects that we're going to need to be flipped based on our project delivery schedule, but also projects that could be slipped with minimal impact, especially to communities that we'd promised those projects to. So, some of you have brought up, we're not canceling projects, we're really delaying them for a year or two and not pushing them out into the next step. So a really important point that I wanted to raise. This, I think, probably graphically shows the impact. So originally in the lighter color, that was how we had built our STIP, and you can see how out of balance it was, especially in that first year and into 2025. That third year really dipped low. And frankly, we didn't have the visibility on that when we built the STIP of what the impact of that would be to our cash position. So in the darker color, with this amendment before you, should you take action, we will balance the STIP according to those darker colored bar charts. It is still a little heavier in the first year in 2024, in large part because of the advanced construct situation we're in, as well as just the mechanics of how our federal funds can be slipped from one year to the next. So kind of managing that reimbursement at the federal level. So more or less get back to a balanced portfolio, if you will. So I'll hit this real quick. So the dashed line is how we would move our cash position with this action before you today. I believe that is the conclusion of our slides.
Any questions? Okay, Commissioner Smith.
So I understand that this doesn't cut projects. However, when we have to fund our shortfall, these projects will be at risk. But probably not the 25 projects. So how did you pick the 25 projects that are going to go forward? Because they're they could be the ones that we do.
Slipped on there. Yes, so Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, if I understand your question, is really around that previous discussion around their mobility finance strategy. Yeah, and I think that's a bit of the awkwardness we're in right now is how are we affecting the portfolio of the project we have today just to adjust steps for cash flow, but recognizing as you all are considering that action, what we bring back to August to potentially affect any of those projects and either delay them further or cancel them. Really unknown at this point for us. And so we did look at the readiness of the projects in the portfolio. So there were a handful of projects that were moved into 25 or out, not too many in 24 affected. We're really looking at moving that third year, 2026. We moved a handful of projects into that and 2027. The other thing we have is our construction buckets. So we've brought to you in the past an annual STIP amendment where we release funding that we've kept in a bucket for construction phases of projects in those outer years. So we've identified the projects, but we haven't actually released the funds yet. And so that's a significant amount that are in that 27 year as well. So the full impact of the decisions over in front of the commission over the next few months, serious and not known yet until we do the work based on your guys' previous discussion.
Yeah, question. When you move a project into 2027, that's the next step period, correct? So does that shift funding to use funding for that project from the next step?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, it's a great question. So for those of us who've been in the circle for a long time, it still can be confusing. So the 24-27 STIP is the one we are in today. Our next STIP cycle will be 27-30. So that last year always becomes the first year of the next one. It's a 4-year STIP, but we typically here are only talking about the 3 years of new funding. So that 27 year, we are building that into the STIP today, and we will carry that forward. So it's not.
That's the first year of the next.
So it will be funding from the next step then?
Yes, but no. I mean, I still don't understand entirely why we do it this way. But the reality is that last year of the STIP is really, it is the first year of the STIP. But when we bring you the STIP allocation, like last year when you made the decision, you made the decisions about what to fund in 28, 29, and 30. 27 is just carried over into the next STIP, lifted and dropped into the next.
So it has no effect on the STIP that we have a discussion on.
That is correct.
I do think.
That was the question.
Yeah, thank you for a little bit of patience there. I do think as we think about the 27-30 STIP and to your discussion today, new projects that we may be scoping to utilize that new funding certainly may be impacted by the conversations and decisions you all will be making over the next few months, which to Ms. Peltz's comments, how are we scoping those projects and how many will we be scoping is a question still we'll have to make a decision on.
Maybe none.
Okay.
I didn't say that out loud, did I? I said maybe none. No. Okay.
I don't know.
With that said, any questions for?
We need a motion.
I will, yes, let's go. I just, in case of any question for that. Now I'm looking for a motion. Is that a motion for me?
Move reallocating this.
Do we have
I'll
a
second
second? Okay, any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. And opposed?
Thank you. Thank you for your patience for those items.
Okay, now, we are going to go, do you need a break?
I need a bio break.
You need one break, real quick, 5 minutes.
I can do 5 minutes.
Okay.
Gotta get my knees to move.
I don't need to spin it up.
I know, my sciatic feels like it's. Are terrible. How are you doing? Okay. So we're back from our break, and I want to give all of the staff the last three informational pieces. You know, I don't want you to feel rushed. You've come a long way, and we want to hear from you. So don't feel as though you are under a time crunch. With that said, I think the commission, we need to watch how many questions we're asking, write down your questions, and then maybe leave it towards the end so we don't keep interrupting the presentation. Okay. I'm looking at you, Commissioner Baker. I wasn't going to call you out, but if you want to be called out, I will. No, I'm just joking. I think all of us. No, I think that the discussions that have happened today were really good discussions, and it was needed from all of us. And so, but we don't want to interrupt you in the middle of your presentation, but we'll leave our questions for the end. How's that?
Wonderful.
All right. Welcome.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the committee, my name is Amy Joyce, and I'm the DMV Administrator.
Tova Peltz, I am the Delivery and Operations Division Deputy Administrator. And our third, Amanda's
on the phone.
Yes, on the phone.
If you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Booming from the sky. Amanda Peets, Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis.
Great.
So good afternoon, and thanks for having us. We are here to present about safety, what's been going on, and what's coming in the future. We did probably overestimate the time that we had, even if the commission wasn't behind. So what I think, with the commission's indulgence, if you're willing, we were going to cut this presentation down to about 15 of the slides of the 32 or so that we have prepared, and looking to the potential for the June workshop, maybe setting aside more time for a deeper dive on the safety topic. It's critically important. We have a lot to share, but we had a 20-minute time slot anyway, and so even overestimated based on that. So if that's acceptable. Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So, you can go to the next slide. Oh,
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
gonna
Yes.
drive for me?
I'm going to try.
All right. You're much more experienced than I, so thanks.
There we go.
Great. So safety is core to all the work that we do at ODOT. It's woven throughout many things, just demonstrated by your three presenters here today: planning, construction and maintenance, and then on the behavioral side at DMV. And so we want to share with you our goals, our vision. I think what we're going to be doing today with the slides we are presenting, we're going to be talking about policy and education, the behavioral side, and then perhaps in June focus more on project delivery, design, and capital at the workshop. So Oregon has a clear goal. We envision no deaths or life-changing injuries on Oregon's entire transportation system by the year 2035. That's a bold vision. And it's as stated in the Oregon Transportation Safety Action Plan. I want to stress, and I know you've heard about the TSAP many times before, but that's not just ODOT's plan. That's the plan for the entire system, for the entire state to deliver for safety. And some of the goal areas from the TSAP, right, improve the entire safety culture, improve our infrastructure, facilitate healthy and livable communities, use the best technologies, and communicate and collaborate and invest strategically. And some of that can be really summed up by the safe system approach that Oregon and really the rest of the nation, federal highway and NHTSA all adopt. So I'll jump in here on some of the data elements for safety. So these should look familiar from what you saw earlier in the day for the state of the system dashboard. And so we wanted to drill in a little bit on this information because I think it's key to understanding the context that we're working in with safety, and therefore some of the focal areas that you'll hear from Administrator Joyce and Ms. Peltz as well. So as we look at the data information, we see some pretty troubling trends. We see kind of the highest rate in fatalities than we've seen in the last 3 decades, and this is for the entire transportation system, not just state roads. In 2022, there were 602 people killed, similar numbers last year. And you'll hear about programs probably the next time the commission meets, referred to as All Roads Transportation Safety Program. That funds the most unsafe roadways in across the state, whether that be state or local system. And that's only funding a portion of where we're seeing some of those highest risks. So it's clear that we need more funding to address these increases that we're seeing. But let's understand a little bit more in the next slide around what's driving some of these trends. And actually, there'll be two from that. So one of the things mentioned earlier is that we're seeing an increase in pedestrian fatalities in particular. 1.5 times more people killed in 2022 than in the previous 5-year average. So it is increasing in particular. If you look at the graph, the pie chart to the left there, you'll see that a quarter of the fatalities are vulnerable road users. So we consider those as people that are less protected and more at risk of dying if there is a crash. So bicyclists, pedestrians, and motorcyclists. So with these kind of informations, what you'll hear about later or the next time that we meet are programs that are focused specifically on what we're seeing in the data and how we can address and try to change these trends. So we have a vulnerable road user kind of focused program that you'll hear about here within the next couple meetings. Next slide. And I think here's what's really important as we think about, and I know it's small graphics, so I'll highlight, I think, some of the key points out of this information. So one, and you heard this earlier today, more than just slightly over half of the fatalities or deaths are happening on the local system, not on the ODOT roadways. But we do have a significant portion. What we're seeing in terms of causes of that primarily relate to driver distraction, impairment, whether that be drugs or alcohol, and speeding. So that accounts for the majority of some of the traffic deaths and serious injuries that we do see across the system. On the urban side, most crashes occur at intersections, and that's where we're seeing particularly those vulnerable road users of bicycles and pedestrians impacted. And then most rural crashes occur where we have what's called roadway departure, where the car is crossing the center line into oncoming traffic or veering off the roadway. So there's a number of safety features that we can add to address some of those things. As we look at our funding, as we've talked about things like fixing the system, we don't keep things in a good state of good repair, then we're not able to add some of those critical safety countermeasures. So just wanted to draw a correlation between safety is really impacted by how we fund the entire transportation system and some of the core activities that we do. Next slide. So there's a number of aspects I think you heard in the introductions based on this panel before you today. We have plans, policies, there's data and information from my shop. Administrator Joyce has the behavioral pieces. We all share guidance and tools, and Ms. Peltz oversees a lot of the capital investments and programs that support safety. So it truly is ingrained in a lot of what the agency does. And how we work together to coordinate those activities to have concerted and focused efforts. Next slide. You recently adopted the Oregon Transportation Plan, so I'm not going to go over what was in there because I think we talked about that, in particular the safety elements within that plan. I think what's key here is reiterating that goal of eliminating fatalities and serious injuries on Oregon roadways. And also the graphic that's shown on the lower left there, that's, and again, that's really small, so my apologies. That's really borrowed from the Federal Highway Administration, and it's called a safe system approach. And that's what we've adopted in the Oregon Transportation Plan. And that acknowledges that we need a combination of safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe roads, and safe people. And as we look at that, there's recognition that humans make mistakes. So from a policy basis, what we're trying to do and own as a Department of Transportation is how do we reduce the risks and how do we reduce the severity so that we have fewer crashes and that when crashes do occur, it's not resulting in a death or a serious injury. So there's some engineering things we can do, there's education things we can do, and you'll hear more about those. Next slide. The Oregon Highway Plan, as Chair Brown mentioned during the committee updates portion of the agenda today, the modal advisory committee chairs and the area commission on transportation chairs met. One of the things they talked about and workshopped was the Oregon Highway Plan. That's something that we plan to update either late this year or early next year, which provides policy and structure to the state roadway system. Now, many of the topics that we'll tackle in that Oregon Highway Plan will touch on safety. Safety obviously will be foundational to that. And as we look at it, here's a couple things that I'd highlight in particular that I think we dive into. As I highlight these, note that we are doing work in some of these areas. This is to solidify a more clear policy direction to help guide us. Designations are one things we have in the Oregon Highway Plan. Think of things like a freight route. We need to revisit kind of how we look at what are some of the key freight routes in the state. How do we make sure that those are safe? How do we make sure that they're safe for all users? CFAs, apologies for the acronym on this slide, they're climate-friendly areas. Those come from the new transportation planning rule. Those prioritize pedestrian and bicyclist and transit users in specific kind of zoning areas or land use areas within jurisdictions. So as we look at the overlay of land use to the roadway network, we need to think about how the roadway network functions within that. We'll also be looking at access management. That's something that ODOT years ago, in the original highway plan, used to control how many accesses we allowed, or driveways, another way to say that, how many driveways we allow entry into the roadway system, into the highway. That has kind of changed over time with legislation and other things. We need to revisit from a policy basis, how do we manage accesses so that they're safe for all users of that transportation system? And then there's a number of other things that are listed on here, lifeline routes being one, where we're seeing increased hazards, climate changes. How do we be prepared for evacuation, for emergency response, for recovery? Those are going to be key policy elements. This is just a sampling of things that likely we'll cover. And there is a workshop planned with you all later to talk about the Oregon Highway Plan and the policy pieces that you want to make sure that we're covering and starting to think about and the direction you'd like to give us on that. Next slide. Transportation Safety Action Plan, Administrator Joyce mentioned earlier. That is currently in place and really sets that Vision Zero policy, and then addresses a number of emphasis areas that you'll hear about later in the presentation in terms of looking at that data I shared earlier, using a data-driven approach to say, here's where we need to focus most. So I said rural areas, intersections, infrastructure. We saw the most crashes in urban areas at intersections, the most crashes in rural areas being roadway departure. So that's where you see some of those focal areas directly driven by data. Next slide. We have our strategic action plan. You're well familiar with these as we adopted these recently. So I think coming and talking to you today about safety is one, as we've had conversations on the strategic action plan, safety has been a focus area. We've talked a fair amount about that. We promised to come back and share more information. And I think that's a good diligent action for the SAP, is to come back and deep dive into some of these issues. And really share that we are recognizing that we are moving in the wrong direction in safety from where we need to be. And we want to put this front and center in terms of the importance that we put on safety and the work effort that needs to go into that. So real quick on this, I'll just highlight before turning it back to Administrator Joyce, in the 2026 year completion date, crash data timeliness is one of the things that we have to plan to work towards. Next slide. That said, we're doing work right now. In early January this year, we launched a new online system where fatalities, so deaths on the transportation system, when we get a report about that, we enter it that night. So this is essentially live information where you can see traffic fatalities across the state that's interactive. So instead of waiting a year or even longer in some cases to have that information, we have it live. We can start to be more responsive to some of those things. So that's where we're trying to implement the strategic action plan in real time. There's a number of other things that we have underway to also improve data timeliness. With that, I'll turn it to Administrator Joyce for the next slide.
And thanks. And just playing off of Administrator Pizza's comments 2 slides ago, the strategic action plan milestones to save lives. Initiating the vulnerable user crash response program and these various milestones coming up through 24. These are actionable things to set us up to deliver on our goals in the strategic action plan. And again, I think deeper dive on this as we get into the June workshop and talk about these very, pretty concrete outcomes that we plan to see and the milestones that we intend to hit to meet those goals. So, next slide. So within DMV, we have the Transportation Safety Office. Used to be a whole division at ODOT and now is housed with DMV. And this is really the behavioral side of safety, the human factors that impact these crashes, whether fatal, serious injury, and other. And that is housed at the DMV. So we're looking for behavior change here. We get millions of federal dollars from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA, that comes into our office, and then we grant back out to various entities. But then also our office has a significant role in community outreach, in doing the education and promoting the programs to get people to change their behavior. So just some examples. Safe routes to school. You've heard about safe routes before, but there are 2 elements to it, right? There's the infrastructure side over in the delivery and ops side of the house, and then there's the education side, and they sometimes will work together, do a project, and then also have the education piece working hand in glove to help those kids, use that crosswalk appropriately, use bicycles appropriately. An Oregon Safe Driver Program, educating people on how to drive safely around bicyclists and around pedestrians, right? That's an optional program, but is used by many, for example, businesses that have a lot of drivers, and they'll put their folks through that course. Car seat clinics, the image there with the kids in the corner, stunning statistics. It's between 90 and 95% of all child car seats are installed incorrectly. And so we have car seat clinics to help people improve that. And then our teen driver ed program, highly successful. This is state funded, but the data shows that teens who take the ODOT approved teen driver ed class, they have significantly fewer crashes, citations, and driver's license suspensions when we go through that class. Next, please. And then outreach on the behavior change side. So this map shows just some of the public outreach that our shop has been doing over the last couple of months and continuing. There's going to be an event right here in this building at the end of May across the state to do that public outreach, get the engagement and the participation. Now, part of this is coming from the IIJA, significant NHTSA dollars tied to this public outreach, but really it's the work to get out into the communities and find out what they need on the ground, not what we in Salem think they should have, right? We also have 5 regional coordinators in our safety shop embedded in communities, working all the time with local government, with schools, with community organizations to get that education out. And then another aspect of outreach, so we do funding and assistance for local safety action plans, right? So we have the statewide plan, but communities can apply to us for grant funding. There's 13 existing local action plans, as diverse as Metro Portland, the city of Eugene, but then also Klamath County and Union County. There are 21 that are planned and coming across, again, all 5 regions of the state, including the city of Ontario. So that's the kind of outreach that's happening and how those locals can get involved and create their own plans and tell us how we can help them with that federal funding. So that takes us through, I think, the materials that we have and the time really, allotted on the agenda. And we really do look forward to digging deeper, getting over onto the infrastructure side in perhaps a June workshop. Tova, anything you want to add?
Yes, I think we've shared some slides in the packet that describe how we're operationalizing a lot of our policy through our capital programs and the variety of improvements we can make through our capital programs, both with federal dollars and state dollars. And there are a lot of examples of that, including yesterday's field trip to the Cairo Junction roundabout. It's a great example of federal federal safety dollars at work and state dollars. We're looking forward to having more of a conversation about that. We understand that's a subject that is an option for the June 12th workshop, and we can certainly dive deeper into that and share some examples of work that we've done. There's definitely the strategic action plan, June, the timeline to select some corridors, and that can be part of the conversation as well. And we can share the work that we've done with our vulnerable user response, crash response program, which is new this year and an outcome of a commitment that the commission made last year to vulnerable users and making improvements to reduce hazards for them. So we're looking forward to that.
So at this time, questions from the commission. You can have a question. I'll let you.
Maybe a suggestion? Yeah, thank you. How nice of you.
Not a problem. I didn't mean to flip on you.
First of all, this is really important. Thank you for your work on this. Over the years, I've spent a lot of time on continuous process improvement programs, and it includes workplace safety. And one of the things that has been really helpful to me is using some of the basic continuous process improvement science, Six Sigma, to be able to take a big goal like we have. I don't ever reach zero, so we won't reach our goal unless everybody stops driving. But what I would do is, and this is just from my things, I'd take a timeline, say I'm going to reduce, in this case, let's say deaths by 50% in the next 5 years, reduce that by 50% in the next 5 years, reduce that number by 50% in the next 5 years, and then in 15 years, you're practically down to, very, very, very minimal. So maybe just a thought, and where it is, it's a combination of two things. The most tragic of these deaths is a child, in my view. So I'd love to see that get to zero as fast as we possibly can. But then there's probably an overall approach to the 600. So maybe there's some places we can go to work right away on in some places, but then go to work on the overall number. But you might think about, how we break this down and have a 5-year goal, a 10-year goal, a 15-year goal. I'll tell you what, if we can get to 15 years and it goes from 600 to 300, 150 to 75, that's going to be really, really, really great. So just a thought.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
I like this program. I like your approach. The one thing I was thinking of our discussion earlier today and trying to recognize the difference between local roads and state roads, and the things that we can control and the things we can't control very well. And as we analyze the data, looking more at that, and I know I've asked Amanda a lot of times, we talked about the data, how much of that are those deaths are things that we could have really prevented, like the person drunk walking across the road in Springfield, that's been a constant problem. We put in the signs and that, but trying to recognize that and really understand, those fatalities and those accidents where they happen,
Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer, just real quickly, I think that the data is so key, and ODOT has a number of projects underway to really improve not just the quality, but the speed of getting the data in and analyzed, so we can be working on a current problem, not something from 5 years ago. And so I think about some of those things, right? Impaired driving, and it's not just drunk driving, it's polysubstance is a huge problem now that 10 years ago probably wasn't. So how can we attack those kinds of problems that have changed over time, but all those kinds of things that we can attack, and really looking forward to talking with you more about it.
I think ODOT has done a number of things recently, the cable systems. We were talking with the supervisor yesterday who said since they put those in, he's had in 5 years, but I forget what he said. He says, we've had no deaths. Right. But we have a lot of crashes, but no deaths.
Right.
So So I think that was really good. And the work we've done on safe routes to schools is significant. Some of the increased barriers that we put, such as Highway 20 off I-5 going into Corvallis, that median strip, we've really dealt with that a lot. We had a lot of crossovers before. I think that's significant. And the rumble strips make a big difference.
I think the one thing I was going to ask you, Amanda, was in the data, when there's categories and you're counting, are they counted, like, let's say they're impaired, but there's a death in a car? Is it counted twice or is it counted once? I mean, the data wasn't real clear on that. And so I didn't know if there could be multiple categories somebody's counted in.
Yeah, so Chair Brown, that is accurate. So the total number of fatalities is just how many people passed away based on a crash. And then as you look at the causation or the cause of the crash, it can be in multiple categories. It can be impairment and speeding and a number of different things. So it does count multiple things at the same time.
Thank you. Yeah, I was looking at, you have a generational piece where it's a younger generation and the older generation, like myself almost. And it's like, wow, we're running even. So a lot of times, people make the comment that it's the younger generation that's causing all these accidents and deaths, when in reality, we're running pretty even there. I think it goes both ways. So there's just a lot of, I think, with the data too, it helps with some of the conversations that happened. And so I find it fascinating. I love looking at data, but that's just me. Any other comments or questions? Thank you. And we look forward to hearing more. Thank you. Thank you.
Good summer.
I guess you get to stay in the hot seat.
Right.
It's not so hot.
Well, it depends.
It was hotter.
Yes, it was. It got a little hot there for a while.
So Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the committee, Amy Joyce, the DMV administrator, thank you so much for having me to provide an operational update for the DMV. It's been quite a while, I think, since DMV has been before you, talking about where we've been, what we're doing. And I'm pretty excited to be talking to you today. Some real successes coupled with some challenges that I'll be talking about, all of that. Oh, I'm driving myself here.
Maybe.
Where do I point it?
I think you just have to tell her.
Perfect. So, yeah, so we need to talk a little bit about where we came from before we can talk about how much things have changed. So if you'll indulge me for a moment. In the mid 2010s, so around, I think it was the 2015 session or so, ODOT, the Transportation Commission, and the legislature really invested in the DMV with what we called the Service Transformation Program, which as a huge element was a big IT system upgrade, but also other service changes. We had a 1960s era computer. You can see the green screen up there. That's the microfiche machine in the middle with the Scotch tape we used to keep the film together. And highly paper dependent. It's really slow and costly to make any kinds of changes, and it just did not meet our customers' needs. So we did launch our new system, which we call Oliver. We launched in 2 phases, so a vehicle system in 2019 and then a driver licensing system in July of 2020. I would say that without that investment and that successful implementation of a major state IT project, the pandemic would have stopped us cold. I honestly do not know what this division would have done without that system change once the pandemic hit. So we did have tremendous backlogs, like every other state in the country during the pandemic. So we closed our field offices for 2 full months due to the pandemic. And then we slowly reopened by appointment only, and then slowly added back additional transactions, and then eventually threw the doors wide open to take in customers. I refer to it as the dark times. So you can see this is a locked conference room, and I think we had multiple of these conference rooms. Those are all title transactions and registration transactions stacked up. I think at our worst, we had an 18-week turnaround time for a simple title transaction that came in through the mail. Phone wait times reached average well over an hour. And even when we reopened, we were serving in our field offices fewer than 20,000 customers a week. Pre-pandemic, we were serving 50,000 customers a week. So the backlog just grew and grew for quite a long time. So let's talk about how we're doing today. So quick orientation, the blue bars are the first couple of months of 24, orange line is 23, and green line is 22. Today, a simple title transaction that you bring into a field office, you'll probably get that title in the mail in a week. If you mail it in, and even if there are errors and we have to communicate with you, if we can get it figured out, a couple of weeks and you'll have your title. 16 months ago, we reorganized some things and separated out vehicle dealer transactions, which we have 4,000 vehicle dealers, and some things are handled differently versus non-dealer type transactions. We've tremendously reduced time. That's helped with some of these turnaround times. And our business partners in the dealer world, I consider them our business partners serving our mutual customers, the buyers and sellers of vehicles. We're working tightly with them to get them what they need to be able to turn around their transactions more accurately and more quickly. If I had the 2020, 2021 on this chart, it would need to be twice as tall, and our trend lines would be right up at the top. So that's how bad we were doing. So on phones, we've recovered mostly from the backlog. We're down, again, average. Your experience may vary, but average call times we're coming in around 10-minute wait time to get a call agent. We use Watson AI to assist with some automated calling that can send you a text with a link to a website to talk about, tell you, how to do a thing you're asking about. So the metric shows that the phones are doing really well, but I always think about call wait times and abandon rates and all those things as really a bellwether for how the rest of the division is doing. So if you're taking a huge long time to get your title, you're going to be calling in, and that adds to wait times. So low call wait times tells us in some respects that a lot of other things are going well within the division because so many people aren't calling in. Our online services, this has been a huge reason we've been able to do some of these things. So in the old COBOL mainframe system, you could do 3 things online. Today, you can do over 20 things online. Down at the bottom, vehicle renewals, you've been able to do that for probably decades, but now, less than or about 1 in 5 customers comes into the field office to renew their registration, but mostly everybody can either do it at the DEQ in Portland or Medford, or go online to do it. It's a very simple transaction. Driver renewals. So we added the ability to renew your driver's license online during kind of the height of those dark times back in about mid-2021. And now about a quarter of people renew their driver's license online. Every one of those people pre-change would have had to come into a field office for a 10 to 15 minute transaction. So that's been hugely helpful. We just added online knowledge tests, mostly for teens trying to get their permit. It's a fascinating process with our vendor who has many methods to prevent cheating, but this is an average or a series of, about 6 months. The most recent data, we're up to about 20% of knowledge tests happening online. Again, every one of those kids would have had to come into the office, probably with their parent, to take that test. So that's a huge customer service benefit and helps, anybody else who doesn't go online. There are just fewer people in the office. So this is a place where we're definitely struggling. Commissioner Baker, you and I were talking about this chart at one of the breaks. So this is field wait times. With our new lobby queuing system that I'll talk about in a minute, we get much better data about wait times. Our stated goal in our KPM is to serve 80% of customers in 20 minutes or less. And we've broken this up by region, and just you'll note DMV has 6 regions, a little different from the DNO's 5 regions. Our East region, that orange bar, we're actually pretty close to meeting goal. Light blue is central, so Bend area, those kinds of things. So we're falling short, particularly in the Portland area. And that is a challenge, and you'll see that trend line is going down a little bit. I will say I just got the new data for April, and we've ticked back up. Every one of the regions is going back up a little bit as of the April data. So, but we are really struggling there. I can tell you that some of those reasons, we struggle with staffing. So we have, I would say, pretty high turnover in our front counter staff. Just quite honestly, we don't pay them very much, and it is complex work. They have to know a lot, and you know, have that great customer service ethic, which we stress very much at the DMV. And some people just don't want to be at the DMV. So, we have challenges with turnover. Also an issue of just the number of positions that we have. I've got a data point that I think is fascinating and really tells a tale. So overall at DMV, we have roughly the same number of employees as we had about 20 years ago, and there's 750,000 more Oregonians. So the online work and all these other things that happen really serve to help with that issue, but it's a fact. And you know, back in the day, and by that I mean about 5 years ago, we would hire a lot of temps to backfill and support summer months, those kinds of things. With our budget issues, we haven't hired temps in 3 or 4 years. So we have our stated FTE number, and then, you know, temps are on top of that, but we can't hire temps anymore. So that's part of that story. So one of the things that is a real huge success story in our field offices is a new lobby queuing system. So this was an add-on to that core system that was invested in for DMV. It allows customers to check in at the lobby. They input some information, and it can include a cell phone number. And if they do that, they'll get an estimate of how long their wait will be. They can leave and go do something else. And when their spot in line is coming up, they'll get a text that says, you know, get back to DMV, your turn's coming up. There are big screens in the middle there. That's a huge TV screen in the office, giving a lot of information about where you are in line, how long you might expect to wait. And then over on the right, that's an example of a text message you might get to come back to the office once you've checked in. And it's really, this whole system is tied to the appointment system. So when you set an appointment, the system will send you a reminder a couple days ahead of time, and it gives you the opportunity right there to cancel or reschedule. And then if you do cancel or reschedule, that immediately opens that slot up in the system again so somebody else can grab it. And that slashed the no-show rate, which prior to the system, we ran about 50% no-shows on appointments. So that's been tremendous too for customers. We serve a lot of diverse communities, and we're working to better serve our English as a second language customers. Roughly 25% of our field staff are bilingual, and we now have this device called Pocket Talk, which has about 80 languages, and for those who aren't bilingual in the same language as the customer, you can sort of have a text conversation back and forth to try to get through the conversation. We've partnered with Oregon Department of Human Services, connecting with refugees. We've worked with the deaf and hard of hearing communities. As we work on the new knowledge testing, we're adding ASL, and we learned that there are basically dialects of ASL, and the initial translation was not good for Oregon. And so we worked with the deaf and hard of hearing community to get a better Oregon type ASL translation for that knowledge testing. And we're just continuing to work with community service organizations to serve our customers who are experiencing homelessness, particularly those who can now exercise the fee waiver to get an ID card. So coming this biennium, and in fact, probably late summer, early fall, will be the first pilot of our self-serve kiosks. So this is a vendor partnership. These devices will be placed in grocery stores and markets. So, you know, if Fred Meyer is open 24/7 and we have a kiosk there, you can use it 24/7. Some of these machines will accept cash to assist those who either choose not to use credit cards or are the unbanked. So a real equity benefit for folks who also can't make it in during our normal business hours. You do have to pay a small transaction fee to the vendor. But we do think it's a much more equitable service channel to serve people outside of business hours and that kind of thing. And again, it's another method of drawing some customers away from the field office for these really simple transactions so that those more complex ones can happen more quickly in the field office. We're working to do more engagement with our customers, talking to them about kiosks and what they'd like to see there and how to really get people to notice it and come in. This is a fraud event where our folks went and talked to a senior center about how to set up their DMVDU account online and avoid fraud. So trying to do more with our customers. I do want to talk about, kind of the ways we've had the success. So we've a lot of technology, a lot of support from ODOT leadership. DMV has been tremendously supported by ODOT leadership and the commission. But I want to talk about just real briefly the dedication, the commitment, the service ethic of our DMV staff. Our motto is we exist to serve Oregonians, and we trumpet that all the time. We're the face of government for most people, and we take that very seriously, and so that's our ethic. I want to thank our staff because they work incredibly hard, as well as our partners like the IT professionals from ODOT who've been helping us out. We've been having some IT issues lately, and they've been tremendous help. We do have challenges for sure. You saw those wait time issues in the field offices. I talked about the staffing. Some of our facilities are really out of date, and we really just don't have the money to move to a new site, although the office here in Ontario is going to be moving pretty soon to a better location. So one of the challenges I'll talk about real quickly, the Real ID enforcement date is coming almost exactly 1 year from now. And so that's going to be a challenge. So federal Real ID, right, federal law passed in 2005, talking about what kinds of identification to use for federal purposes. Oregon initially resisted, like many other states did, and said, we're not going to comply unless the feds give us the money. The feds didn't. And then so eventually in 2017, the legislature changed course and said, okay, I guess we need to get compliant. So we were able to start issuing in July of 2020 when we rolled out that new system. As of today, 27 to maybe 28% of Oregonians who have a driver's license or an ID card have the Real ID version. So other things that can get you on a plane, right? That's the big date that's coming. Passport card. If you have a green card or a work permit, if you're a legal immigrant. And then some other kind of more rare documents you can use. So those are the facilities where you'll need the Real ID, military bases and nuclear facilities today, for those of you going there, and then to get through TSA. Those are the credentials that qualify, again, mostly for most folks, a passport or a Real ID compliant card. You want to know if your license meets, look for that star in the top right corner. If it's got nothing or says not for Real ID Act, it does not qualify. And it's not just the star on the card. There's a whole laundry list of security features, the fingerprint-based background checks of our staff and our vendors, system interfaces with multiple national sort of checks to verify the documents that you present, that kind of thing. We have to image all the documents you present and store them for 10 years. And then, of course, the requirements of the card itself. Let's see. So again, 28% of Oregonians with a card have the Real ID version. That's made us nervous for a long time. I think we were the last state in the country to begin issuing Real IDs, so we're behind the curve a bit. We're doing a lot of communications. So for years now, pop up on the website every time you get a renewal notice for your license or a renewal notice just for your vehicle tags. We're talking about it. And we just, in the 2024 legislature, we were granted $4 million, which came from that Real ID fee, which is an extra fee you pay when you get a Real ID. So that's where that money came from, and it's dedicated to that. We got 27 new staff to be working exclusively on Real ID transactions. It'll take them a little bit of time to get hired and trained. And then a communications plan to warn Oregonians or advise them to, get prepared and make a plan. So lots of things going on there. That's what we got in the session. Again, communications, we got some physical equipment that we need just for Real ID, and then those office staff. So, I think the thing that I and talk about is we're not telling everyone you have to go get a Real ID. It's very important. It was important to the legislature and to the people of Oregon that you have a choice. So my perspective is we want you to be informed and then make that choice and take action. And so we'll be doing direct mail, we'll be doing social media, earned media, paid media, try and get folks to know what's coming. And I guess this is maybe the misery loves company slide. So we're at 27, 28%. I thought everybody else was far, far ahead of us. And certainly Nevada is, but Washington to the north of us at 23%, Arizona at 30%. We're not in as bad a shape. But when I say as bad a shape, here's what I mean. What we're really concerned about is that as the deadline gets close, people will start to pay attention and then the crush is going to happen. And even with those additional staff, we're just not staffed to take in, tens of thousands of more customers a week or a month to deal with this. But we will do what we can do and encourage people to get busy now and not wait until April or May of next year. So that's the challenge: capacity, training our new employees, getting folks to meet that documentation requirement. And then if people are concerned, there's going to be yet another delay since the feds have delayed it multiple times. But I think not. And this photo right here, this happens to be the current Ontario DMV, and you can see how busy it is on a regular day pre-Real ID.
Well, I guess I'm not going there tomorrow. Just go to
Use
bed.
the lobby queuing system, Chair. It'll be great. So be informed, make a choice, and act now. So that's what's going on at DMV.
So questions or comments? Vice Chair?
I am incredibly impressed by the work Amy has done and her staff in the last couple of years, three years, whatever.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I remember when Tom, I believe was his name, came in and Amy knows this, she was working there then, and said, we're going to request money to do a computer upgrade. And I went, are you sure you want to do that? The legislative response to agency directors when they come in and ask to do a computer upgrade is, congratulations on getting your project approved. Have you started working on your resume?
Yeah.
But that was it. And the Real ID is just it's a nightmare program. We finally, legislature finally had to prove it. And I will confess that I stopped it for about 10 years. Amy knows this. We had many conversations, but this month I'm going to get my Real
I was
ID.
going to say, do you have one?
I'm going to, well, my renewal date didn't come up until early June, so I'm going to get it. But the funniest thing about it is easier to get a passport than it is to get an ID card. And if you're going to go in, I think this is funny. If you're going to go into sort of the idea of this, to get a Real ID, you can use your passport, but you still have to provide 2 other pieces of ID.
Right.
This is not DMV's fault. It's stupidity on the Congress's part.
Just, well, I remember when Oliver was going to go live. So they had the commission actually come to the DMV in Salem, and we got to tour and see what they were working on. They were on the countdown of going live. I'll never forget it because they were also showing us about fraud. And they used the example of this person named Julie Brown that was trying to fraud it, and they didn't realize my name was Julie until at the time the chair was Bob Van Broccoli, and goes, I represent her. So anyway, it wasn't me, but it was just amazing the work that they're doing. And I know that all of us, including last night at the table, were bad mouthing DMV because
Not me.
Because we were, well, I know that the senator was. Anyway, we all have been there and we've all experienced. And the one thing that we always have to remember is the people behind the counter, it is not their fault. And I think that the one thing, no matter how unpleasant it can be, we always need to pause and thank them for their service because they're underpaid and they're overloaded with work. But I think the last time I was at the Medford DMV, I was texting Travis. He always is the one that gets all the texts from me with pictures and how disappointed I was in sitting there. But the best part of it was, there was a young man that was going to get his license, and they handed him a wipe for to look into the like,
Vision test.
Yeah.
Vision test.
Vision. He thought he was supposed to wipe his eyes with it. It was alcohol. So this kid wipes his eyes and starts screaming, and the poor staff, they were trying not to laugh, but you could tell that they were like, they didn't know what to do, and they were trying to do this to his eyes. It was pretty good. So it made my day better. I thought, okay, at least I wasn't the poor kid. So that was just my little DMV story.
My
Yes.
DMV story is I went in early to get my real ID so I wouldn't be a problem. And I made my appointment online, and I got there, and they have concierge that put me to the right line, and I was in and out in 15 minutes, and everything was great.
That's good. Because I don't have my real ID yet, but I do have my passport, so. Yes.
Are you going to put any of the kiosks at the DMV locations?
Chair Brown and Commissioner Baker, no, we're not. That was an initial idea that we might do that. They do that in some states, but as we looked at it more, we just didn't see the point of doing that. And so none of them are going to be at the DMV.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe, the DMV offices where you've got the long wait times and hard time of getting recruiting, that may be an option. And then you get 7-day a week, 24-hour service too, right?
Chair Brown and Commissioner Baker, so our office wouldn't be open during that time, so it wouldn't be 24.
No, the kiosk, it's 7 days a week, 24 hours, right?
For something.
Well, if we put it at Fred Meyer and Fred Meyer is open, then it would be there. I guess maybe if you're saying if it was installed on the exterior wall like an ATM. I think I think some experiences in other states, what they've told us is, and I don't understand this, but that's what they say, the lived experience is, people get in there and they'll be like, well, do you want to use this kiosk over here and get done quickly? And it's, no, I'm here. I'll just talk to somebody.
No, I was thinking about an ATM as an example.
And then the exterior.
A lot of times I just take care of my banking business, out on the sidewalk and don't even go in the branch.
Yeah. Okay.
Just thinking out loud.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Right, I see our director popped on. Do you have any comments?
He just wanted to make sure we knew he was still there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was literally just popping on to make sure I could answer any questions and send my appreciation to DMV also.
I thought maybe you were popping on to us, just to let us know that you came back from your break finally. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a false background.
So we're on our last item, near and dear to my heart. All three of these were, so. Welcome.
Thank you. Pretty close.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Commissioners. Suzanne Carlson, the Public Transportation Division Administrator. You see me before as Climate Office Director. So we want to take an opportunity today to catch you up on a few things around Public Transportation Division, as well as some specific program areas and projects that we have underway. Next slide. This is just a quick recap, and in the interest of time, not going to spend a lot of time here, but just as you know, we have FTA funds that come through our division. We've got FHWA funds that we flex to transit. Got quite a bit of state money through the Statewide Transportation Improvement Fund, Amtrak, Cascades Rail, Point Bus. We have veterans. We have some funds for veterans health transit, innovative mobility programs, lots of ways for folks to get around, and bike ped funding programs. So a lot of money comes through our group. I did want to highlight that in the 24-27 STIP, as part of some of the climate lens work and some of the advocacy and focus on multimodal, your commission made the decision to put some discretionary federal funds over into multimodal programs in the STIP. So we got about an extra $100 million into multimodal programs. And then there was also the IIJA Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, which puts some focus on this type of transportation, as well as House Bill 2017, which leads us to partner with about 200 different agencies in delivering this work and delivering over 110 million trips per year. On average, it was higher, COVID went down, and we're heading back up. Next slide. So, next slide. So to put that in context, just a quick snapshot, we've gotten a lot bigger. There's a lot of money coming through our group. I think about 10 years ago, we might have been 15 staff. We're up to 48. We got some new staff in the last POP, and we do have a request in for more staff in the next POP. And we've had a lot of support across the agency to really help us invest and put people in the right places to do the work we need to do with this increase in funding amount. We have in total about $465 million with over 300,000. That's not right. Maybe 260 million was the number I just said. Is it late in the day? Yes.
Yes.
So we have, let's see here, about 145. I guess, go ahead.
What's the composition of the other funds?
So that's going to be your, Vice Chair Byer, that's going to be your statewide transportation improvement fund, state funds from House Bill 2017, payroll tax that go to
Is
transit.
that the payroll fund?
Yes.
Payroll tax, and there's a few other cigarette tax and some other funds.
What percentage of that roughly is the payroll fund?
For the employee payroll?
Yeah.
Let's see if I have that right in front of me here because I have some budget information. I'm not sure if I have that separated from payroll as compared to what we formerly called.
I assume it's the majority of the blue book.
Yeah, it's the vast majority of that other component there. Okay. Next slide. So just some quick successes, with House Bill 2017, we also had some state investment in Safe Routes to School. We're over 100 construction projects there with 29 complete. We've got transportation option programs, deploying dam pools, bike repair, and innovative transportation wallets across the state. With Amtrak, we just had record ridership, and I'll get to that later. And then also expanding transit in communities across the state with those STIF funds. Next slide. So here's some of those successes from the STIF program. We just issued our second biennial report to the legislature. So here's some of the outcomes. Having over 45 million miles of passenger service, 40 million passenger trips, over 130,000 students with access to free and reduced fares, 350 vehicles purchased. And yesterday we had the opportunity to hear from Snake River Transit and Mahler Express with some of the investments they're making with STIF funds. They're improving their commuter route system. They're expanding their fixed routes. They have low-income voucher program, rideshare programs, student transportation, and senior and disabled programs, just to name a few. And I also want to acknowledge we have field staff, regional transit coordinators, and Angie Jones is here that you may have met yesterday, who really works hand in hand and out in the field. They're across the state working in the field with our agencies on their success. So we know that it hasn't all been successes. We did have an agency run into financial distress last year and have to suspend service, Sunset Empire. And I know you all were very involved in helping to save and repair the problems that we found there. We put them on a corrective action plan, and they have completed all of the actions in their corrective action plan. They're on good track. They're getting reimbursed now for their federal funds and for their state funds, providing their service. They've got new leadership, and we continue to work with them closely. We are finding some other that as these dollars come online, create some stress, especially maybe in some of our smaller agencies. Again, you heard from Snake River yesterday that they have a very small staff to manage the work and are expanding sort of as they are able. And so we're working with agencies too who find that maybe they've expanded too fast and reached some issues. And so we're working very closely with some of those agencies. We're also doing a deeper dive review of STIF and federal grants, how we're handling it and how we're staffing. And we've done some changing with staffing. And we know that we can always do better. So we're working, from other parts of the agency, getting some more eyes on our work and making recommendations, as well as some external partners, just to make sure that we can meet the need. And on that last slide, with all the dollars coming through, making sure we're being good partners and good stewards. It's kind of two hands, perhaps, providing support to the agencies they'll succeed, and then also compliance and oversight, looking at the audit findings and providing that compliance for state and federal funds to make sure everything's happening legally and keeping people in financial health. Okay, next slide. And just quickly, just to show more successes, we do have intercommunities funds. The blue routes here, I think this used to animate and now it doesn't, but there's blue routes underneath that show the intercommunity transit network that we have. And then with the purple, that's showing you where STIF funded routes create either more frequency, better schedules, stops in communities that previously were bypassed by a route, and really connecting city to city and giving people opportunity to get to healthcare, jobs, recreation. Next slide. One example from nearby, Harney County, they're providing a lot of free transit. They're connecting community to community. They're providing additional transit outside of their traditional tribal transit service hours. And they also have their connection to Bend, so people can get there for additional services they may need. And then also very importantly, STIF helps buy new vehicles, especially when you're expanding service, right? You need to get new vehicles or replace older ones. Next slide. Continuing on my STIF success stories, this is just to show the red line here is STIF funded, ridership from STIF funded routes compared to all routes. So we saw that with the pandemic, of course, ridership went way down and agencies were able to recover more quickly or to stay more stable who had this statewide funding during that time. Next slide. And then just to touch on challenges, of course, we're seeing those ridership changes, maybe fewer people total, but more people throughout the day with less of those peak commute times in urban areas. Agencies are still working to respond and change schedules as needed, working to serve an aging population, working to provide more and more services to communities that may have had less resources in the past and been historically underserved. We are finding it's difficult and slow to get buses, supply chain slowdowns, and also as we try to electrify, we have a huge capital need to invest in services. And not to refer to the bus we had yesterday, I think it's a suspension issue, right? But we know that we need to continue to modernize and provide the equipment to deliver service as well as to meet our climate goals. We're going to need to expand transit significantly. In fact, we've estimated we need to double transit and to increase the funding that we do have to continue to support the agencies and deliver on our goals. Okay. This morning you did, on your consent agenda, approve a temporary STIF rule change. In the past, agencies, the qualified entities, there's 42 qualified entities who get these funds and distribute them additionally to other public transportation service providers. They were only able to spend money that they had gotten into a plan that you all had approved before the biennium. We found that we had, some people had carryover funds from a previous year, or they needed to change their spending plan in some way, or we had excess revenue from the STIF. If it wasn't in their plan, they weren't able to spend it. So we made a temporary rule change, giving them the opportunity to put some of those dollars into their current biennium plan. They've already turned in. The ones who want to take advantage of it, which is 5 or 6, have already turned in those plans to us in hopes that you would pass the rule, which you did. And we have 180 days to make that rule permanent. We will be coming back to you in August with those amended plans. They're going through the process right now, which includes going to the Public Transportation Advisory Committee. Next slide. This is a little redundant, but that's just to say that where we are today is that you've approved the emergency rule. We'll bring the amended plans to the August 1st meeting, and then a permanent rule for the next one. We have been discussing with transit agencies what other, now that we're in the 3rd biennium, if there's other tune-ups, whether it's to the guidance, the rules, hopefully not statute, that's a whole other, another story. But if there's changes that we need to make it work better while maintaining really rigorous oversight, those are discussions that are happening. Okay, I think I'm moving on to Innovative Mobility Program. So as you'll recall, the Transportation Commission did create and approve this program with $10 million in federal IIJA funds, $10 million in state funds. So I wanted to come back and update you with what some of our strategies are. So these funds are really to improve access to public and active transportation for historically underserved groups, and including those groups in program development and in delivery. And then we're hoping for outcomes to reduce drive-alone trips and greenhouse gas emissions, and also to provide these options so that if we do in the future change how we're pricing roads, pricing cars, that type of thing, there will be options for folks to have ways to get around. Next slide. So far we've done a lot of community engagement and understood what communities may want from a program like this. We launched micro grants with some of that feedback. So we offered $5,000 grant opportunities, provided things like bike helmets, racks, lights, some open street events, bike rodeos, trainings, translating some materials to other languages. And this is a no-match grant opportunity. And we've increased it to 15,000 so that those communities can do a little more with the funds. And to be honest, so ODOT wasn't doing the work just to get $5,000 out the door each time. So that second cycle is underway now. And again, we've continued with the outreach and including engaging a equity and change management consultant along with some other parties to really provide a lot of input into how to structure the program. Next slide. So what we've come up with is really trying to hit quite a few different components to make this a really well-rounded program. We're going to be doing contracts, competitive grants with both state and federal funds, and as well as formula awards. So the idea is giving people the opportunity to pilot programs, see how they work, and then come back for funds for expanded service, to do planning, to do mobility needs assessments. Some of the types of services we're talking about here with innovative mobility is transit, bike share, car share, micro transit, delivery services, potentially cargo delivery, innovations, carpools, van pools, and other types of first mile, last mile solutions. So also looking to provide formula funds to our existing transportation options provider with the note that those are to be used for historically underserved populations, but through that mechanism that we already have. Providing technical assistance, so it's easier if ODOT contracts for federal funds and gets consultants on board, and then providing the opportunity to recipients to use those resources and to be able to sort of build out what some of these innovative programs might look like. And then doing program evaluation at the end, not just to sort of show reports, but to also really capture what's working, what isn't working, templates. And since this is really not an ongoing funding source, what a success look like afterwards. So putting some energy into that. As I noted, this will be phased, giving people the opportunity to get a grant initially for planning, mobility needs, and pilots, and then the next go around back for funds to expand or to get capital purchases and really build out a system with the idea that we're helping folks to scale. Anything I want to say there? That's about it. Next slide. So for next steps, we will be issuing competitive solicitations for both the federal and state funds. This year, we're going to be doing planning grants and pilot grants. And then next year, we'll open up grants for service expansion and for equipment and capital. And then we'll also be doing those RFPs for the services cohort and evaluation. And then continuing the engagement, not only to get feedback into the program, but also to make sure that communities across the state are aware of the opportunity and are participating in their coming to ODOT for the funding. Should I just keep plowing through, or do you guys want to ask any questions as we go?
Did we have questions for the transit piece? I just have one question, or is there a possibility, you were talking about the RFP process, and I know after listening to Brittany last night talk about her transit system and the things that she's encountering, is there a possibility of us doing an RFP for contracted services for planning, and then they could use their STIP dollars to actually engage by doing solicitation as a resource to them, then they could buy off of like a state contract of planning services. Just something you might think about.
Yeah. I think that I'm checking my notes here about how we were going to do those planning services. We were going to do it as an ODOT contract for technical assistance with federal funds. I think that is a good note to support. And we also have, as you know, the Technical Resource Center with 1% of the STIP dollars. And then we also have federal RTAP, Rural Transportation Assistance Program dollars. So we do have a number of ways where ODOT has resources. And good news, we've just gotten some new staff in some of those roles. So we'll be building out some of those opportunities.
Because I think one of the barriers is just getting through the RFP process for most of the small agencies in the rural area. They have no idea how to do that, especially when you're talking about contracted services like planning services. I know when there is an opportunity on the state contract to actually receive contracted services through planning or something like that, that you can actually get off the state contract. It's really nice because you don't have to do the RFP process. You can just use your STIP dollars and go ahead and entertain that piece of it. So it's just something you might think about that might help rural areas.
Thank you, Chair Brown.
Hey, I don't think you have any other questions.
Okay, great. And then a quick update on passenger rail. As you know, ODOT supports, co-funds Amtrak Cascades as a state-supported service along with Washington State DOT. We're having great ridership. We're seeing record ridership, which next slide, we'll just jump right into. That sort of hockey stick at the beginning there is 2024 ridership. So you'll see some declines there with the pandemic, and we also cut service quite a bit during the pandemic to match the demand we were having. And we've really been rebuilding. The red line is 2023, and then we had record ridership in March of 2024, the highest month since we started in 1994 with over 14,000 riders. This has been partly because, go back for a second. This has been partly because we added new service. We added 2 new round trips at the end of December. So 2024 ridership is showing an increased service along with successful marketing campaigns, a website, and changes in the fare structure, more engagement, ongoing engagement with WashDOT, and really looking at the schedules and making sure we're offering service at the right time to get people where they want to go, and continuing to work with WashDOT on a regular basis to make sure this is a success. Next. We also are entered now into the Federal Railway Administration Corridor Identification and Development Program for both Amtrak Cascades and Cascadia High-Speed Rail programs as of 2024. This is a new program that was created under Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to accelerate federal investment in state-supported passenger rail. We will now be applying, I think it's due the end of this month, for the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements, CRISI funds, for passenger rail planning work. But when you hear planning, it's not just to get a plan on the shelf, but to really continue to advance projects and get projects scoped and designed up to 30%. We really need to be at that 30% mark to enter the projects themselves into CRISI, as well as into the CID program and some other federal funding opportunities. So really looking to prioritize projects forward and get them ready to get built. Let's see. And then to touch quickly on the using what pages I've already here. The Oregon State Rail Plan update. The last one was from 2020, and we are required to update those every 4 years. So we will be doing an update to the rail plan this year. And this is my last slide, your last slide of the day. Just to touch quickly on the high-speed rail study. WashDOT's the lead, and they are the recipient of the federal grant, so we're working closely with them, along with Metro and BC Modi. We do have a memorandum of understanding with them, so we work closely together. We're in step 1 of the program, and then Washington State Legislature has just committed $25 million in match funds, which will enable them to go forward for $250 million in improvements in step 2. So we really appreciate WashDOT making that commitment. And again, we just continue to work with them in close partnership for success in this program. There you go.
So questions? Vice Chair.
You may not have this number, just curious. What's the current subsidy per ride on Cascades?
I do not have the number.
I'd be curious when you have time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Byer. I can look at it.
I have a question.
I think a question about the timeline for high-speed rail, Cascadia High-Speed Rail. Is there any sense of when that might actually be operational, or?
Operational
is.
Yeah, operational is, Commissioner Chapman, operational is a very long timeline.
Sure.
I think I've heard in the order of 25 to 30 years, a new rail line. So building fresh rail from Seattle to Portland, or from BC actually down to Portland. So it's a pretty extensive endeavor.
It's great that they got funding. First step.
Yeah.
Right. And then it's kind of interesting to see where it's going to land in California. Like where does it stop?
We'll about that in September.
Yes, we will. They want to know where we are.
Tri-states, yeah.
We're in between.
Put it on the list.
Right. But I want to take this moment to thank you for stepping up into this position and really working to get public transit back online. It's been a slog for them, and leadership's, they've been hanging out there, and it's just, thank you very much, because I know you walked into quite a bit. Right in the middle of it, we had the Sunset Empire situation happen. Top of that, what we are experiencing now, I think in transit, especially in the rural areas, is the ability to keep pace with the cost of inflationary costs to providing transit. And I think that this next year with this package, that is some of the conversation that we're going to have with legislators as to this is where we're at. This is if you want us to continue with this growth and be able to meet our carbon standards in the state of Oregon on top of everything else that's going on. Transit can't stop now. I mean, there was this infusion of money to get us going. We're there, but now there's this really high bar that's been set to meet zero emission vehicles, to provide a level of service. And so they're really striving to do that. So thank you for stepping up and taking this position. And I think with your background in the climate office has helped to have those conversations about first, last mile, bike ped, what we need to do all the way around for the transportation network. So thank you.
Chair Brown. I appreciate that. I'll pass that along to my staff as well. And we've seen really good support across the agency. Again, just sort of pitching in, especially with the scale of the financial, the amount of dollars coming through our division. So it's been a lot of great work. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Any other comments? Well, we are at the end of our agenda.
Good
So we didn't do too bad, but it was a very good meeting, I think. And I want to thank each one of you for sticking through this. And I think we covered a lot of area, and I appreciate every single comment you made. Pressured you not to ask questions. I absolutely
Didn't
appreciate it. No. Well, then his buddy over here took up the. No, but in reality, I think that this is probably one of the more productive meetings that we've had in a long time as far as being able to talk about the issues. So thank you. So with that, yes.
One last thing I wanted to say.
Okay.
And I really appreciate everything that staff has done to bring options for us to consider, and it's a daunting task. And my comments should not be taken as criticism, but just as my own cautionary thoughts. And I appreciate all of the creativity to say we can make it work. And we're all going to try. So thank you.
So with that, we're adjourned. That's pretty good.
Maria.